first panel, the first one yesterday, there was a lot of conversation on how from the UN Global Compact levels, how they're thinking of how companies can really integrate and cooperate in working together. All right, thanks for that. Somebody else. Yesterday, anything that you picked yesterday, great. There's a hand right here. Please pass it on. Thank you, sir. It's important for the sake of the ones who came today to know who you are. Yes, hello. Good morning.
Yes, my name is Victor, and I'm Sustainability Documentation Specialist for the Commonwealth of Africa. My key takeaways for yesterday's sessions is, first of all, it was about collective efforts. So players around environmental issues or plastics recycling, whatever, we have to have collective efforts, and also we should have something benchmarking good practices around East African practices.
Yeah.
So those are my key takeaways, and I think we have to agree on that.
You're right. Benchmarking good practices around. That's true. Very well. Thank you so much for that. I still have room for two more additional takeouts.
Give us some freedom.
Anybody else wants to share something? Just checking out on some of the key takeouts we had. Yeah, I saw a lot of hands of the guys who said, I was there yesterday. Just for the sake of a quick recap. Anybody else wants to share something? Good. I don't know whether I should read your eyes. Some people are looking at me like, yeah, the best way is this. Okay. All right. Is that a hand I'm seeing there? You want to share something? Yeah, those two gentlemen, I think there's one there. Good. Yeah, let's have that as a panel point. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you. I'm Inaugural. Here for green and rich sites. My takeaway for e-waste is economics to manage e-waste. I learned and realized there are places where you can take your e-waste so they can safely dispose certain types of spare parts can also be retrieved from them for further usage in the refurbishment of phones. I think that was a key takeaway for me.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. I don't think I've closed that for anybody else. I have not reached any hand that was good at. Okay, thank you so much for those reviews. Now, we have to get started, and before I invite one of our hosts to help us and welcome us here, just a quick look at what to expect today. We have some keynote addresses and our guests are here, and we have an amazing panel discussion that will be coming in, moderated by Grace, who's in the panel, as the CEO of Pack Pro. It's no longer Tech, it's Pack Pro now. They just launched the other day, and can't wait to hear that about what's happening in the packaging side of things. And that's the session. And we're going to have an amazing session as well on study finance, the state of waste management policies, circular economy, and the green finance in East Africa. Then after that, there will be some setting of the series by some amazing speakers, as you can see on the program, status of waste management policies across East Africa as well. And of course, over and above that, everything that we're talking about is that we also need to, as we're talking about matters collaboration and what is next, we're talking about how can we as well network here as key stakeholders to ensure that we are achieving this. Another key announcement to make is that we have booths just outside. I don't like calling our tea breaks, I like calling them booth breaks, so that you can just grab a cup of tea, go get to interact with it. We have people in the house, so that we have the launch of Equilibrium and things important courtesy of Technology. And you want to interact with us, find out how is it that we can integrate that, right? Great. What else? This conversation is being streamed, and for all our online viewers, welcome. Would have loved to have you here, and even some seats for you, like wherever you are. Welcome, and keep the conversation going. Our hashtag is still waste to well, so make sure that you can interact with us. Let us know what's going down and the likes. And even us here, as you're listening through the keynote speakers, the addresses, feel free to interact in those particular conversations so that this message is kept across. Anytime you go and check out the hashtag, you can always pick out a few of those things. And even when you're talking about some of these key takeouts, share some of them. Share on the go. I want to blow some of the organizers of this amazing event to ensure that when I pick the most active person, it can be a wonderful thing. Anyway, that's just a teaser for the day. So this main day too, we want to immediately get started and want to request Mary, who is in the house as well, the founder and patron of Takanimali, to come and be welcome and officially open the stage. Round of applause to Mary as she comes to the stage. Karibu sana. Makofi tafadhali. So that we can get started. Please. Karibu sana, Mary.
Moderators are here. Thank you for job well done yesterday and looking forward for today. Today we'll have very interesting conversations. We are focusing today mainly about policies, and we have the regional policy drivers in the room. So today it will be a lot that we can be able to align and come up with what do we need to do so that we can align the policies across the region. We are learning the policies that we have in Kenya, and we have a whole policy session, and we also have another session that is talking about the extended producer responsibility, one of the regulation method that Kenya government is using. We have a very interesting special guest who've come all the way from India, and she's heavily doing with collection, a lot of what I'm doing, but in another different country, in a different way, because they are more ahead of us. So we'll be learning from her. Let us ask all the questions for us to be able to understand, because we normally say wisdom comes with age. She may not be older than me, but she has done it before me. See, that is age. So we'll be learning from whatever it is that she has done. So the mistakes that she made, we don't make those mistakes, and we're able to embrace especially the material recovery facilities that the government wants us to embrace in our country. Not just to do the material recovery facilities, but how do we make money from that? Because we are saying Africa waste is wealth, and we are looking into how do we bring in innovations, solutions for us to make money. Those solutions must speak to us. We must be able to relate with them. We must be able to afford them. Because they can be good, but if we cannot afford them, then we are just doing the talk show. But we are saying Africa Waste is Wealth is not talk show, it's action. the global north is doing. But we also have to be aware of what the global north is doing, so that as we start with where we are and what we have, we also know where it is that we can go and how best it can be. Yesterday we had a conversation and people said that it will take us 100 years to have zero waste. It will not take us 100 years to have zero waste, because we are learning from those who have done it. We will make it shorter, and one of the objectives that we said today is that we will have zero waste to the landfill before we get into a zero waste Africa. So if we target ourselves to have zero waste to the landfill, I think that one we can be able to achieve it, and we have everybody who matters in the room today for Kenya. So I believe in the next 2-3 years in Kenya we can actually have zero waste to the landfill. Karibuni sana, and thank you. Looking forward to good deliberations for today. Thank you.
All right, let's appreciate Mary. Mary, just before you leave, that mic is still your friend. I like sometimes probing Mary. If you missed yesterday, there was an amazing conversation about eco-loop. And I wanted to, in a sentence, for someone who missed this yesterday, what should people expect when they integrate themselves with eco-loop?
Eco-loop is our solution that we are launching through this conference. Yeah. And why eco-loop is because eco-loop is a solution that is not about waste. Yeah. It's about the ecosystem.
Absolutely.
The ecosystem around waste management. Yeah. Because taking care of waste cannot be done by one person. So what we are doing with EcoLoop is that we have all the stakeholders in EcoLoop. And yesterday we talked about the stakeholders. We have the governments, we have the corporates, we have the development partners, and we are using a digital solution so that we can be able to close the loop for that ecosystem. It is a solution not just for Kenya. We are going to coordinate the solution for even across East Africa. Because we are saying if we have to make investment decisions, we need centralized data for Kenya, for the region, and for Africa. If we have to measure the impact that we are creating, we need centralized data so that we can know what impact are we doing. If we have said that is a journey to zero waste, we have to measure that journey. And we can only measure it if we are organized in one space, everybody doing what they need to do, but we have a digital solution to organize everybody in one space. I think in a nutshell, that is what we are doing. We have our booth. My able team is out there, and they will let you know what we are doing with EcoLoop. Make sure that you give your remarks and your comments there, because that is our conversation after the conference and how it is. Let us know. Let us promise that we are coming to your country through the EcoLoop booth. So make sure that you visit there. We are doing interviews of how the conference is, and we are happy to have you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's appreciate Mary with a round of applause. Thank you so much for the resilience. Yes. Oh, there's something you missed. Oh yeah, I've just remembered. We need to get down in a sustainable way. Thank you so much. All right. So what I did is intentionally ask her to give a teaser of what you missed yesterday. And in case you have any questions, please visit some of the booths there. EcoLoop as well is one of it. And you can get that conversation on what exactly you can do to integrate that. At this moment, allow me to invite Don Bosco Kalise, the CEO of East Africa Business Council as well. He has a few remarks to make. He was here yesterday, very passionate man, saying that this is possible. I believe he's one of the men who believes zero waste is possible. Anyway, a round of applause to him as he comes. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning. Habari za asubuhi. Bonjour. Ça va très bien. So, first of all, allow me to again appreciate and commend the efforts by the patron of Takataka Nimari, Madam Mary. Congratulations once again. And also allow me to recognize and appreciate the presence of our board directors here. First, Simon Kahelu, stand up for recognition. He's our chapter chair for Uganda, from Uganda. We have Stuart Mwesigwa, is our board director also from Uganda. We have Madam Fiona Hall, board director from Uganda, and also the chair of the subcommittee responsible for resource mobilization. And she's also driving the West is Worse series, where Jenna yesterday was asked, what is next? The next is Uganda. And she's here to drive that agenda in Uganda. Indeed, I was asked also to introduce our friends and colleagues from other EAC partner states who are with us. Let me start with Andrew Mabol from South Sudan. Andrews. I have Irumva Emmanuel from the Republic of Burundi. I have Ignatius Mugabo from Rwanda. I have our sister Lydia Tusime from Uganda Association of Manufacturers, and also a champion of Zero Waste. They will be speaking, we'll be giving them a few minutes to share their insight and experience on what they are doing from their respective countries. So again, as the moderator mentioned, when we started this journey with Madam Mary, we signed MOU in Kigali around March this year. And we say we are going to make it. It is our commitment between EABC and Takataka Nimari and the Alliance for Science that we can reduce the waste with all the collaboration, with all commitment, with all engagement, with all the stakeholders. So we've already done it. And I think yesterday you saw the momentum, the commitment from all the stakeholders that we can do it. It will not take 100 years. It will take a short period of time. And yesterday I delivered the remarks looking at the various initiatives across the region. I said we have the policies, we have the strategies, we have laws and regulations. But what has been missing across the region has been the issue of collaboration and coordination. So this morning, I've been looking at where do we put our efforts. And from the discussion yesterday, we realized that there are 4 key important aspects that we need to reflect on. One is the behavior change, which is associated with low level of awareness from the household level, community level, to the companies, as well as to our governments. So we need to invest and devote most of our attention on awareness raising, and also capacity building for all the actors involved in the waste management ecosystem. Then I also realized that another important aspect that we need to work on was the infrastructure facilities. And I'm happy that one of our speakers from India is going bottle on the street, because you need to give it a value that if I keep it and I take it to the supermarket when it is empty, I will get a coupon and buy other product. So those are some of the incentives that we need to deploy, we need to use across the value chain. But also, and I was sharing that I looked at Kenya, they have crafted incentive schemes for the companies in waste management. Currently, they have reduced their corporate tax for those companies in waste management from 30% to 16%. But if we buy machinery and other equipment that you are going to use in waste recycling, those machines are exempted. Can we replicate that across the region? And I think that's the discussion we'll be having on policy aspect, policy stance that we need to push as EABC, as Takataka and Mari, in terms of our government, creating a host of incentive in terms of waste management. Then the other aspect that is very critical is how do we deploy technology and innovation in waste management. I had colleagues from United Republic of Tanzania, and they have been doing amazing work. It is called Net Zero. They are able to track and trace the waste, tracking and tracing the waste. And I'm also very happy that I have my very good friend, the executive director from South Sudan Bureau of Standards. Stand up for recognition, Madam Mary. Madam Mary, Dr. Mary is the executive director for South Sudan Bureau of Standards. We realize that standards plays a critical role. When we talk about the barcode, the engagement of the Bureau of Standards, because sometimes standards are designed to enhance trade, but the current structure of our standards, they are becoming technical barriers to trade because of that lack of awareness, lack of tools in terms of if a product is imported, you have a barcode, you can trace it, you can track it, you can ensure that you're able to monitor it. So I think those are the areas that we are looking at in terms of engaging the Bureau of Standards, in terms of the standards management. How do we bring them on board other than being a technical barrier to trade? Finally, is our consistent collaboration by all our partners. And again, I'm very excited that those from other partner states have been funded by GIZ, and I want to appreciate them because we have a program, and they said, outcome of this workshop, we are going to support you in terms of rolling out waste management around 3 value chain. And those value chain that they have identified, these are the value chain that we have comparative and competitive advantage. The pharmaceutical value chain, it's big. The agro-processing value chain, fruits and vegetable value chain, and razor-related value chain. So those are the value chain that we need to work on with regard to waste management. Otherwise, I want to appreciate you, thank you. Again, one of the feedback I got yesterday is that this is a very diverse engagement and a very diverse workshop. We have all the partners from here in the room, and I want to appreciate everyone here for your support and the continued support. Of course, the next city is going to be in Uganda, and we are working with the team here, and we invite everyone to Uganda. Asanteni sana, be blessed all.
All right, thank you so much. Let's appreciate him one more time, and we appreciate you for those remarks. Right about now, I want to invite Simon Kaheru, the Vice Board Chair of EABC to give his remarks. Let's appreciate him as well with a clap as he gets to the stage. Karibu sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I have a microphone here, but before I even begin, I'd like to ask you to please give Madam Mary Ngetulia and her team a massive round of applause, please. This room is very colorful, which is fantastic, and I believe Uganda is going to be up to the challenge to make their edition even more colorful. But Mary, you've set the bar high. Well done, and thank you very much. Clap again. Of course, together with your team, Takataka Nimali. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here today. I'm happy always to speak about environmental conservation as an individual, personally, because of my interest, but also officially today as a board member of the East African Business Council from Uganda. And I stress that because we have the opportunity today to take the conversation above country into the region. And having done that, we then have an even bigger opportunity to go across Africa. So speaking here as the East African Business Council is extremely important for all of us on this continent and meets the promise that you have up there. Takataka ni mali for Africa, not just Kenya or East Africa. And even more importantly for me, this is an opportunity to speak on behalf of my colleagues in the private sector. And I get to speak through the experience of these private sector players, especially their challenges and their triumphs. And again, challenges and triumphs. Because as we all know, in the past, every discussion to do with waste management, environmental conservation, climate change, has made the private sector uncomfortable. All these discussions have been framed in a way that points fingers at us, puts us in a corner. And we have not been doing nothing. But perhaps we need to ask ourselves, have we been doing enough? And a conference such as this, a gathering such as this, gives us a very good chance to stop and reflect. And that's why I asked for this round of applause for Mary and her team, because as a private sector, we know every opportunity you get to stop and reflect gives you an opportunity to improve. And over the next couple of days, let me say hours, but days, that opportunity to reflect and improve must result in actions. And as Mary rightly said, we are talking, but we are not here to talk. We are here to identify what actions to take on top of the ones that we've taken before. In all these conversations, members of the private sector, let's not shy away from the discomfort. Let's not deny it. Let's not deflect it. Let's embrace it. And yesterday, those of you who were here for the panel discussion, you saw my colleague, John Mwendwa, from Coca-Cola Beverages Africa in Kenya, receiving all those questions and barbs and embracing them. I was very happy with him, and I gave him many rounds of applause, as you did, because that is what the private sector is supposed to do. Step forward, take responsibility, provide stewardship. Because as John said over here, the fact that Coca-Cola is receiving all these questions, is being presented all these challenges, and yet is in the room, means that it is an important issue even for the company. But it doesn't stop there. I'm personally very happy about this conference because of one of my favorite mottos, which is do the right things. Do the right things. The reason in the past, conversations around environmental conservation and climate change always made the private sector uncomfortable was because we were probably not doing the right things. Today, we have the opportunity to address that. And in my company, that is one of our mottos, do the right things. It's a very important motto because it frames how we operate. And the discussion that we're having this week across the world, not just here in Nairobi, is a discussion that will result in a change in our day-to-day operations. For what? Effective environmental conservation, effective methods of mitigating against climate change, and effective ways of creating sustainability. For us, in our position, doing the right things has always been critical for sustainability. And that's another one of my favorite words, sustainability. Of course, as you can tell, not just from the color of my shirt, I work with Coca-Cola Beverages Africa. And in our business, doing the right things is the central element of sustainability. But even personally, before I joined Coke, sustainability was always one of my favorite business terms. I was a consultant in image and reputation management, handling some of the biggest companies in East Africa. And one of the crucial issues I faced as a consultant was I always got called in to deal with a crisis or a show-stopping scenario. Always. And I had this question that I'd always ask the CEO, because I dealt CEO level. Boss, is this sustainable, what you're doing? Why are you facing a crisis? It's because you didn't do something correct. Yes, you may make a profit this year, maybe even next year, but are you still going to make a profit 3 years from now if you continue doing things this way? Now, I'm sure you all know that's not a question you ask a person who is paying your fee note very comfortably. But I also found that very few CEOs could answer that question with comfort. Because back then, business sustainability meant something very different. Today, it's not a question. Today, it is essential for all of us, businesses and individuals alike. And from the private sector point of view, we all know that one of the key, call it imperatives, that we have to follow now is ESG, environmental, social, governance. If I were to draw a mathematical diagram, I would have a big circle with ESG. Within that circle, I'd have another one with sustainability. And in the center of sustainability, I'd have a circle saying, do the right things. Because all these connect to create the imperative that we as the private sector must deliver. And it's an imperative that matters most when we talk about our environment, climate change, and doing business the right way to ensure that it's profitable. And that's why today we talk about waste is wealth. When we say zero waste, we are being idealistic, and Mary has put it rightly. Zero waste to the landfill, that makes sense. Zero waste is not possible. How? Waste is a product that you cannot avoid in everything. So long as you consume, waste will be the result. That is standard. But how is that waste produced? What happens when that waste is produced? How do we create circularity? And this doesn't only count for plastic waste, as our panel yesterday indicated. Again, speaking back to my colleagues yesterday, now I'm exiting Coca-Cola for this conversation. John here and Victor Biemelo is from Tanzania. He's the gentleman who spoke yesterday, Victor Jambo. Yes, that's Victor. I'm sure you all heard his contribution yesterday. They both spoke very passionately about sustainability. Why? In our organization, it is almost like a religion. In fact, John is a pastor in sustainability. That's how deep set it is. For all of us in the private sector, that's what sustainability needs to be. Part of how we do business. Not a department in the business, not the title of a report, but part of how we do business. And that requires us to address sustainability from a much more deep set perspective. In their company, I told you I'm no longer Coca-Cola, in their company, sustainability is so ingrained that they handle water replenishment. All the water that they use, it's the biggest component in their drinks. They ensure they put back into the environment in a state that the communities can consume. They are now addressing decarbonization. That is a target that they've taken on this year. You'll ask yourself, Coca-Cola, decarbonization, How many trucks do they have running on the road? How many coolers do they have on the streets? So they are calculating how much are we putting out, how do we decrease it? But not by removing the coolers and parking the trucks. No. Because they are responsible for the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of people. And this is where the private sector has a conversation with the public sector. This is where the private sector needs to take leadership. This is where the private sector must not be on the defensive. Sustainability is not negotiable. But it's only not negotiable if we lead the conversation. If we allow the governments to lead the conversation, then we are going to be forced into a corner where we must do certain things that are not sustainable, and that therefore will not benefit these very same communities that we want to grow and develop. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the challenge that we need to face today, not for talking about, but to take into our boardrooms, our factories, our outlets, shops, and actually implement. When we talk about this implementation, and I like the way Mary mentioned it earlier today, and John Bosco Kalisa has also raised it, this implementation means we must be at the forefront, for instance, of creating the right EPR frameworks, extended producer responsibility. It should be us doing that. We should be the producers taking responsibility and putting up the funds to clean up the environment, but not to throw these bottles into landfill. We need to find circularity. How do we do that? We need to show the governments what policies they must come up with in order to enable that circularity to happen. Because the economics of business is best known by you, the private sector, not by your friends in the government. The government knows how to tax, come up with laws, and arrest you when you break those laws. You are the one who knows how to do business. So it is you who must show the government what needs to be done. And in this East African community of ours, the reason the East African Business Council is so essential is because the charter says East African community integration will be people-based but private sector-led. And that shows itself very, very clearly in our waste ecosystem, not just in East Africa but across Africa. Who are the waste collectors? Coca-Cola runs recycling facilities. Coca-Cola pays for collection. But Victor, you see him there in his suit. Victor doesn't collect bottles. No, the man has a good job. Our waste collectors are those women. We know that 80% of the ecosystem is those women, those youths. How do we ensure their economic inclusion so that they can collect that waste, but we increase the value of that waste to them? When we say waste is wealth, is it wealth for them? How do we ensure that the lowest of the low actually stop the wrong waste from going to landfills? These are the conversations we need to have, and these are the actions we need to take. We can say everything we want about waste separation in homes. People, let's be realistic. You don't have ambulance systems. How do you think you're going to have garbage collections? Let's honestly, in Nairobi, how? Outside of Nairobi, when? Uganda. We need to be serious about this. We need to be realistic about this. And we need to make sure it makes economic and business sense. Because you cannot have environmental sense if you don't have economic and business sense. It's not possible. Again, you cannot have environmental sense if you don't have economic and business sense. Hence, the private sector needing to take a lead. And once we do that, we don't stop in one country, and that's why, again, Mary, your efforts are well recognized. We need to approach this regionally and then go continent-wide. When we talk about an EPR framework in Kenya, it must resonate and rhyme with an EPR framework in Uganda and in Tanzania, because the end use of plastic flakes, and I saw a bottle of plastic flakes outside the room, please make sure you have a look at it and understand the business, cannot make sense with the amount of plastic available in one country. The economics of it will not work. If you want to set up a viable, let's say, fiber industry here, using recycled PET, or even rPET bottles, you need all the plastics across East Africa to feed one factory. Simple. But you're not going to have that if each individual country has different standards, has different regulations, and you're definitely not going to achieve that if we don't have collaboration, as we said yesterday. And that's collaboration across the value chain, end to end, and public and private sector. And that's why I hope our government stakeholders in the room, we've only seen the lady from South Sudan, the Director General of Standards, thank you very much. We need to have these conversations on a day-to-day basis, but then after that we need to act and implement. Because if we don't, then all these efforts will be a waste. And when I say a waste, I'm not talking about the waste that we want to turn into wealth. It will be a waste of our time. So let's step up to this challenge, all of us in the room, online and across this region and continent, and indeed do the things that will turn waste into wealth. Takataka ni mali ndio. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. Round of applause once again, and appreciate you for those remarks. There are certain people that were acknowledged here, and I just wanted to, you need assistance, so. All right. And I just wanted us to just hear their voices from where they're seated. You just stand and at least we want to hear your voice. So Lydia, where are you, Lydia? Oh, great. Please, if you could kindly pass the microphone to Lydia. Lydia, from where you are, just say hello to the people and say a word or two, please. Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
My name is Lydia from Uganda Manufacturers Association. I'm really honored to be here. There is a lot to pick out from this session. And briefly, from our Ugandan perspective, is in the past we had different ways of engaging sustainability, and one of them was it wasn't actually aligned. It was the private sector lobbying for government. We are creating jobs, so you shouldn't look into our business. We had activists that purely looked at maybe reforestation and other aspects regarding environmental sustainability. But it has come up that right now the private sector has a lot to play in this space, and it's no longer an option. It has become mandatory because the future that we need regarding sustainability should be championed by the private sector. And I'm glad to inform you, as my board member, Simon Kahero, has pointed out, the discomfort has come up and we are really facing it rough. And we've decided as the UMA to step up, and we've formulated the Green Industry Agenda that is going to be synced with the government to ensure that the private sector plays a key role in ensuring that sustainability is fast-tracked. And among the pillars that we have is waste management, and I'm glad that I've picked a number of items that we're going to replicate in our country. The other is on self-regulation. No one should be in your business to tell you what to do. You should be doing the right thing, as Simon has stated it. And I believe this is a start, and we're also implementing the EPR program very soon. And there's a lot to take away from Kenya's model. And I believe if we made this as a regional aspect, it will take us very far. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate Lydia. That's Lydia Tusime, Head of Communication, Uganda Manufacturers Association. Yeah, we also have the Kenya Association of Manufacturers here. And in fact, the former CEO is here. I'll be showing you later on. By the way, there's a joke that we normally say, for you guys, you have an easier way of implementation. So that's to you, Simon. You know, because you guys don't have a lot of political instabilities. It's like you have a president forever. So just do your thing. But anyway, we'll talk about that later. Anyway, we also have Andrew Lamabo, South Sudan. Where are you, Andrew? Just wanted you to say one word, please. Come forward, because these cameras need to capture you. Yeah, please come closer here, then we can. There you go. Yeah, just 60 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew.
So you already heard my name is Andrew Lam Mabur. I'm from South Sudan, the youngest, richest nation in the world. So, yeah, sure. Man, it is true. We are the richest. Yeah. I run a waste management company called EcoFriends. EcoFriend is a waste management company established in 2021. So we are 2 years now. And we focus so much on garbage collection services from the household, apartments, hotels, and other ministries. Last year, we tried to bring in the concept of recycling, and it didn't work well, but we managed to scratch those plastics and send them to Uganda. There's a big buyer of South Sudan plastics material, is Makwano factory in Uganda. And then I tried to talk to them. Instead of you buying raw material, how can you come down here and we collaborate? And they said they're not willing to come to South Sudan. I said, then now if you're not willing to come, why do you want the product from South Sudan? Yeah, so it's another conversation. Hopefully if I come to Uganda, I really need to listen so much from my sister here, she's from the Manufacturers Association, so that how do we collaborate together? One of the things I just really to acknowledge from Simon is that there's a need to have harmonized regulations in the region. So how the environmental bills is implemented in Kenya should be the same way it is implemented in South Sudan. Otherwise, achieving zero waste in our region is almost impossible. Another thing, I really need like this Coca-Cola company and Pepsi. Let's not use the word collaboration. We really need to have a clear where we collaborate. Do you come in and help these companies to set up their own, or you come down and recycle yourself? Because when we say we need to collaborate, we really need to know where we're collaborating. Otherwise, we are just confusing English here. So we really need to find very clear ways how we collaborate. Because you produce it, after I take that product that you put inside, now I don't need it, and you don't need it anymore because you've already got my money. Then how do we get it back again? Because it's a 2-2 win. So there should be a very clear point of how we collaborate. And another thing, as we look at toward the end of this conference, we should look at the environment, the financial gap to these companies. Like for example, I wasn't so harsh on the UN, UNDP, but I was so honest. Because if we are coming at such forum, we need to tell ourselves the truth. Because a solution must be something tangible, it's not illusional. So how do we see possibilities of closing these financial gaps? Okay, is very important. We have the idea already. We really don't need capacity building. We really need you telling us, we have 1, 2, 3, come and do the thing. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Andrew. And I think we all agree that, Andrew, if there was a position of chief whip in this entire circle, he needs to have it, right? Yeah, we also have Burundi represented here, and Rumvwa. I'm very careful with my pronunciations here. Yeah, please. You remember the chief whip just did over 60 seconds. I hope you can manage in your 60. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Irumva Emmanuel. I'm from Burundi. Thank you, Executive Director. Thank you, Madam Mary. Burundi, since 2020, we have been starting about recycling, and the government have been supporting us since day one. They have, the way we organized the presentation about how we are going to recycle it, they said, okay, that's fine, because if the landfill which we are just pollute the environment for the city of Buterere, some of them, they doesn't know Buterere, it's some part of Burundi where we deposit the waste, and then we contaminate also that gas methane, which is not good for us. They said, okay, let us choose another way to transform it. The executive director has been telling us that the new technology, we are up to the new technology where we have to separate. And then our president have them starting, like each Saturday, we have to do the work where we have to clean where we stays. And then the mayor of the Bujumbura city have already started how to do separation thing. And then us as the NGOs, the private sector, where we work, we have to aware those cleaner where we were been saying about, they have to know the plastic which side they have to go, and then the organic waste which have to go. We do the transformation. We have been talking about one of my friend here about the biotech, that we do the briquette also. We are going to reduce our charcoal. So we are happy to join this team. Tunasema asante sana. Next time, as we said, we are going to Uganda and then maybe into Burundi also. We want to see the biggest Africa waste is worth. Takataka
ni mali. Thank you so much for that. Let's appreciate him. And I can tell you, you have done some very good classes in Swahili here. Taka ni mali. Now, we also have Rwanda represented as well, and this is the final one. Jadine, where are you, Jadine? It's Mauritius. You said Mauritius. Oh, Ignatius. Oh, sorry. Ignatius, where? Ignatius. Oh, yeah. We got a lot to learn from Rwanda in terms of taka manenos. But please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Ignatius.
I'm from Rwanda. My name is Ignatius Mugabo. I just want to share a few experiences from Rwanda, especially in the area of cleanliness. Kigali is the cleanest city in Africa.
Yeah.
I say that not because I'm from there, but I say that because I live it every day. I returned to Rwanda a few years ago, and having lived in Copenhagen first, in Denmark, and then in London for over 20 years, in North London, I found Kigali amazing. It's just unbelievable. I invite everyone who wants to come and learn and see that things are possible to come and see in Kigali. Yesterday, people were talking about walkable cities, turning Nairobi into a walkable city. Kigali is already that. And I want to invite you to come and learn from Kigali. It's really amazing. Every time I wake up, I like walking in the morning and in the evenings and look at the way the city is organized. It's absolutely unbelievable. Now, talking about waste, I got into waste management by accident, to be honest. I'm a lawyer by training, but I also have passion for business. Somebody yesterday was talking about people and profit. I love those those two things, just came across an Indian investor about 6 years ago who had factories in different countries, and I convinced him to come and invest in Rwanda. Stayed with me for 3 months. We did market research, and then he gave me the responsibility of setting up the whole operation for, purchasing land and setting up the operations for recycling. He's had 35 years experience in the recycling industry. The company is called Jardin Meuble. It's a French It's a French, it's funny, it's an Indian company with a French word. I mean, with a French name. And how it came about is a very long story. I'm not going to go into that. But what I want to share is that for the last 6 years, I've really learned a lot about recycling. And we recycle plastics. I think it's called HDP type of plastic, yes. About 60 tons of plastic a month. That's what we recycle. And we use it for producing new items, household items. We've moved from chairs, tables, basins, all household items, and now we're making even pipes, water pipes, and conduit pipes, and we are moving into so many other areas because there is a big gap. So, what I've learned over time is that takataka ni mali. That word keeps ringing into my head. So I can see a lot of money every time I see rubbish, everywhere. So, thank you very much again, and I welcome you to Kigali. If any one of you drops in town, please make sure you let me know you're around, and I can take you around and show you my city. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate Ignatius for those sentiments. I was just about to ask him whether they import that plastic since Kigali. You guys have no dirt. Anyway, just checking. But at least, I was asking whether you import some of the plastic from us. I also wanted to ask you, when you walk around Nairobi, what do you feel? But you can answer that privately. Yeah. Here's an answer. Oh, okay. We don't want to emphasize on it, but welcome. Thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite the last keynote, and this is none other than Grace Kramer. She's right here, so please appreciate her with a clap as she comes. Tech and Innovation Theme Leader, Transform FCDO. You're going to take the stage so we can hear from you. Karibu sana.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction. And Mr. Ignatius, I do have to concur. Going from North London to Kigali, you do realize that you know a lot about waste management and keeping a city clean, so concurring on that. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to keep this brief because we've got a lot of really exciting speakers and panels to get to. But as we said, my name's Grace Kramer. I work for the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. And in particular, I work in a team looking at how we can leverage technology and innovation to meet global challenges and to drive progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, which is really important. And it's important because we know that we're off track. We know that we're halfway to 2030 now, and we're not on target to meet those Sustainable Development Goals. And that's because we need practical and local responses to these goals. We need the ideas that innovators and entrepreneurs are generating across the world to try and meet these. And the ideas and intent are there, right? But what we're missing is the ability to scale these ambitions further. And that's what we do with Transform, which is a joint initiative between ourselves at FCDO, Unilever, and EY. Transform supports entrepreneurs across Africa and South Asia to scale up initiatives working in environment, working in inclusive economies, and working in health and well-being. Transform blends our grant funding with expert technical assistance from Unilever and EY, as well as access to their networks and corporate value chains. And in this way, over the past 8 years, we've worked with 70 entrepreneurs and researchers looking at 100 projects in 17 different countries, and we've touched 9.6 million lives. And it's part of the reason I'm so excited to be in Kenya, because so much of this work has happened here. We've supported 30 different projects out of 100 here. And it's also why I'm really excited to be in Nairobi in particular, because we know that this city has become a byword for innovation and entrepreneurship across Africa. And scaling innovation is really what we do at Transform. Whether it's digital innovations, we have TrashCon here, scaling technical innovations like their engineering solutions that take waste from the streets of India and turn it into useful construction materials. We look at digital innovation, so Taka Taka Manali's amazing mobile app that connects waste collectors with the source of waste and markets that they can sell that to. Social innovations are really important. Mr. Green Africa's at the event. The amazing work they're doing in looking at social norms and behavior change in Kenyan consumers and recycling, and figuring out how they can work with people like petrol stations and shopkeepers to act as recycling points. And we also look at disruptive innovation. So that's things like the refill models that we fund here and in other geographies that look to put no waste and low waste FMCG goods in the hands of low income consumers. I really think that's enough for me now. We have a lot of much more interesting people talking. We're going to hear from innovators, we're going to hear from policymakers, and we're going to hear from system innovators. It's going to be fantastic. So with that, I'll finish. I'd like to thank Mary and the Taka Taka Manali team for such a fantastic conference. And I'd also like you to join us at Transform on our mission to scale social innovation. If you are a funder or if you're an investor, please come find me, and we can talk about how we can possibly work together to share resources and create scale. And if you're a social enterprise, visit www.transform.global. There you can find the free access to our Transform Support Hub, where you can get support and resources from EY, Unilever, and SAP, and where you can also find out how you can get our funding. Thank you so much, and look forward to a great conference.
All right, thank you so much for that, Grace Kramer. We appreciate you for that. Moving on, we want to now get to a level where we're going to have some discussions happening, and this will be a session moderated by the CEO, PACPRO, that's the Packaging Producer Responsibility Organization, Joyce Gashugi Wawero, and she's here. A round of applause to her as she takes the stage. Makofi tafadhali. Yeah. Behind some of our works that I know is that, balancing here. Joyce has forced some companies in this country to ensure they're no longer giving us colored plastic. Like Coca-Cola was here yesterday, they had to obey. All right, so Joyce, I want to hand over my microphone to you, and this session is based on how it will fly, and I think the tech team is preparing this session for you. All right, so I think the stage is set. I want to request as well Raghavan Niveda, the CEO, founder, Trashcorn, to kindly come to the stage as well, so that you can keep Joyce company somehow. We can't wait to hear how this session is going to go. Let's appreciate her with a round of applause as she comes as well. Great. Just to remind, even as they get ready, that remember this conversation, we have our online viewers. Please, you can share your questions as well. We'll be keen to ask as we get to understand these experiences. And feel free as well to comment on the hashtag #WasteIsWealth. Or you can say as well, Takatakani Mali. All right. Are we set? I see we're getting prepared. And Joyce, over to you now. You can see these are ground rules being said that look at me, camera, lights are on. Excellent. Good.
Thank you, MC. Thank you, Niveta. I think it's a pleasure for us to have you here on the continent and in Nairobi. We keep saying Nairobi is the gateway for Africa. I know Ghanaians dispute that, but it's true. I want to welcome you into this session.
Thank you, sir.
I know you've done a lot of work around handling the sorting of waste, providing engineering solutions, and I'd like you to just take us through what you've done, what your solution is. I know you have a presentation. I'll let you go through that, and then I'll come in with some questions for you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I think that'll be ideal. So I'll begin with the presentation, and then maybe we can follow this up later on. Is there someone who can put the presentation on? And,
Presentation, please, tech team.
Yeah, so hello everyone, this is Niveda, and thank you so much for inviting me here. It was so filled with real action-packed words that I'm looking forward to contribute my tiny bit towards this beautiful movement here. So before I begin and before the presentation is on the screen, I would like to ask you a question, right? So you see this here? Any guesses on what this is? Anyone? What is this? It's a board, it's a plywood. What is it? It's a plywood. Anyone else? No? Okay, let me just show you the rough surface. Now, see, it's open. Now, any guesses? What is this? It's a tile? Okay. Yes. It's a wood tile, yes? Okay, I'll come to what this is, and maybe you will answer this while I'm talking about what we have done in India and other countries, and we'll answer this together, yeah? So, let me start. So I'm from Trashcon, and we have built patented solutions to solve some of the massive problems in waste management. One, which is sorting that which is on the streets, which is going into the landfills, and two, is recycling what cannot be recycled. Now let me take you through our journey and what we have done and our challenges and the scale at which we could do, which sort of aligns with what Ms. Mary said, which is how do we go zero waste to landfills in 3 years. We have been able to do some part of that. In less than 2.5 to 3 years, we have been able to prevent 1,100 tons of waste per day from entering the landfills. Again, so I'm just waiting for the presentation and then I can take you through because visuals will always complement what I'm speaking. In the meanwhile, would you have any questions? Yes.
Yes, I have a lot of questions. and I know the presentation would do this more justice, but maybe I'd like you...
Actually, the presentation is on. We could start with that, then proceed on.
Okay.
Yes.
Akasa, for the presentation.
Okay, okay, so if you see, we have been able to, so the solutions that we built are in close to 20 cities in 6 states and 2 countries as we speak in just a matter of 3 years. But thank you so much. Thank you. Now we begin. Yes. So the problem that we are trying to address is the problem that most of our countries is grappling with, which is, yes, waste is going to the landfills. And this is mixed municipal waste, which means it has food and diaper and sanitary napkins and glass and dead rats and literally everything that you can possibly imagine in that waste, right? So there's no way to recycle it or make value out of it, and hence it goes into the landfills, right? And of course it causes land pollution, water pollution. All of us know it here. We are all seeing it every day. But this is how streets in India look like. I'm not quite sure how it is here, but this is how street outside my house looks like. And as a person who really wanted to solve this problem, like many of you here, I asked, what is the solution? And to understand the solution, we should know the root cause. You see, the root cause is for anyone to recycle plastic, you should recover plastic, right? But if plastic is filled with food and diaper, you can't recycle it. Nobody wants to recycle it. So of course the first step is, how do I recover that plastic from this mess, right? And it is humanly not possible to do this at scale, and it is impractical, and it's you and me, right? You and I don't want to touch our own waste. We don't want somebody else touching it. So we wanted to create a solution that can take this trash that nobody wants, that not even waste pickers want, and automatically recover plastics from it, so that somebody could recycle it, so that it does not have to go back into the landfills, right? So that was the vision, that was the thought process, and that's how we started. And yes, to start, you have to know what are all the global solutions that are available, right? So we went across the world learning what solutions are there, and we came up to understand that yes, Europe and US and all the advanced countries have something called material recovery facility. These are very large plants which are across 2 to 3 acres doing hundreds of tons of waste recovery. But it's just that they cost a lot. Like Mary was saying, it's not affordable for our countries if we have to invest 3-4 acres of land to do few hundreds of tons, and if it costs tens and hundreds of millions of dollars, and if we are not getting an output that can be possibly recovered and recycled, and most importantly, our countries, I'm saying our countries because it's almost the same, the conditions. So our countries do not have people like you and me handling the waste. They have unskilled labor. And in India, we have unskilled labor who are drunk handling the waste. Yeah, yes, because either you are in waste because you are drunk with passion like all of us here, or you are just drunk because it's nauseating. So, of course, this was not a solution which we could take and put in a place like India. We wanted to create a solution that was compact, that was modular, that was plug and play, can be run by unskilled labor, and most importantly, can recover the value out of which has no value, by the way, can recover value from which has no value in the least amount of cost. That was the thought process. So, it took us to a few years of working in the dump sites, literally with waste. By the way, that's me, as a waste picker. You need to work in the landfills to solve the problem. We can't sit in air-conditioned laboratories to solve the problem, right? So we did build a prototype in the lab, but to really solve the problem, we had to be in the dump sites. I know many of you here can relate with me on this. We spent 3 years in the dump sites, working with waste, with our hands, figuring out what on earth can we possibly do to recover what can be possibly recycled. So this was our journey. And ladies and gentlemen, we have been very blessed to have the support of Transform, many support organizations out here, we are here as well, who supported us in this impossible journey, which everybody said, this is not possible, we are talking absolutely, this nobody can do it. But ladies and gentlemen, we created Trashbot. Trashbot is a solution, is a patented solution. We'll show some videos. Patented solution that can take what is on the left, which is mixed waste, and automatically recover plastics from it. And degradables, that is the food waste, which is sticking onto is also separated. Metals are separated, and inerts are separated. Inerts, we call inerts, which are diapers, sanitary napkins, which nobody wants, which are rejects. So these are the 4 sections that we recover automatically from Trashbot. And Trashbot can sit 250 tons a day, can be sorted in just one single plant. And can you guess the cost of recovery? Less than €1 per ton. That's it. €1 per ton, including manpower, electricity, and all the other costs. Thank you. So this is what we did. To operate an entire plant of 250 tons a day, it takes us only 3 to 4 unskilled labor who are getting new dignified employment, right? New employment. Why is it new employment? Because you were not recovering this waste anyways. It was going into the landfills. So now that you have started recovering it, you are creating new employment. So that is what we achieved. We are in almost 20 cities in India. This is how the entire plant looks like. This is a 3D diagram. We'll show you a video as well. So the waste goes on the loading conveyor. There are a series of mechanical unit operations that take place. We use size, moisture, air, multiple mechanical unit operations, one after another, to separate it into degradables that are directly carried in a truck and plastics that are directly carried in a truck. Metals are 0.3%, it's not much, and then inerts. These are the 4 sections. Like here, I hope, like in Kenya, like in Nairobi, we do not get any high-value plastics on our streets. We do not get PET, we do not get HDP on the streets, because anything that has value does not come on the streets, right? Because there's an entire informal circular economy around it. I'm not sure if that is the case here. Yes? So that is what happened. So what happened is, after all this drama of recovery and trying to get value out of it, we were ending up with plastics that nobody wanted. You see? I was hoping that, hey, tomorrow I'll have a material recovery facility. We will solve the problem. There'll be no waste that is going into the landfills. And we literally sacrificed everything that we had to build this. But at the end of all this, we were getting plastics that nobody wanted, which are non-recyclable plastics. You see your chips packets, your biscuit wrappers, which has a layer of aluminum sticking onto it. These are called multi-layered packets, but I don't need to tell, everyone knows. These are non-recyclable, and I don't know the percentage here, but in India, 75% of the plastics that we are consuming on a day-to-day basis is multi-layered plastics, because I don't throw a PET bottle out every day, but I do throw a chips packet out, a biscuit wrapper out every day. So, after all this, our material recovery facility, which we built to create value, was giving something that has no value, which is this plastic. So the one solution was we could send it to a cement plant where it can be used instead of coal. This is called refuse-derived fuel because it has a high calorific value. But it was not circular economy. We were not creating something that is scalable. We were not creating micro-entrepreneurs. We were not creating a business model out of it. So that is when we pushed ourselves and we had a small thought. What if we can recycle it? You know, what if we can recycle what cannot be recycled? Now, that was a very foolish thought to have, if you can think what I'm saying, because firstly, we were solving an impossible problem, which is huge. We did not have the funds. We had a very limited team. So asking such an impossible question was absolutely foolish. But I know by now you know that we just did that. We did exactly that. We ended up creating a solution which we call as WOW Recycler, Wealth Out of Waste Recycler, which recycles what cannot be recycled into recycled sheets that look like this. This is what we make from the waste in front of the streets, in front of my house, which gets burned, which causes all kinds of pollution. This is what we make. Thank you. This is made of 100% non-recyclable, multi-layered plastics, not recovered from a factory of Unilever or Mondelez, but from the streets in India. It's contaminated. It is mixed. And with all these ecosystem of solutions, we are able to recover it. And not only is this, you see, green doesn't have a premium in our countries. Just because you're creating a green product, nobody is going to pay you more for it. So we made it in a way that is affordable. It is cheaper than plywood, but it is waterproof, termite-proof, and something all of you will like. Recyclable again. Right? So, thank you. You cannot solve a problem and create a problem. That has been the only philosophy that we had. So that means, today if we do use this in a bench or desk or maybe to build this entire room, after the lifespan, we can take it back and recycle it again. That is what we created. Now, these are some of the many products. If you think those things are pictures, they are real images of products that I personally use myself, and we work with several industries. We also use it in an application called shuttering. Shuttering is a very huge application, especially here in Nairobi with constructions coming up all the time. Shuttering, which is basically a building material, is a massive application. So we looked at massive applications where plywood can be replaced. So these are some of the applications. We didn't stop there. We built yet another product, which is a replacement to timber, which we call as lumber, from which we make industrial pallets. And the best thing is some of the corporates who are here, we work with Unilever, we work with Mondelez, we work with Friesland Campina. They do generate multi-layered plastics, but we gave them a proposition. What if we convert that into materials that you can take it back into your factory, say Coca-Cola. You take it back into your factory, and instead of using wooden pallets that cut trees and cause deforestation, why don't you use the plastics that you yourself generated? So it goes back into the economy, thus creating true circular economy. And of course, it can be recycled again. This is something that we're using with ITC. It's one of the largest corporates. I know you can't recognize this. These are door frames. Door frames. I know it doesn't look anything like multi-layered plastics. We made it not look like waste so that the common person can start shifting and without knowing that he's making a shift towards a better product. So this is what we developed. These are some of our test reports. Most beautiful part, I'm sure most of you have seen recycling industries. There'll be fumes coming all over. That's how people relate recycling technologies with. So we had to prove it wrong. So our emission test proves that we have very limited or no emissions at all from our industry. So what our vision is that people should be able to sit next to our plant and eat food. So that's what we created. One question that everybody asks, maybe not in this audience, but outside, those who do not understand waste, is that, it's made of plastic, so that means it will be toxic. Are you sure it will not be toxic? I'm sure most of you will not have these questions, but this is a question that people ask. So we have absolutely toxicity tests to prove that it is absolutely toxicity free. Of course, you know all the impact. These are some of our customers. But what we have created in India is that today, this is how India was. You see, we didn't have source segregation, although source segregation is mandated because there are people who do not have a place to stay, so we do not have a place to put 2 bins. So there was insufficient source segregation, and then there is material recovery, and then it goes to the landfill, and then they spend money to recover the landfills or to remove the mountain from the landfill. So it's just bleeding money through the nose, you know, and whose money? All of our money, right? So what we gave them is a solution where instead of bleeding money, they could possibly earn money, right? And it is not only the government, it is agencies that work with the government, like Taka Taka Nimala, like the entrepreneurs who spoke before. We work with them, we empower them with our technologies so that they can start earning with this output material. And of course, corporates also come in. I will take up how we work with each stakeholder during the Q&A. But going forward, I wanted to show you a case study that will be closer to your heart. This is a case study, Grace, we did with Transform, in fact. That's why I wanted to put it up, is where we took up a town, a smaller town, where they had close to 33 major black spots and smaller black spots and 14 major black spots. Black spot is a full street filled with waste. I don't know what you call it here, but full street filled with waste. After our intervention, we made it like this. It became an entire, yes, so there are no black spots. We provided dignified employment to almost 14 waste pickers, and most importantly, we prevented the plastics from entering the landfill. So we are today, like I told you, in 6 states, in multiple countries, and also preventing 1,100 tons of waste from entering the landfills. But this is not my most beautiful moment. This was not the moment that we were waiting for, to be very frank. The happiest moment was when we provided benches and desks, tables and chairs, garbage bins, bathrooms to 10,000 government school kids. Thank you. Thank you. 10,000 government school kids. These kids did not have a place to sit. They had high dropout rates during winters, and we could provide it at an affordable rate. But again, the best moment comes now. I happened to be in one of these schools, and I was randomly asking a young child of 9 years, a girl child, asking her, hey, do you know what this is made of? And frankly, I had not told her anything about recycling or plastic, nothing. I had not told her anything. But the child says that the plastics that went out of my house has come back as this bench and desk. That is the true behavior change. That is permanent behavior change. That is one aspect where the child today feels that every bit of waste that goes out of our house has come back as value. When you show that it is possible. No incentive, no pushing, no penalizing, no nothing. Just show it that it is possible. This has been our dream. This is what we started with. Of course, we are working with several corporates. We are glad to be awarded globally multiple times. I was leading discussions at World Economic Forum last year as well. And at Spain, again, just going through. But the most beautiful part is, I was telling you about this kid and why this was my most important moment, because this was the only moment after 5-6 years of struggling in the dump site that I had satisfaction. I had tears in my eyes when the kid told this, is because I had just one dream. And our team had just one dream, a dream that we got up and slept with every day, a dream that made us overcome enormous challenges, a dream that 20 years down the lane, when I'm telling a story to my daughter saying, do you know what is waste? My daughter should say, Mama, what is waste? And that has been our vision. And that, Taka Taka Nimala, is also your vision and the vision of everyone out here. So thank you so much for inviting me, and I look forward to creating this impact with you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wow, wow, wow. Another round of applause, a truly hearty one. That's truly impressive. I work in the waste management space, but from a position where we represent the brands that actually put this product in the market. Today in Kenya, we have about 43% of our plastics are the multi-laminated ones that you talked about, very bad plastics. So it's so amazing to see that you've been able to create a solution that is fit for purpose for our very complex environments where we do not segregate waste. Waste is lying around, uncollected. So I want to put it to you today. When you look at Kenya, when you look at Africa, when you look at India, our situations are the same. A lot of unsegregated waste due to the different economic situations as well as lack of proper governance. But from where you sit, I know your machinery and your technology is handling mixed waste, but what are you doing with the diapers?
So, that's a good question. That's an answer we also do not have, because 60 to 70% of the waste in India, or for that matter, most of the developing countries in Southeast Asia, is degradables. Please correct me if that is a very different number here. 20 to 30% is the non-degradables, which has plastics and paper. And around 15 to 20% is what I called as inerts, which has the diapers and sanitary napkins and clothes, these things which possibly we still do not have a recycling solution at scale. There are many beautiful initiatives coming up. But today we basically shred it and we convert it into something called refuse-derived fuel, like I told you. And we have an Indian government policy where 5% of fuel in cement plants has to be replaced with the coal that is used in cement plant has to be replaced with RDF, that is refuse-derived fuel. And because this has slightly higher calorific value than maybe the mixed waste, that is something that people use it to. But I hope there is a better use case to it. But diapers have to be incinerated or sent here. There is no other application because it's completely contaminated.
Excellent. Because today we have a growing problem of diapers, both adults
Lots of it, yes.
and for children. So I'll come back to the discussion on how India policies are helping support the growth of the business. But I want to find out, when we talk about logistics, the backward integration, who's bringing material to your plant?
So how it works in countries that we are working in is most of the waste is collected from our houses in small tippers, these are small vehicles, and then it goes to a place which we call as transfer station, where it is transferred into a bigger truck, the big trucks, and then it goes to a landfill 60 kilometers away and it is dumped. That is the current process. Where we come in and where Mary and I were discussing as well, is that say you have counties and you collect waste in your counties. And today it may, I'm not very sure, to make me getting transferred to a bigger truck and then going somewhere. Instead of doing that, if it is transferred into a material recovery facility, where the waste is segregated at the county itself, and recycled there, it need not even travel to the landfills. It saves enormous, absurd transportation cost. And of course, the very cost of landfilling. So it's a huge win to the government. It's a huge win to the local municipality, local counties. And yes, you make it zero waste to the landfill as much as possible at the decentralized level. This is how we work. Now, who does the collection? In India, we have private contractors who are empaneled with the government who do the collection. The transfer station, which I call, or a material recovery facility, may or may not be operated by a private partner. The same one, it may be a different one or it may be the same person, but it is operated by a local entrepreneur, by a local waste management company. And then the recycling is also done by the same waste collection company or a different. So there are multiple players in the supply chain and they are all empaneled with the government.
Have you had resistance from, say, the local waste pickers? Have they felt like you're taking away their jobs?
Not at all. Mm-hmm. Because we are not taking plastics that waste pickers take. That's what I was saying. We were getting plastics that not even a waste picker wanted. You see, these PET bottles, no, they're not PET. PET bottles is something that a waste picker would want. HDPE is what they want. LDPE is what they want. They do not want multi-layered plastics. So the problem that we were solving is the waste that goes to the landfill. Our vision was that no waste should go to the landfill, exactly like how the earlier speakers have spoken about. So we were only tackling that. And thankfully, that's why I was saying, we are creating new dignified employment. So we were able to get newer people into the ecosystem and make them operators. They were not waste pickers anymore. We elevated their stand and now they became dignified operators. So no, we never had resistance with the local employees. In fact, the infrastructure we did with, we have done for PET. Today, PET, if it is on the street, I don't think you will see it after a minute because somebody will pick it up. Can we do such an infrastructure with all the private companies here and with the waste management companies here so that MLP as well, has a resource so that it can be recovered and recycled. That was our thought process.
Excellent. So tell me, walk us through. We want to set up, this equipment, put it in our country. What kind of land space are we talking about?
So the plant that you saw, which was 250 tons a day, it sits in just 200 square meters. That's it. 50 meters by 5 meters. We have positioned it in one of the central areas in the city, in between the city. And people are all over. There's a hospital next to us. 250 tons is getting processed every day. It can happen because you're not settling waste. See, the problem with waste when you are doing waste processing in the city is that it will start smelling. There'll be rodents, there'll be mosquitoes over. But if you're not collecting waste there, then it is just getting transferred. So it's an instantaneous process. The equipment or the technology is instantaneous. So there's no settling anywhere. Waste comes, waste goes. Let me just show you a video maybe that'll make it more clearer. But yes, that's what we do. So you can place it anywhere. 200 square meters, I don't think is a big issue for 250 tons a day. I don't know how much Nairobi generates. Is it 2,000 tons a day of waste?
2,500.
Then it is just 5 to 10 plants. That's it. And the space that we are talking about, because we didn't have space. We had to engineer the solution to do it in a compact place. We don't have space in our countries.
So I hear you saying that organic waste especially, which is the most nuisance, is not settling in the facility.
It is not. It has to be taken out immediately.
Okay, so when it comes, it gets out. Where is it going to?
So again, there are multiple applications for organic waste. One is you can make compost. This you can do when you're doing it at a smaller scale, like up to 20 tons, 25 tons. A bigger scale, biogas is a very good option, and convert into bio-CNG, which can be used as alternate fuel to LPG and CNG. Third, a gentleman talked about briquettes here. That is also a great thing. I mean, many people are trying to use it. I think in Africa itself, there are companies that are trying to make fish feed and poultry feed out of it. So I think we have enough applications where to use the wet waste. The biggest problem and all these are our partners, right? Because all of them have wonderful solutions and they want wet waste. Yes, so we are able to recover and give it to them. So that's what it is. But I want to tell one thing which I missed in the presentation is that although I was telling we do this, we do that, very soon I realized that the problem is like a mountain and we are like small ants in front of it. And at one point of time I thought I can solve the problem, but then very soon I realized that we are very small in front of the problem. It is only when all of us join hands, come together in complementary aspects, can we possibly have a hope to solve this problem. It cannot be just us or just the private parties or just the government to try and solve it. It should be all of us coming together and trying out solutions to solve the problem.
So tell us a little about the support you've received maybe from government. Is it a legislative, are there policies that are supporting, the development of your infrastructure? But more importantly, especially with the boards that you're creating. And it's very important for the recycling business to be successful. There has to be adequate consumptive demand at the very end. Is there any support you're getting from government so that then you're able to sell these boards within the housing construction sector?
Should I tell the truth?
Absolutely. Chatham House rules.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot of awareness in India about waste management, which has been very recent. So from the past 5 to 6 years, there's a lot of awareness. Everybody talks about it. So that has been a great advantage. Because when we talk about this material, they don't roll up their eyes and say, oh, what is this? They understand what we are talking about. But to be very frank, in countries like ours, where majority of the population are not as blessed as us to understand about sustainability or waste management, and where they're trying hard to put food on the table, it is very difficult for us to push this, that it's a green product, use this, and don't use wood, to be very frank, right? So there are no current policies that are supporting green products. We are together lobbying for subsidies that can come in, the tax rebates that can come in, but it is not there yet. But if there is any sustainable product that is being made in our countries, it should be affordable. It should be, if you're giving it affordable, for example, my pitch to a builder is that, hey, you're using shuttering plywood, you get 5 repetitions of shuttering is nothing but you make a column, you use a plywood and make a column. You use it 5 times, then you have to discard it. You can use ours 50 times at the same price, right? And then I'll take it back. So you need to give a better product positioning. That is the only way to make it scalable, not just in our country, in all the other countries, even in developed countries. So, but yes, there is a policy of green buildings. All right, there is something called LED lead ratings. I think it's there here as well, where the larger builders, maybe not the mid-size and the lower ones, the larger builders are incentivized to put in better products, better building materials, and hence this is better positioned. But I don't think there is a big push to do this. It's just that you position it in a better way. In fact, to be very frank, there are times when I have not even called it recycled. I could not. Because the moment we call it recycled, it is considered, maybe it will not work if it is recycled. So I'm sorry, I'm telling the truth. I hope that's okay.
You're giving us tips on how to do the marketing as
yes.
we move forward.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but there is a lot of impetus, lot of momentum regarding green building materials, not just in India but in other countries. In fact, I'm coming down from UAE, where the problem is similar. They also have flexibles. They also do not know what to do with it. And we are soon going to be setting up a large plant in UAE as well, where building material is huge. So. Yes.
So, but I did hear you say that government has a requirement for cement plants
yes.
to have some RDF.
Yes, so that was a policy. So this multi-layered plastics was a big issue in India because 75% was multi-layered plastics. So the government made a norm that 5% of coal should be replaced with multi-layered plastics and cement kilns for boiling. But again, although it was a policy and it was a rule, the actual implementation is happening right now. And that too with the larger ones, not with the mid-size and the smaller ones, because they have to change their entire infrastructure to accommodate a new raw material. But yes, that's a good step.
So that's one of our takeaways today, I think, Mary, in terms of next steps, in terms of policy agitation. So I want to find out, you've said your ROI is 3 years.
Yes.
And I know a lot of business people don't like talking about money. But I want to ask you, blanket figure. If I was to look to set up this, infrastructure in Kenya, what costs are we looking at?
So I don't have it at the top of my head, but then yes, a 250 ton per day plant will not cost more than. Wait a second. I mean, it is not. It's not more than. Less than, it's only in the range of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it is not in millions of dollars. I'll get the exact numbers again because it depends on what all you want to recover out of it. And the recycling unit again is maybe $1 million or less for the entire plant, right? So, and this entire thing put together gives you a payback in 3 years because whatever you're getting out of it, you're recycling it into this and you're selling it as plywood. And plywood is a huge market. It's a huge market. It's a few tens of billions of dollars market. And there are already composite materials in the market. So you're positioning yourself against it. So it's an end-to-end business model. We ourselves run many of these plants along with our partners, and we invest in it as well. So yeah, it's 3 years of payback that we are looking at. Again, the exact numbers is not something that I was prepared for because I don't get it.
That's a good range. At least we can be able to tell, because if we juxtapose your context.
Okay, let me tell you this. If there is something like this in Europe, it's 1/10 the cost. Yeah.
A tenth the cost.
Yeah. Yes. That's how we tell it. Yes.
Excellent. So for us, if we juxtapose your situation here, our law now is looking at establishing material recovery facilities across all 47 counties. Different counties have different production, volumes and consumption volumes. And I guess throughout Africa, a lot of discussions now are around how do we establish material recovery facilities. Would you come in as a partner to support this? And if you are, what would you require?
So how we generally work is we never work independently. We work in partnership with a lot of players in the market, right? So there is already somebody who's collecting the waste. We don't disrupt what they're doing. What we rather do is empower them with this technology. So together, we and say Takatakinmala or some other waste management company go to the government and say, hey, give us this much space, and the infrastructure is either put by the government. By the way, Indian government, there are many states that fund the infrastructure. So most of the infrastructure is funded by the states. The material recovery facility, they may not fund the recycling infrastructure because that's more of a for-profit, but they do fund the material recovery facility. So we work a lot with Indian governments. We have worked with all the state governments, many of the state governments. So they fund it either through a tender, they fund the capital, or they give something called a processing fee. You see, whatever said and done, 3 years payback, 4 years payback, until you have some sort of processing fee coming in from the government, the inerts, for example, need to be sent to a cement plant. They may or may not pay you, right? So there it is good if the government gives some sort of a processing fee, and Indian government does. In most of our state, either we get capital equipment funded, the material recovery, or the tipping fees. We call it tipping fees, or the processing fee funded by the government. So this is one thing. So there is a revenue model already for the waste management company. So then a waste management company goes in, say, let's take Takaraknimala, just for that. They go and say with our technology and say, hey, we will set it up. You either pay for the equipment or you pay for the processing fee. And they have a tender, and then they win the tender, and then they set up this plant. So every day, the waste has to come, the dedicated amount, 10 tons, 20 tons, 100 tons, whatever that is, comes to this facility and goes out of this facility. Now, if there is a recycling equipment, that can be also in the same facility, and the output of that is generally not taken by the government. It is completely for the waste management company. So they earn from here, that is from the tipping fees, and they earn from the output as well. So it's a wonderful business model for any waste management company. EPR also is a very big component. We have been able to create very successful EPR models with the likes of Mondelez, Friesland Campina. In fact, in Philippines also, even before EPR came in, we were there, right? With one of the largest corporates and with the local company. How we work in EPR is very interesting. You see, today, for example, you got excited about this and you're like, let me set up the recycling unit, right? But you do not have the funds, right? But you really are already getting multi-layered plastics. Like you said, 45% is multi-layered plastics. Now, there is, say, a Unilever or another corporate, say Coca-Cola, who have EPR, where they are mandated to comply and pay for the plastics that they are generating, right? It could be an amount, like it's 5 to 6 Indian rupees per kg in India, where they have to comply and pay Takanimala or a waste management company that, hey, take this money and do something with it, but don't dump it in the landfill, right? And make sure that you are able to use it in a proper way. So they pay you, Coca-Cola or Unilever pays waste management company, right? So we created a model, but the waste management company still is no profit, no loss. 5 rupees is not enough per kg. Your recovering cost is only that much, and then you have to send it to a cement plant. What do you do with it, right? And cement plant don't pay you in India. Here I'm not sure, but there were no profit, no loss. So everybody was losing, everybody was bleeding. So we came in and said, hey, why not? Unilever and Mondelez and Friesland Campina, why don't you invest in the infrastructure for this local waste management company? You invest, it's a one-time cost, right? You have invested, say 200K, 300K, whatever that is, you have invested in this waste management company. The waste management company already has access to multi-layered plastics and they're recycling it into these boats. We come in India and we say, hey, waste management company, you may or may not know how to sell it. We will buy it from you and sell it in the market. So that is how we made a win-win for everybody. So the local waste management company is earning from month 1, they are profitable, right? So they are not dependent on a Coca-Cola or a Unilever to offtake this material or to do something about it. There's no conflict. They are saying, hey, I am self-sustained now. So maybe from 5 rupees a kg, it can come down to 3 rupees a kg. So for Unilever and a corporate, it is a savings model. They are investing, but their return is on a savings model. For the local waste management company, they're earning from month 1, right? So they're profitable. For us, and it could be anybody else here, right? Or we in partnership, we buy back and sell it in the market because we have raised enormous funds. We have some of the largest investors on board, some of the largest builders in India, and we have created a market to take this product and sell it in the market. So everybody has a win-win. So this is the ecosystem we have created. And this is something that we have replicated in Philippines as well. And we are replicating with, in fact, some of the largest corporates in other countries, in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, as we speak. So yeah, this is what we did with EPR.
Wow. So when are you coming to Kenya? So I think before I open up to the audience, I want to find out from you, what have been your challenges? If you were to give us your top 3 challenges.
Oh, the top 3 is too difficult. If you ask hundreds and millions, I'll give. I can write a book. But top 3 challenges is, of course, because the problem is so huge, the policies like how it's in your country, we are also trying to lobby and get the policies to support some of these initiatives. Like, for example, one policy could be that prevent dumping of waste. You know, instead of being attached to the means could be different. Segregation at source, segregation using a machine, segregation in an air, whatever that is. But the end objective is that it should not get dumped in the landfill, right? So if this becomes a policy, Dubai has done it. If it is made mandatory that no waste should be dumped in the landfills, or landfill has a fee if you have to dump it, then that's a very lucrative thing for all of us to start working backwards and work on it. So that's one such good policy. What else did you ask?
In terms of the challenges to your business.
Yeah, so the challenges is one, we faced a lot of challenge while we were developing the product because nobody believed in it. But today, now that we are proving it at scale, I think the market is adopting it very easily. But because we work with the government a lot, fortunately or unfortunately, everything takes longer. In terms of adoption, in terms of making them understand in our countries that innovation is possible. Innovation can solve this problem is there's a mental resistance. People don't believe that something like this can happen. So that mental resistance is something that we have to overcome, which takes us a long time. And when it comes to the recycled products, this is not how it looked, by the way. It looked very much recycled. Right? So when we called it recycled, people were not ready to take it. So we had to modify it and make it look like something that they would want to adopt and use. Most important challenge, and what we have understood, is you cannot keep disrupting everything. You have to work with people. You cannot change behavior overnight, but at the other end, there is already a kid dying next to a landfill because of the methane that is coming out, because of respiratory cancer. People are dying. So we need to work, and we need to work smart. So the biggest challenge is, at least in India and many countries, people are in silos. We all think that we are doing, like the technology providers are in one silo, the corporates are in one silo, the government is in one silo, and the waste management companies are in one silo. And I have been personally pushing to get them all to one platform, which Takatakani Mala so beautifully has done already, to get them to tell that this is not your problem or my problem, or not your vision or my vision, it's not your goal or my goal, it's our goal, it's our dream. And only if we all join hands can we really solve the problem. That has been my only thing. Because EPR, for example, if corporates are pushing it and you put it in the market, waste management companies may not accept it. Tomorrow, if waste management companies tell it, corporates may not accept it. And if both of us tell it, government may not accept it. So when you're creating a policy, all the stakeholders should be there. It cannot be a unilateral policy made in some corner. So that is that is one of our biggest challenges, which we are pushing for.
Excellent, excellent.
I can go on.
I know, yeah. I love that. So Maina, I'd like to open, for a few questions.
Yeah, we have about some 5 minutes of quick questions. Whoa. What a message. So there was a quick hand here. So could we agree that you can make your questions short, straight, simple, crispy, that 10 seconds are enough for asking, and I hope the answers can fly that fast as well. I think you may need a pen. Do you need I can pass a pen and notebook for you so that you can pick a quick bunch, right? Let me dash it up there. So please, very fast. Let's go. Start. Yes.
Am I tall enough, or I should stand on here?
Jesus. Oh, sorry. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. It's for the camera. It's okay.
Thank you very much, everyone. Stuart Jason Mwesugwa, my name once again. Board member, East African Business Council. I'm glad to be here, but I want to be selfish a bit. I come from a steel and plastics manufacturing entity. Mm-hmm. However, when I listen to this whole conversation and presentation, I seem to feel like steel is actually being left behind.
All right, what is your question now?
I'm not asking a question. I want to make an observation.
Oh, okay.
Maybe through our vision bearer, how do we get on board?
Excellent.
Because when I look at how much is in the garages where we repair vehicles from, how much waste from the spare parts of cars are there.
Yeah.
How much South Sudan is here. I know you have been in wars for some time. There's a lot of scrap for tankers, for etc. How do we put an effort together to ensure that steel is also part of a sustainable economy? And by the way, we melt scrap, what we call scrap. We recycle that scrap. Okay. At Roofings, we don't have anything called waste. We recycle everything. And in this scrap,
Yes, sir.
We can make steps like that one which we are using to climb here. We can make door frames, we can make window frames, we can make gates, we can make so many things which can actually be a good substitute for timber.
All right.
So don't cut a tree.
Okay.
Use steel.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good observation. That was a speech. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the question from where you are, and as we have agreed, very quick. So let me start there very quick.
Thank you very much. Very, very impressed. I just want to touch that board.
Huh? Oh, you want to touch it? Okay, touch.
Let me touch it. And
the question now?
Yeah, the question is, you know, one of the challenges we have in our plastics collection centers is that we get a lot of plastics that are not recyclable, you know. And we've been trying to find a solution for that.
Okay.
So it's leftover from what we recycle, and it's piling up and piling up and piling up. So you're talking, and I'm like, how can we, you know, should I put in touch with my partners who live in India, and then maybe you can find a magic solution for us. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that was a comment as well. So let's go now to the question. Just lady at the back, and then we're going to come to you as well. So please. You can have a seat with it and admire it more. And when I'm also looking at it. Yes, please. What's your question, please?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sincere. So from all the information you've given us, I think I am right to assume that this material has a lifespan, because you mentioned that at some point it needs to come back. So I just wanted to find out how long that lifespan is, and the process of now recovering the material and then taking it back. For instance, for the desks that you donated. Yeah, so how does that work?
Very good question. Thank you so much. Pass the mic to the gentleman at the back. Right there. There you go. There's a mic there coming to you. It's already there. Yes.
Morning.
Good morning.
My question is about your ban of single-use plastics in India, and what are your thoughts on that, how well it's working, and whether we need these sort of policies and legislation in place to actually tackle the problem.
Excellent. Thank you. Which of the burning hand was there? Come to this other side now. Sorry, your hand came late. There you go.
Thank you. My name is Wamboy from the retail sector. Question to Joyce, coming out of Naveda's conversation. You don't have a PET problem in India. Joyce, why do we still have a PET problem? And Naveda, what did your country do to get rid of the PET problem?
Okay, that's a very nice double-edged question to both of you there. Then there's a phone now. I'm going to close it at 5. Please.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Sustina from United Women Empowerment Program. My question is the program sustainable? Then for me to understand more about what you are doing, because to me it's like a movie. So it would be better if there's those programs of benchmarking. Maybe we come and visit your farm so that you can get convinced. So then now that the problem of waste is not Indian problem alone, it's also a problem that is affecting Nairobi and Africa at large. So in terms of partnership and collaboration, at what stage are you, or what are you intending to do about this now that you've had our problem?
Thank you so much. That's a very quick question. Is it possible for them to come and see practically this particular movie? I know you raised your hand so high, so I'm going to take that last one. Yes.
Thank you. My question goes back to having seen how you have developed the solution from bottom up to where it is today. Comparing to what is happening in the Kenyan market, the question boils down to our partners or our players in the Kenyan market. How can we leverage on the local solution, scaling it up to the level of where technology has been able to beat the standard in the marketplace? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think it's quite clear. You have about 5 minutes of tackling that, Joyce. Over to you now.
Let me answer mine because I push it back to her. Do we have a problem in Kenya with PET? Yes. Do we still have a problem with other recyclables? Yes. Unlike in India, they have a lot of developed end-use recycling. So, for instance, for PET, there's fiber being produced and so many other end-use solutions. In our market, you'll find we're doing a lot of crushing for export, and that's why the consumptive demand is not adequate to mop up most of the volume. So that's why we have a lot of leakage still in the environment. So you won't find aluminium, for instance, it's fully being integrated back into recycling. A lot of our high density plastics also, because there are buckets and other things being made. But for PET, and we're still trying to develop that, and that's why we are now, as an organization, we've been looking at how do we develop standards, for instance, for bottle-to-bottle solutions, so that then we have more high-value recycling taking place in the country that then drives up the demand for that PET plastic. But I'll give it back to her to see what India has done that we might be able to replicate here.
All right. Please go ahead.
So yeah, I will go to that in some time. So you were talking about the life of the boats. Because we were making it out of multi-layered plastic, which has absolutely a long, long life, which is a problem we are all trying to tackle. The boards in itself has a very long life. You can use it as much as you want, right? But you asked about how are we buying back. That is a question that we are also figuring out at scale, but how we have solved it right now is by looking at B2B applications. So we have not really gone to B2C, that is, we have not gone to an end consumer and sold it to an individual yet. We are selling it to builders, architects, developers who take a minimum of 100,000, that number of boats, wherein you can always take it back after their use case. So that is one way how we are trying to solve it, because the ecosystem still has to be built for the entire buyback. To be very frank, this is the real answer of that. But the life and durability in general is very, very, very long, because nothing can affect it. So that is one. Second is ban of single-use plastics. Again, I don't know if I'm being recorded, but I'll be frank. Again, so I do not believe plastic in itself is a problem, because there are many synthetic materials. It is only when plastics cannot be recycled or recovered does it enter into the oceans and rivers and leaks into the dump sites. So in India, ban on single-use plastics has really not worked, because I am at the other side. I see tons and tons of plastics, single-use plastics coming to me, because the local vendor, he cannot afford a cloth bag. That's 30 rupees a kg. 30 rupees one bag. You are buying vegetables for 30 rupees. How do you buy a cloth bag for 30? So single-use plastic is something that has been versatile. It has been helping people, but if we can find a way to recover and recycle, it can truly solve a problem. Not that I'm not for or against it. It is just that the efficacy of this ban has not really worked, although there were blanket bans for almost a decade now, and it has not really worked. Rather, the ban should be on plastics that cannot be recycled. I mean, I don't understand. So all I'm saying is it has not really worked at scale. It may have worked in some large cities, in some real places where people are more educated, where people are more prone to behavior change. But in the low-income societies and 2-tier and 3-tier cities, I do not see a big change yet, because they do not have an alternative yet, which is affordable, which is versatile, which can replace it. I hope if there is an alternative, that can possibly happen. And again, we are not against any solution. We are not for any solutions. We believe all solutions has to come together to solve a problem. So yeah.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
Yeah, you can please come and visit us anytime. All of you here, open invitation. Please visit us. Please share us your feedback, comments. Happy to visit. Our contact details are with Taka Taka Nimala. Please feel free to reach out to us and come visit us. We are close by. We are not very far away. Regarding the PET problem, I think again that was a very industrial-led thing. Corporates supported a lot of recyclers and built infrastructure with them. So there are PET recyclers in every second street. They're either making granules, or they're making wires, or they're making something that goes back to the corporates, like rPET, Coca-Cola, the person from Coca-Cola said. So there is a lot of demand for PET. So there are a lot of recyclers who are making a ton of money. They're making millions of dollars in recycling PET. So I think that awareness has come over a long period of time. It started very early. So I think you're already there, is what you're saying. So what was the last one? I didn't understand.
I think you've answered them all. There was just a quick one for you, Joyce. Is there any value add for those guys who are bringing those bottles to you? Do you pay? I think that was, yeah.
In terms of the PET, it's a challenge I give Joyce often. Is there value to the bottle? Like a deposit, like if you have a reverse vending machine that then gives me value for that.
Yes.
Do you have that in India?
Yes, a lot.
Okay.
1 kg of PET goes for somewhere like 20 kgs or 30 rupees, which is around what, 60 shillings, I'm not really sure of the exact rate per kg. So PET is valuable. There are millions of waste pickers whose lives depend on PET and HDP and, you know, taking it out. And the economy is huge. And the most important thing, there are recyclers. There is a recycling, there is an end use. That's why people are taking it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our amazing panel. Joyce.
Thank you so much.
And Raghavan. Thank you so much. But just before you leave, is there a nice photo coming in? Please, yes, you could have one photo right there. Yeah. Yes, yes, the board. Bring the board back. People are still admiring it. Oh, it's there. It's okay. It's right there. Just don't leave yet, because we want to take a very nice picture as well with Mary as well. And then now, as the photo is being taken, guys, we have because of your questions, we have eaten into the break time. So I have about 10 minutes only of break. But the beauty of it is that we have two sides of it, from this other end and some as well on the other end. So what we're going to do is make it very quick. And yeah, 3, 2, go, smiling. Thank you so much. All right, let's appreciate them one more time as they exit the stage. There, yeah, there's a lot of conversation happening. Now, so officially, it's break time. And we'll be back here in 10 minutes. Feel free to grab it as fast as you can. I still call it booth time. If you want to use your time with your cup of tea to just see around what's happening, do it now. So let's go. Let's go. Thank you. See you in a round. DJ, this is where you release us nicely. Thank you. Dipesh Pabari, Beatrice Nyabira and Miriam Bomet, please see the organizers at the back. Dipesh Pabari, Beatrice Nyabira and Miriam Bomet, please see the organizers at the back.
Trash as far as the eye can see, in rivers, in vast landfill sites, littered in the streets. This is Bangalore, India, but it's a worldwide problem. Growing populations mean that ever more waste is produced. There's too much waste for garbage collection services to cope with. Niveda RM decided it. When Niveda RM was still an engineering student, she developed technology to segregate waste into biodegradable and non-biodegradable components, and further technology to reuse them.
If you're not able to recycle, then all this trash goes to the landfills. That's a waste of land. In developing countries, there's a shortage of space in cities, so waste is incinerated. It took us 3 to 4 years of working in the landfills to develop our machine. It separates 200 tons of dry and wet waste every day, meaning biodegradable food and then the non-biodegradable waste.
Niveda used her parents' savings her.
there was this stretch of land which was filled with waste, and like anybody, you want to clean it up. We cleaned it up, but then the waste reappeared. Nobody is really interested to change overnight. Even if people segregate, there's no way to recycle it, there's no infrastructure available. So there are multiple broken pieces of this. How do we solve this problem that's going to kill our future generations, literally? The problem is huge.
Mom, how was the day?
It was good.
Tiring. How about having a cup of coffee? Or tea? I made ginger tea.
Ginger chai.
Ginger chai is okay for you? Your favorite ginger chai?
Yes.
Oh.
We are talking about 200,000 tons of waste in India every day. People don't segregate their waste. When they don't segregate, you can't create value, and hence it has to go to the landfills. We don't have any more land left, so of course it will end up in front of your houses. And what I realized is there is no solution that's actually solving the problem, which is like, say, a big plastic bag with food and glass and everything mixed into it. That's why it's on the streets, day and night.
சார் நான் இங்கே வந்துட்டு 25 வருஷமாக இருக்கிறேன் சார். நான் இந்த குப்பைனால சார் கொஞ்சம் காயலாலாம் எஃபெக்ட் ஆகுது சார். இங்கே வந்து போகிற வர பசங்க ஸ்கூல் பசங்களுக்கெல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் எஃபெக்ட் ஆகுதுங்க. அதனால வந்துட்டு நம்மளுக்கு தொந்தரவு சார். அதனால எவ்வளோ க்ளீன் பண்ணாலும் வண்டி நிற்க வச்சாலும் அந்த வண்டியில் குப்பை போடுறதில்ல, எல்லாம் ரோட்லேயே போடுறாங்க குப்பைங்க.
There are kids dying because of respiratory cancer, because the landfills are burgeoning and then they burn, and then there is leachate, thick black liquid that has already percolated into the groundwater, and residents in and around are literally having such water to drink. Then people are dying already. We think that we are very far away from it, but it's not. And that's when I realized that there needs to be a solution first to sort the trash, because the moment I do that, then the degradables could be recycled. And during that journey, the initial few months is when I met my co-founder, Saurabh.
So I would see her, going from her house, which was about 40 kilometers from the place where she was testing the machine. She was walking for a while, taking a bus, then taking a metro, again getting down, taking a cab and reaching that place, and she was doing this every single day.
When I started making my small prototype, because I was going to the landfill and I used to go there and put waste into my machine, and it was just not working. It was just not working. In fact, the machine broke down and I had exhausted all my money, and I said I want to give up.
This was, I think, when she was in 3rd grade. Yeah, she was the angel. She is coming all the way from heaven to tell the human beings in earth how horrible you people are. You are so insensitive. You don't value life. All these things. It's so. Her happy place is the stage. That, I think, is her gift. That's Niveda. She always thinks that I want to change the lives of the not few people, billions and billions of people. I want to change their lives. I want to make them better. As any startups, it's not easy to get the money or support. So she has asked me, Mom, I don't have others to finance me. What should I do? So all the money which I said, these are all the money for you. How much ever you want, you take it. I'm not going to take a penny out of it. Use it for your business. What if I fail? Failing is not a problem. Go back to zero. That's a wonderful number, that's zero. Because that from there on everything starts.
I told her, see, don't give up. You're doing a great work and it will benefit the society a lot. Frankly, I didn't have any idea about what I was saying. And she said, come on the ground and show it to me, You would not be even able to stand in such a place. The following day, I went there. I could see babies there in the lap of those women who were removing plastics and paper, and I really felt horrified, How can somebody work in this situation?
When we were working in the dump sites, we could feel what the waste picker is going through. Because if we don't do this, billions of people have to do this. They have to live in waste.
காலைல 4 மணிக்கு எழுந்திரிச்சு போனோம்னா சாயங்காலம் ஒரு 5-6 மணி வரைக்கும் பெருக்கின்னு வருது. ஒரு 5-6 மூட்டை சேர்த்துருவோம். 5-6 மூட்டை சேர்த்துருவோம். எங்களுக்கு நடந்து கை காலெல்லாம் வலிக்குது, இடுப்பு வலி. சாகிற வரைக்கும் பண்ணி தான் ஆகணும் சார்.
This is the first Trashbot. This was 50 kgs an hour, 50. It never worked. It broke. It was absolutely the reverse. Wet fell in dry, dry fell in wet. I don't know, what were we on? I mean, what made us think that we could crack it? Something kept us going and we could never give up on the mission. The worst part is you're nauseated, right? You want to puke, but you have to think of a problem that's impossible to solve. You can think when you're in an air-conditioned room or when you're in a laboratory, but thinking in a dump site, in a landfill where it's nauseating and figuring out solutions, and not just figuring out. It's not like, hey, I got an idea and it's done. You have to fix it, you have to prototype, you have to try it there, because you can't come back and try it because it's very far away, every landfill. No food because there's nothing available, nowhere to pee, especially for me. But yeah, it took us 2.5 years of shooting in the dark. Our perspective or our design constraint for developing the machine was low cost, low operation, low footprint. We have to reach every nook and corner of India, to every village.
Our machine, if you put a waste which is unsorted, we can extract the valuables, which is like your wet waste, which can go to composting, which can go to biogas. Then we can extract the dry waste, which is basically paper, plastic.
And during this journey, we also realized that the plastics that come out has no value.
We were left with the problem, what is going to happen to that?
So we ended up creating another technology to take non-recyclable plastics and recycle it. We ended up recycling it into two major products. One is recycled sheets, which are like plywood, and recycled lumber, which is like timber.
This particular material can go to the construction industry, can go to furniture making, can go to various applications like that.
Recycled plastic andre enu yaru gotta? ರೀಸೈಕಲ್ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ನಾವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್? ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಂತಹ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಂಡು ಪಾಪ ಪಾಠ ಕೇಳತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇತ್ತು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾವ ಬೆಂಚ್ ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ನಿಮಗೆ? ಏನು ಯಾವ ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ ಯಾವುದರಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿ
ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಮರುಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ತಂದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಆದಂತಹ ಖುಷಿ ಅಷ್ಟಿಷ್ಟಲ್ಲ, ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿಪಟ್ಟರು.
Will that child not think twice before throwing a plastic bag?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We're about to kick off our next session this afternoon.
Show them that it's not waste.
So those of you that are standing,
It's just waste because we have thrown it in the wrong way, we have disposed it in the wrong way.
those that are still outside having some tea, welcome back in.
It was not an easy journey. It was very tough for her. I thought it may not be possible by you alone, but when
All
you
right,
start,
welcome back.
you
Please
can
take your
find
seats.
people coming and
I hope those of you that have been taking pictures have been sharing it online. Remember, our hashtag is waste is wealth. And we will, of course, be retweeting some of the things that you share. So we'd love it if you gave an opportunity for those who did not make it here to also be part of the conversation online.
The door is opening. I sleep with that giving up attitude, but then I get up in the morning, I'm like, somebody has to do it, and I think I can.
Uplink, which is the open innovation platform of the World Economic Forum, which is looking to support people and planet-focused entrepreneurs. You're going to meet one of them today.
Those of you that are at the back, would like to request that you come forward. We've got so many seats at the front that are unoccupied. If you do have a seat in front of you, whether you're at the back or the front, please move slightly forward. We will deeply appreciate it, and I'm sure those that are speaking to us from the podium today will appreciate that you come a little closer.
Recycling system. How can we ensure that no one gets left?
Okay, great. Good afternoon. Good afternoon for real. Excellent. So we've been begging you to move closer. There's actually a prize for people who move. No, it's true. It's true. So if I just make one last plea, because we've lots of people in small bilaterals out across, and they'll be joining us later. It makes a lot of work easier for the camera people when you're not moving mid session. So if you could just take a few steps to the front, that would be excellent. Great. So we started the series yesterday, and I promised you all a lot of important conversations, but more importantly, an opportunity for you to plug in. Everybody who came here talked about partnerships and the importance of working together, and we've identified some of those. We were also treated to a fantastic innovation out of India, and I was hoping that, that for me was such a game changer for anyone thinking about waste management on the continent. Okay? We've had representation from government, which is excellent, because some of these proposals that are being made here would require government to adopt some of them or even partner with some of your organizations. And so the whole idea of this series is to allow you to really plug in, to really identify what are the opportunities for partnerships with different stakeholders that are here today. And hopefully at the end of the series tomorrow, you'll have very clear steps on exactly where we go next from here. Like I said, and I think Madam Mary has reiterated this a lot, this is not a talk shop. It's not just about having good conversations with important people about the circularity economy. It's about having actual next steps. It's about having practical steps. So if you're going back to Tanzania, if you're going back to Burundi, to Rwanda, we're actually building on something. And that's the attitude that I'll encourage you to have in the course of these conversations. Also remember, we have exhibition stands that have been set up outside. Please pay them a visit. They are doing some fantastic things. So we talked about partnerships, we talked about the monies required, we've talked about, we've listened to some of the exciting things that are happening in the different markets. But for these things to hold, they need a policy framework. They need laws that encourage that. And I was excited yesterday when we were told that environmental laws are actually human rights, and we need to start thinking of them as such. And so the next few moments we'll spend to try and pose a question to the policy space and the environment thereof, and ask ourselves, do we have policies that encourage some of the things that we're trying to do here today? And if not, how do we build from that? Are there jurisdictions that have done this well that we can borrow from? Are there policies that are totally not working that we need to walk away from? Okay? And who are some of the collaborators that we can partner with in this journey? But before we get that, I'd like to give you a scene setter, just to give us a sense of where we are, and hopefully to lay the ground and tee up the next conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to introduce to you somebody who's not really new to this whole conversation. In many of the spaces that she's talked passionately. First it was mostly about manufacturing, and now it's sustainability, and now she's changing the world. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to bring on stage Madam Phyllis Wakiaga, who's a Senior Development Advisor at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Karibu sana. Come on, keep clapping till she gets here. There we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really great to see all of you. I actually miss everyone in this room, because in my previous life, I think I was every day with Joyce, with Wamboi, with Mary, and with all of you. But coming today gave me some FOMO. For those who are older than me, FOMO basically means the fear of missing out. And when I listened in the morning to the recap from yesterday, I realized that I missed out on such an amazing conversation. And for that reason, I really want to appreciate the key people behind this event. Mary Ngechu, First of all, Mary, when Mary started talking about this issue many years ago, it sounded like a dream in her head somewhere. I remember attending one of the functions where you are awarded for the work you are doing, and you spoke passionately about how we need to recycle more, we need to really build this in Kenya, in Africa, and at that time it was an idea. But the thing I love about Mary is she has the ability to turn ideas into action very easily. So I'm very, very proud of you and the work that you've been able to do. I also want to appreciate EABC, Bosco and your team for bringing East Africa together for this conversation. I think just having everyone in the room, I've seen representatives from almost all the East African countries in the room. So for me, that's really a proud moment. Alliance for Science, when we had the breakfast, we met with the team there, and the passion for the work that we are doing in Africa, I think, is unparalleled. But more than anything, I think I'm proud of the entire private sector in Kenya. Because 10 years ago, when I joined CAM, the conversation on sustainability basically didn't exist. We started driving the change, the conversation with KEPSA and the rest of the team. The UN Global Compact at that time was an idea and a desk. Now it has a full board and is really doing a lot in supporting sustainability. So I'm really proud of the work that we've been able to do. So today I was tasked to speak about policy, and listening before the break to the conversations, I said, oh my God, you know, policy conversations sometimes can be a bit boring. They might not be as interesting as the exciting things happening in India and everywhere. But why they are important for us to have impact at scale, policy is the way you make that happen. Because without that, everyone will have their small initiatives, but you won't be able to impact or do it at scale. So that's why policy is important. So this morning, just to set the scene for the conversation that's going to happen, I put together some thoughts to contextualize the policy. Because policy doesn't happen in isolation. It doesn't happen on its own. And it doesn't happen without the response to a context. So first we have to sit back and say, what's the context in East Africa? I know we've all spoken about it from many angles, but I'll just try and piece it all together. And then if that is the context, what then would be the policies that make sense, and what are countries doing currently around the same? Just to mention where I disappeared to, I work for the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change now. Started off last year as a senior private sector development advisor, at that time doing a lot of work in Africa. Now I'm a senior advisor on commerce and industry as part of the global advisory team. So working to see how we can support governments to implement policy. We work at the center of government, so most of the time either with prime ministers or presidents to help them implement their priorities. And we do it at 4 levels. We start first by working on strategy, because you have to sift through and prioritize what you want to work on as countries. Then we move to policy for those strategies. Then we move to the third thing, which is, I think, the most important, the delivery and implementation, because that's where the rubber meets the road. So work on developing delivery plans, ensuring the implementation plans in place and everything. And then our fourth pillar is technology, because technology and innovation has to be embedded across board for us to deliver effectively. And technology is where the world is and is really the future of change. So in regards to the topic on policies today, my discussion will just touch briefly on the environmental challenges in the region, what the impact is to our environment, some of the challenges and barriers to waste management, some of the innovation and best practice, and I think we've had a number of people showcasing that in the room, and then what the policy and legislative landscape in East Africa currently looks like, and where there are opportunities as we move into the future. So I think one of the things around solid waste management is to understand, first of all, even the characteristic of what we are talking about in terms of waste. In East Africa, over 65% of our waste is actually bio-waste. Then the second category of waste we have is paper, which is about 9%, plastic, about 9%, glass, 4%, metal, someone spoke about metal, about 3%, and then the others about 4%. So basically organic waste is the biggest amount of waste we have in our country. And when you look at data and statistics, as countries continue to develop economically, the organic waste reduces significantly. So if you look at high-income countries, about 28% of their waste is organic as compared to low-income, where it's about 64% or above. So basically the change in living standards changes the type of waste that is also produced. And so it basically means, like, for us, a lot of our organic waste can decompose, but the issue we talked about sorting, I've heard that from the people who spoke earlier, collection and all that becomes a barrier to recycling. And I think that's where some of the policy solutions need to start to come in. And for the waste also, it has a big impact at different levels. So when we have uncontrolled dumping of waste, it impacts our land and soil. There's a lot of degradation leading to soil contamination, the groundwater contamination. There's also a lot of water pollution based on how we dispose our waste. Air pollution, things like open burning and how they emit harmful chemicals and everything, and also the loss in biodiversity. And all this eventually impacts us in many ways. From a public health angle, the impact the waste eventually has on our health, leading to infectious diseases and all that. The issue of the environment, I've given examples of how it degrades the environment. Also the economic impact, because inefficient waste systems do lead to a lot of economic losses, and the costs associated with the cleanup and all those exercises and the healthcare expenses due to the diseases burden governments and lead to affecting economic development. And then lastly, of course, the social impacts. So as policymakers, of course, when you're making policies, what are the challenges that you're trying to address? So in the space of waste management, I'll speak to about 6 challenges that policy tries to address. The first challenge is financial constraints and limited resources for waste management infrastructure. There's limited financial resources allocated to waste management, and this hinders the development of the infrastructure and system. So funding is a big part that policy should be trying to address. There's also inadequate budgetary allocation. So as we're having our finance bills, what is the budget allocating towards waste management? How do we do more and direct policy in that direction? The other second challenge is around the inadequate waste collection and transportation systems. There's a lot of inefficient coordination in transportation. There's also non-existent waste collection in a number of our countries. Limited access to vehicles and infrastructure for waste transfer. The other one is poor storage and, sorting and selection. That's a big barrier for waste management and even for recycling of waste. So there's need for improved sorting and collection for sustainable waste management. Another fourth challenge that policy would be trying to address is the poor disposal methods and the law on recycling. Research has shown that a big proportion of ESC solid waste is unsustainably landfilled or dumped. And then the other proportion of it is thrown in inappropriate places, and a very small percentage of it is recycled. So that is an area, I think, where policy can come in to set a tone on how we can have better disposal and recycling of our waste. The other big area is the lack of public awareness and participation. So as citizens, those of us in the room are having the conversation, but a lot of people are still not conscious on the issues around waste until the government comes with a ban or something that is serious enough to catch their attention. So how do we continuously build public awareness so that people are very keen about their own personal behavior at household level, at individual level? And that, I think, is something that requires policy intervention, but also behavior change. And then capacity building and training needs. So in terms of innovations, I won't speak to that because there are a number of innovators in the room. People have spoken about some of the technologies, innovations that they have around this. But just generally, some of the innovations and best practice would be around community-led recycling initiatives, where we have communities having recycling programs. I know in Kenya we have different programs in different parts of the region we do, and there are a number of successful programs that are dealing with segregation, collection, and just ensuring that there are even income opportunities for the marginalized communities out of the same. The waste to energy projects are also other innovations and best practice, seeing how we can convert the waste to energy, and there are different projects ongoing around the region. Technology-based solutions, and also the PPPs that come into place. So lastly, I'll just speak quickly about the policy landscape in East Africa. The first one is the East Africa Community Waste Management Strategy and Action Plan. That's a regional policy and action plan that has developed a regional waste management strategy, and it focuses on waste reduction, recycling, disposal, and emphasizes really on collaboration, capacity building, and sharing of best practices. Then at national level, we have different EAC countries having in place national waste management policies and strategies, and they basically just give the policy direction at national level on this space. So in Kenya, for example, I'm sure we have someone from the government, but we have the National Sustainable Waste Management Policy, which is aiming to create an enabling regulatory environment on how we tackle the issue of waste, and it's been strengthened by the newly enacted Sustainable Waste Management Act. We also have in Tanzania the National Solid Waste Management Strategy of 2018, and it establishes a common platform for action between government and the rest of the ecosystem. In Uganda, we have the National Environment Waste Management Regulations as an example. In Rwanda, we have the National Strategy for Transformation, which prioritizes the green economy within it. So those are some of the examples of what is happening around the issue of waste management policy and strategy. Another part of the policy landscape is the extended producer responsibility. And on that one, I'm proud to say Kenya is taking a lead. I remember visiting Denmark last year, and they were keen to learn from what Kenya is doing, because I think on this one we have taken a lead. The issue of plastic bag bans and regulations is another policy area, and we did hear some interesting views earlier about should we ban or not. And there are definitely mixed feelings about the issue. But yes, that is another policy space. Then the issue of hazardous waste management policies. Also, a number of East African countries have established policies and regulations targeting the management of hazardous waste. Then we have the Sustainable Development Goals, which is a global policy that is incorporated at a local level in East Africa, and mainly SDG 12 and 13 on responsible consumption and production and climate action. Those encompass the issue of waste management. And then lastly, the green growth strategies and circular economy approaches being undertaken in the different countries. I've touched on legislations already. Maybe to mention that also South Sudan is establishing or working towards strengthening their legal framework on waste management, and they're in the process of formulating their waste management policies and regulations, and the representatives in the room could give us further updates on the same. So as I conclude, maybe some of the opportunities for improvement would be public education and awareness campaigns for responsible waste disposal and recycling. Another would be investment in waste management infrastructure in our different countries in the region. A third area would be the circular economy approaches and resource recovery, putting in place the material resource recovery facilities across our countries. And then lastly, strengthening the collaboration and coordination among stakeholders. And that's why I'm happy about this conference, because I think it's giving us that platform to bring together stakeholders to collaborate on this very important issue. So thank you very much for listening to me, and I look forward to interactions with all of you regarding this topic. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Phyllis, for that background that you've painted very clearly. So without much ado, I'd just like to bring up the next set of speakers that will be taking us through this session on the question of the status of waste management policies across the region. Will be moderated by Mr. Ebenezer Amadi. Ebenezer is the program manager at KEPSA. Makofi tafadhali as he joins us on stage. Joining Ebenezer on stage will be Dipesh Pabari, who's a project leader at the Flip Floppy. Dipesh Karibu. Beatrice Nyabira, who's a DLA at Piper Africa. We'll also be joined by Victor Ogalo, who's a deputy chief executive at KEPSA. And we'll finally be joined by Madam Felgona Ocheng, who's the head of CSR and sustainability at the Kenya Revenue Authority. It's an inside joke. You don't get it. Also, last but certainly not least, Madam Miriam Bomet, who's the Deputy Head of Policy and Research and Advocacy at Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Karibu sana, Miriam.
Yeah, thank you so much. Welcome to the session today. So as I mentioned, my name is Ebenezer Amadiok for the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. We're going to have a discussion here with the ladies and gentlemen who have joined me on stage. But just to kick it off, I think it will also be nice to have Phyllis Wakiaga join us. So I don't know. Oh, okay. She just bailed on me, but it's okay. Anyway, I'm just kidding. Before I ventured into my career, I'm also a DJ school dropout. So if I was not at KEPSA, then I would have been a DJ. So I like it to be a bit more entertaining in the room and have a different mind that looks at things in 3D. So not to worry. Hopefully you'll enjoy the session this afternoon. Just to kick it off, let me just quickly start with the panel right from my left and ask Mrs. Ochieng, what are some of the initiatives that you are implementing at KERI? Just in 30 seconds.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. At Kenya Revenue Authority, we don't only collect taxes, but we also control the borders, what comes in and what goes out. And that means you're also dealing with the exporters and manufacturers. And just as Madam Phyllis has said, the extended producer policy that is going on, which is being spearheaded by NEMA, KRA is part of that team. We are having consultative meetings so that we see how we can be able to implement sustainability. Over and above that, we are also partnering with UNEP to implement Green Customs Initiative. So that one is very key so that even as we have local manufacturers in the country, and you're talking about plastic and the challenges that we have, so we need to be cognizant of what comes in the country and what leaves the country. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you, Mr. Cheng. Let me go to Miriam Bomet. Tell us a little bit about Kenya Association of Manufacturers. I just want to get a feel of the institutions in the room and what you're doing in 30 seconds.
Thank you, Amadi, and of course, good afternoon to everyone. So the Kenya Association of Manufacturers is an association bringing together industries in Kenya who do value addition. I think related to this discussion today, we've been one of the leaders who've initiated the circular economy in Kenya, together with leading manufacturers to commit to extended producer responsibility initiatives. We are also working with the East African Manufacturers Associations, and I'm sure we'll share more as we continue with the conversations today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Miriam. Dipesh, welcome to the panel today. Tell us a little bit about Flip-Floppy.
Asante sana. I'm from the Flip-Floppy project. We have taken a holistic sort of approach to tackling plastic pollution. We run a waste recovery and recycling and training center for plastics in the Lamu archipelago. But as part of our approach, we also have understood the need to tackle things at a regional level if we're really going to have effect proper change. So we've been pushing over the last few years for a ban of unnecessary single-use plastics at the regional level. We've drafted a bill in partnership with the Africa Legal Network. We've been engaging from grassroots to parliamentarians and government stakeholders on whether and is this realistic and how we can do it. So the approach is not just on managing waste, but trying to reduce it in the first place, right from the beginning of production.
Yeah, thank you, Dipesh. Beatrice, Karibu. Tell us more a little bit about DLA Piper Africa.
Thank you so much. So at DLA Piper Africa, we're a legal firm that engages in activities that also touch on waste management. So we've been involved in advising clients who are looking at setting up projects, not knowing how to go about it. So we engage with, stakeholders. Sometimes you have to talk to counties. Waste management is very far-reaching, so it's not the kind of project that you set up, in a silo. So we've been involved in some of those discussions with government, trying to, support project development. We've advised on, in terms of, approvals that one needs for such projects. We've been involved in projects that deal with real full circular economy, dealing with organic waste and what comes out of it. We've seen it being turned into fertilizer, briquettes. A lot of the technology that was mentioned here we've worked on. We've worked with counties in terms of also trying to figure out what to do with their existing facilities. Some of them, actually all counties have the landfills that we know of. What can they transition to? Can they run PPPs? Or what can they get in place of that, something that's really more sustainable. We get involved in some of the regulatory side, giving views on the legislation that's proposed. I think the most recent was the Sustainable Waste Management Act, and really policy guidance when it comes to waste management.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. And last but not least, let me invite Mr. Victor Gallo, who is the Deputy CEO at Kenya Private Sector Alliance. So let me a little bit be modest so that at least by the end of this session I still have my job. Victor, tell us a little bit about KEPSA.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Victor Gallo. I work at KEPSA. So I'm here today to be asked questions by my program director. And I'll try as much as possible. We at KEPSA, that's the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. We are the national focal point for EABC. So that's why we co-convened this meeting. Thank you a lot, Mary. This is a fantastic, I think we've talked about this issue severally, even as we travel outside the country, but now seeing that you have this kind of conference is really elating. So we are an association, a federation of associations plus corporate businesses. We work in the policy space, legislation, and we also implement projects. I think for this panel, strictly for this panel, and even to you people in the plenary. I don't know whether you see wealth in the West. So I was asking Ebenezer, where's the wealth? I meet West around, but I don't see wealth. Yeah, you walk around, even outside here, you'll come across West. So are we just staring at wealth without knowing that what I've just seen is actually wealth? So breaking this down so that action can happen is what I'm interested in discussing here today, because we really need to see the wealth. And if the policies can't help us see the wealth, what can we do to see that wealth and eventually turn this waste into wealth? So since I wasn't given any specific questions, I think Ebenezer, you'll allow me to talk around that space, because that is what I'm interested in. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much, Victor. Now, the topic of the session is the status of the waste management policies in East Africa. And now I want to bring in Dipesh Babari. I know you did a study in the East African region. I just want you to give us a quick highlight in terms of what you saw in the policy space within the East African region. And then we can kick off the discussion from here. I know this being the last session towards lunch, we are standing between you and lunch, but we'll try our best to ensure that you go to lunch in time.
Thanks. So a couple of years ago, and we revisited it, we looked at existing legislations and regulations across the East African community. Of course, DR Congo just recently joined the East African community to look at what are the certain policies and legislations in place in situ that may look at the single-use plastics, or may relate to single-use plastics and the use. And there are a lot of policies, and there's a lot of differences in enactment and enforcement. As we know, Rwanda is leading not just at the East African level, not just at the continental level, but also on the global level in terms of enforcing a complete ban of single-use plastics. Uganda, on the other hand, has been struggling to enact a plastic bag ban for several years. One minute it's banned, the next minute we're discussing microns. Kenya, we all know very well what's in our space over here. So across the region, a lot of these countries are in different spaces in terms of regulations. And the question we asked ourselves, having undertaken an expedition around East Africa, was, are we actually going to be able to tackle this problem on a national level? The consensus was, having spoken to parliamentarians, stakeholders in government, public citizens, is that we need a regional approach to tackling the issue. Now, we understand the complexities of it, but also looking at other models around the world, for example, the EU, which has recently taken on a ban on unnecessary single-use plastics. The question we're asking ourselves, is it necessary? Do we need balloons? Do we need microbeads in cosmetics? Who is that actually benefiting besides a handful of shareholders in the manufacturing industry? What is the cost to the county or to a national government for managing waste? How can we reduce those costs? I think, as Joyce earlier mentioned, PET in itself is quite a beast to tackle in Kenya, and it's extremely recyclable. We're based in Lamu Archipelago, which is on the other end of Kenya, and no commercially driven company wants to touch waste management because they can't make a profit. We're handling about 5 tons of PET. We can't even get it off a month. We can't even get it off the island because it's too costly. So you think about those products in society where we are dependent on them and we need them, and then you think about the other things which happen to be potentially driven by marketing rather than need, and we question ourselves as to whether we can do without them.
Now, Dipesh, you just mentioned a little bit and touched on manufacturers, and it just crossed my mind that it would be also interesting to bring in Miriam Bomet and ask With those policies that he just mentioned, that they did a scan in the East African region, including now that he mentioned South Sudan, what do you see the impact of these policies to the manufacturers?
Thank you again, Ebenezer. I think the issue to do with policy is quite important. And of course, it has influenced a lot, especially the National Sustainable Waste Management Policy, which Kenya adopted it last year in 2022. In fact, what we have seen is the vibrancy in terms of investment. And that's what policies do for businesses. They allow businesses to be able to invest in different areas because they are able to know that this is the government's direction and this is what we need to do. And of course, this policy in Kenya didn't just come, quite easily. Of course, we know the history of what accelerated Kenya to come up with a clear policy outlining that Kenya wants to be known for implementing a circular economy. It wants to be known to drive manufacturers to have responsibility. So this is what has been documented into the policy. So what we've seen, and I'm excited to see, we have a lot of entrepreneurs who have entered into the waste management environment. A good example of what manufacturers have been leading on are the producer responsibility organizations, and I'm glad to see Joyce is here from PACPRO. We also have another producer responsibility organization, KEPRO, and I think one of their leaders is also here, James. So that's one of the innovative things that the policy that has been put in place by Kenya has allowed businesses to now invest. Of course, we've seen a lot of other initiatives that have come into the country. A good example is one on plastics, the Plastic Pact, which I know Ebenezer knows very well about. People are innovating, businesses are putting themselves out there to provide solutions around some of these issues. Another one, of course, is what we've done with Taka na Mali around initiatives on segregation. And Mary will tell you that those are some of the things that have spurred up because of a constant and a good policy that Kenya has put into place, telling all of us as a country, let's move towards a circular economy because it's the most sustainable policy. So for sure, we've seen a lot of investments, and we continue seeing people being more comfortable being innovative around waste management in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Felgona, I know one of the things that KRA does beyond collection of taxes, I mean, you also work with immigration, I mean, when you're looking at customs. So with the policies that are taking shape within the countries, what impact do you see, especially when you're talking about cross-border trade and movement of goods?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say that we've trained our customs and border control officers through the Green Customs Initiative. We graduated around, I think, 200 in the month of March. So for us to be able to achieve this and see the impact, we need to know what we are looking at, and we need to understand and create awareness also to our staff. So that is what we are doing. And the other thing is we are also very much involved in the consultative meetings that are going on so that we're able to understand how to facilitate the industry and also implement this legislation in a very supportive way. So I think the impact of this essentially will be in terms of what comes in the country, and then because we are at the border control. So when we understand this, then we'll be able to facilitate the country in terms of then what do we want to come in, because this is what eventually turns into waste. So I think in the long run, we'll be able to see the impact of this in a very positive way. And it's good that the Kenya Revenue Authority is involved in this as the process is going on, and as a country as we are learning to do this. So I think eventually we'll be able to achieve what we all seek to do. And also we do this also at a very local level in the organization. through partnership with Takanimali, and we are creating a lot of awareness also to our non-custom staff. And we do this by giving them practical solution, taking them out to the field to participate in these activities. So there's an initiative that we are working on with Takanimali, where we have staff go there so that they're able to understand and appreciate this, and we also do a lot of sensitization of our staff in this.
Thank you so much, Falgona. I think it's interesting also to hear that you mentioned that you partner with different organizations. Most people, when they hear about KRA, they don't really want to have conversations with KRA. Recently, I saw that you are also following the people's pictures and also trying to go in to understand where they're getting their income. So people are not really afraid of KRA. So it's an interesting thing that you bring that concept so that people in the room are also aware that they can collaborate with KRA, the different initiatives that you're implementing in terms of sustainability. Now, Victor, as an economist, we're looking at the policies in these different countries. How do you see the transition as the Kenya Private Sector Alliance? And you asked a very interesting question, where is the money? So as an economist, how then do we quantify what we're calling as waste as a resource?
Thanks a lot, Samadi. Annually when we produce stuff like maize, we can quantify. We had this tonnage, how much tomatoes, basically all the productive sectors. But we hardly hear how much waste we produced in the country and how much was economically useful and how much did the country earn from its own wastes. So I think for us to see wealth, we need to get down to that level. This year, our organic waste was this much. We recovered so much from this so that people begin to see the value of wastes. Okay? It's not enough to tell us we produce this much of waste. At least we also need to understand how much value we recovered. So when we start talking of those billions, then it begins to make sense. Because people will be asking, okay, so where are these wastes? We want them. If they are worth these billions, then we want them. So, lakini hiyo imebaki siri. It's traded so secretively that you don't even know its value. And I think that's why we need a data resource center to deal with waste. If we have a target as a country, why we have these EPR rules and waste management policies, they should drive us to a particular target. And those targets may not be easy to meet for a developing country like us. So we must also come up with a roadmap that we set for ourselves as a country. Could be a 15-year roadmap. By this, we would have met our national target. And this has to be drilled down to the different counties. If, in the case of Kenya, if you're in Uganda, for instance, Rwanda, we'll be talking about provincial targets and the local targets. But I think we got to really demystify the wealth in the West by providing data on the wealth value generated annually and on different segments of waste. And therein lies the role of the state, the role of the municipalities or counties in the case of Kenya. Who is playing what role? There must also be a market intervention framework where there's demand and supply. We may know the price of 1 tin of maize, but do you know the price of 1 kg of tomato waste? All right. Who determines the pricing? Who determines the fee, for instance, if you are to pay to the municipalities? How is that determined? By when you go to the market, yesterday I was in industrial area and I was seeing a site where they sell wastes and they're weighing in kilo like this. Actually, they were lifting with their hands. It's like they have the grammage in their hands. So, and I was preparing to come to this conversation, like, really, this is how we sell waste in some corners in this country, in industrial area. So I think we need to really have a working framework that people will know if I collect this, whether I collect it in Mombasa or in Nairobi, there's a market value, right, that we can generate. And then the transition is not instantaneous. We've got to have a roadmap. We got to educate people. We got to win hearts and minds of people. We got to have NEMA not to be a police, but to play what you call assisted compliance. If they come and find out that you are lacking ABCD compliance requirements, them is not to come with a hammer and harm you, but to give you a time frame and tell you where to get what, the compliance, so that they can assist you. A lot of times we see the National Environmental Management Authority, and if you're a business, you close down. And you have some people spying around. Have they left? That is not how we handle environmental waste management in this country. So the authorities, the regulatory authorities must practice what you call assisted compliance. We must do this together because we develop the policy together. We must work together in implementing it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Victor. I mean, you talked about data and the lack of it, which again also impedes decision making. Because if you're to look at DSS, what we call the decision support system, you need the data to be able to make decisions and also to support you to quantify, as you mentioned, what will be the waste an equivalent to a shilling. And it reminded me of a director of one particular ministry. I won't mention the ministry because probably you know the director. At an event, I think they gave him some notes, and there was a study showing that the per capita waste generated in Kenya was 0.5 kgs. So his interpretation was that every human, every person in Kenya generates half a kg of waste. But that was taken out of context per day. That was taken out of context because then, because it was I was about to mention the ministry again. People took it differently. I mean, it's the people ideally thought that, I mean, what you generate in the morning while you're heading to the washroom and bathroom. But ideally, that was taken out of context. So again, data and context also really, makes a difference. Beatrice, tell us a little bit more in terms of, if you look, I don't know if you've had the chance to look at the policies in the East African region, and just to look at what the differences are and what is the opportunity for the countries to come together and say, let's have, let's speak in unison and let our policies be in tandem with each other, so that KRA doesn't have a problem when you're looking at customs and goods are moving from one region to another. And for example, I think Dipesh should also touch a little bit after you in terms of if you look at what was banned in Rwanda, the different migrants from Rwanda, Uganda. So what differences do you see and what similarities do you see?
Okay, I think, thanks for that question. I think what we can all agree is that each of these countries has some policy or some law around waste management. So the only issue that differs is really how far each country is in its journey. So I think I'm also a strong believer in starting where you are with what you have. So some countries are further behind. You'll find perhaps Rwanda has moved ahead of the curve when it comes to single-use plastics. Kenya will be a bit behind because I think we have restricted areas where you can't use the single waste practice, so in the forest, at the beach, and those kind of things. But really there's policy and legislation in place. One thing that is also not looked at that's very important in this discussion, and before we go into what kind of collaboration is needed, is that there's a whole body of laws, but there's a lot of emphasis on the environmental laws. But really for successful waste management, there's a larger body of law that needs to also be looked at and must move together in tandem. When you look, say, at the tax laws, it's important that you have the incentives if you're going to make any strides, because when you incentivize solutions, people who go into waste management get, say, lower tax rates and the like, then that's an area that is likely to attract investment. When you look at, say, the procurement laws, because at the end of the day, I think the position in Kenya, for example, is that waste is controlled, is a function really, and controlled by the counties. So if you're going to work with the counties to deal with that waste, you have to go through a procurement process, for example, that may be very bureaucratic, tedious, So those laws have to be looked at if these are meant to be solutions. One of the hindrances is lack of financing. So the PPP laws, do all the countries have the PPP laws, or are they looking at PPPs? Because that's one way of which, through which, financing can come for these projects. The land laws, because, these projects, they're not developed in the air. Although technology is moving, they could one day be. But, they require land, and acquisition of land, especially for solutions that deal with waste, can be very sensitive. So there's a whole body of laws that needs to be looked at together. But as I said, different countries at different stages. What's very important really is the collaboration, because we live in one ecosystem, and where one country is left behind, really it will impact the others. So it doesn't really, one country doesn't have an advantage over others when it moves very fast and others are left below. So it's very important there's a mechanism for collaboration, and I think that's why some of those protocols that Phyllis mentioned are in place. Those help guide the movement. Another thing that's very important for the East African countries is, are we monitoring? Because we need to monitor what progress is being made, what's working, what is not working, and lessons learned. Are there forums for sharing of some of those lessons so that other countries, or really the whole body of the countries, can move together?
Yeah, thank you so much, Beatrice. Dipesh, I know you went around in the East African region on your boat, the flip-floppy. Just by observation, because again, sometimes when we do research, there's also that part we can observe. What differences do you observe in the 3 countries that you went around to?
Maybe I can answer to talk about the similarities. There's no doubt that we have very low standards of waste management in East Africa, but that is not to say that the global North's waste management systems are any better. Yes, there may not be rubbish on their streets, but that does not say that they don't have a problem, because if they didn't have a problem, they wouldn't be exporting their waste to the global South. The system over there is broken. The system over here hasn't started. So I'm probably not going to be very popular for this, but I think the conversation needs to change. We seem to be going around in circles trying to perpetuate a certain standard of living that is clearly not working. And the question of whether we can sustain growth and what this growth is all about is highly debatable right now. So when you look at waste management, and when you talk about management, I would be talking more about how we can reduce that waste, because it is the backbone, it is the mass that are suffering more at the expense of our lifestyles. Whether we like it or not, this need for continuous consumerism is not really working. So where can we find opportunities to reduce certain systems that are not necessarily working for the majority? our one small attempt is to say, do we need certain items? Do they help our existence in any way?
Thank you so much, Dipesh. I mean, you turned it around and talked about the similarities. Now, I'm also a little bit interested to ask Miriam, how are manufacturers working together in the East African, or are they working together for that matter, to ensure that we are working towards the same goal? Because if I cross over to Uganda, I can buy water in what they call kavera, a small packet of water. If I cross over to Rwanda, they'll tell me, open your suitcase, please, you cannot come in with any bags. And Tanzania is a different case. They are doing away with the sleeves on the bottle top. So how are manufacturers working together, if at all?
So thank you again, Amadi. We are working as manufacturers together. We are working with the associations within the East African level, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda Manufacturers Association. We've now brought in South Sudan, who are now quite interested, and I think Phyllis painted the picture in terms of the associations and the manufacturers and what South Sudan is doing. So we are now working together because we realized, what is coming out from here, that as East Africa, we have our common customs union, and everything we do has an impact in terms of each country's policy decisions. So we are coming together now to have a common voice, which of course is a voice that we continue to engage the EABC, whether it's our focal points as associations, to tell them now that one of the approaches that we've seen that is working is the circular economy. So we are pushing this. We are hoping that governments can adopt this at the EAC level so that we have the East African community pick this up and we are able to have a united front in terms of this approach that we are taking. The milestones that Kenya has made in terms of the circular economy and having manufacturers commit to the extended producer responsibility on the waste that is at the consumer level is one of the commendable things that we've seen. And of course, these approaches, we didn't just come up with them. We had a lot of research done across East Africa. We looked at Europe, what is going on, what's the best approach that we can take. So of course, we are supporting as manufacturers the circular economy, the EPRs to be implemented within East Africa, to support what our treaty says at the East African level, and which is to ensure we have a clean environment. The second part of it is because there's a business case that has now been made around adopting environmental sustainability approaches for companies and businesses, especially manufacturers. For a lot of manufacturers now to trade within the EU, the Americas, you really have to show more than what you're producing in terms of your products. So companies who show that they are committed to sustainability, we see them getting more business opportunities as opposed to companies who, will put out their products and not show the willingness to take responsibility around a number of key issues, including environmental issues. So as we now prepare businesses, especially manufacturers within the East African level, to take advantage of the opportunities of, the trade agreements we currently have, for instance, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, we feel as the partner associations of manufacturers that we need to quickly adopt these best practice approaches on environmental issues so that we make our manufacturers more attractive to trade within the African region and also, of course, outside the African borders. So there's a lot of collaboration that's ongoing. We've started the engagements at the EAC level. We are trying to harmonize good instances that now Kenya and Tanzania already recognize in their policies and their laws the Extended Producer Responsibility Initiative. Uganda is now moving towards that. I know the Association of Uganda Manufacturers are now carrying out their research similar to what we had done with our Kenya Plastics Action Plan that helped us outline a lot of data, lots of research, what are these best practices. So we are moving towards influencing the East African community to adopt a common approach. The issues of smuggling, and I think plastics is just one item of waste that we can talk about, and especially because this year the World Environment Day was focusing on plastics. What we saw once, Rwanda banned plastics is that they continued to put out and say that there's a lot of smuggling of plastics entering into Rwanda. Similar thing happened in Kenya. We banned plastics, and we continued to say the countries who are not enforcing the plastic bags ban are allowing a lot of smuggling of these banned products into the other countries. And I'm glad KRA is here because those were some of the things that were coming out. So there's need to harmonize our East African community policies. The East African business community is here who are supporting us in terms of putting out clearly what the businesses want to support the East African community to move forward. And we strongly believe, and what we are hearing from the manufacturers is that they want East Africa to be the hub of recycling, the hub of, the green economy. We really want to drive that based on the successes we've seen from Kenya. So yes, we are working together.
Thank you so much, Miriam. Let me come to Fulgon. She just mentioned the issue on smuggling and porous borders. Do you see an impact in terms of the countries coming together to have a common goal and policies that speak to each other within the portfolio that you handle?
Thank you. Definitely. Where we have movement of people and goods from one country to the other, the regional approach is the best, and that is how we are able to achieve the integration at the EAC. So yes, that will be the best approach, to have a regional approach for that, because then when you have movement of people from different countries and they come to Kenya, then we are able to have the same way we do the single customs control. Then the other thing I think that is also important will be looking at the whole of the supply chain. That one is very key also. If you want to achieve sustainability, we need to look at the whole supply chain, because where are we getting this product from, and what measures have been put in place also for the people who are supplying for us this product. I also think that green financing will also complement the policy that and the laws that definitely will be looked at in terms of from the customs and revenue point of view. And also another incentive will to look at how then do we mark tax for recycled products. I think that one will help us in achieving sustainability at a policy level.
Thank you so much for those insights. Victor, allow me to use this moment to ask you the questions before we go back to the office. I mean, policy versus practice. What do you see with that? I mean, is there convergence or divergence in terms of how we frame our policies and how we implement? You can speak to it as I mean, the Apex body that, I mean, speaks, as you mentioned, for the private sector.
Policy versus practice. So I believe what you're asking is how do we bring the objectives of our policy into a lifestyle? Because policies should not be seen as punitive. And that's why I was saying earlier that you need to win the people's hearts and minds towards compliance. So that complying to a particular policy is not because there's that policy, but people, that is how they want to manage their affairs, so that it becomes a culture. We say Denmark is very clean, and it's become a culture. It's moved from a policy, the practices over time, and now it's their culture. If you look at Japanese as well, in terms of the culture of cleanliness. So yes, there was a policy that, the starting point was a policy, but I think there's a lot more to do to encourage practice and to embed this into people's culture. And we are all on different levels as Africa. We're all on different levels. Whatever we may have successfully enforced in Kenya may not work in Uganda, for instance, at this moment. So we are going to allow that we cannot all move together as a region. We are at different levels, just the same way we are different development levels. Some of this compliance to environmental policies have a cost to them. But at Africa level, we need to agree on the Africa regulations. And that's why the point of data becomes very important then, because each African country will be reporting their contribution towards moving towards this Africa-wide target. But we must agree that even within EAC, we will move at different pace. We'll move at different pace. Because the culture among Rwandese is totally different from Ugandans. Right? They've gone through a phase. If you are to implement what has happened in Rwanda and Uganda, initially you may face resistance. All right? And that's why you need to encourage practice of policy so that eventually the future generations are born and they find that that's the culture of their country. They embrace it. There's nothing else. All right? And that's why I was talking again earlier. Must provide a roadmap, a lot of communication, and this communication could be learning, some very short learning. People are all over on YouTube. All right? Could you use that platform to encourage practice, for instance? So there's a lot more to do to ensure that we can move policy to practice and into a culture of our people. Yeah.
Thank you so much. If I was in a matatu, this is the point where I would say fare yetu iko karibu kuisha, so tuko karibu kushuka. Ideally, for those who don't speak Swahili, I was saying that if you're, we are just saying that we're almost heading for lunch, and we'll be taking some questions from the floor. 2 questions from the floor. Sterian Chibet.
Thank you so much, Ebenezer. So in the interest of time, as you can see, we're running a bit late, so it's just about 5 minutes to 1:30. Our plan is to break for lunch at 1:30, so we can be back in good time for the afternoon, where we will open up the floor for more questions. So for now, we'll only take 2, and this is Emily Achieng, the CEC for Environment from the County Government of Mombasa. Emily, are you here? All right, we'll have a comment from Emily, and also we have a representative from Standards from South Sudan. Yes, so we'll have the 2 to make a comment, and the contribution from the plenary side. Then we'll wrap up the session, break for lunch, and then come back in the afternoon. Thanks, Ebenezer. Emily, please proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Emily Achieng, the County Committee Member for Water, Natural Resource and Climate Change Resilience. Mine is not really a question, but to appreciate what the panelists have spoken about in terms of policies. I think number one issue that has come out clearly is that sustainability is a multi-sectoral issue, and it cannot be handled by one sector, for example, the environment sector. So we need to sit as a country or as a region and look at the different areas that are involved and review the policies to reflect the overall goal that we need to achieve. And number 2 is also to the issue that has been spoken about as to our realities when we are doing these policies. A quick example is that when I came into office, I found out we have a Solid Waste Management Act that requires the counties to charge 300 shillings per household to collect their waste. I mean, how practical is that? As a county, we cannot collect waste from every household, leave alone charge that 300 shillings. So that is basically what happens when you review the policies that we set when they are not in tandem with our realities. And also the issue of enforcement. I think we have been told that you cannot enforce a lifestyle. We would need to have a plan for public participation to just review our cultures and see if maybe the approach that Rwanda took is not practical for Kenya. Then what can we use that is practical for us, and what is the timeline that we are looking at? And lastly is on collaboration. I think I want to appreciate the organizers of this event. This is one of those platforms where we can benchmark and learn from each other. But most importantly is the different agencies that are working around the sustainability area. How do we come together? How is NEMA coordinating? Counties, the ministries, the treasury that needs to give the incentives for a green economy. How do we meet? How do we share our challenges so that we are all able to have one big plan that can be implemented? Thank you.
Let's appreciate Emily. Thanks so much for your comments. Yes, please, madam.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol observed. This is an opportunity for me to really appreciate the organizers for this conference, because this is an eye-opener. As a member of EAC, Republic of South Sudan, my name is Honorable Mary Gordon Mortad. I'm the CEO for the Bureau of Standards of South Sudan. South Sudan is actually, as all of you know, is in a initial stage of putting policies in place, as you've heard earlier, from the EAC point of view, and ensuring that there are strategies that need to be implemented. But as we speak now, we are being piled on with a lot of waste that we are not able to manage currently. And this is one of our biggest challenges. And I'm happy to be here to encourage our brothers in the EAC that South Sudan is a land of investment. We need those to invest, we need those to put their money, because as my brother from South Sudan was saying earlier, South Sudan is rich, but it needs to be what? To be discovered and invested. So investment is very important, especially in this area of waste management, because currently we're facing a very serious challenge, especially in the river Nile we are blessed with, is being contaminated in a very bad way that we need an emergency to clear it out. So the Bureau of Standards, in this point of view, the reason why it's important, we are collaborating together with the Ministry of Environment, Juba City Council, Ministry of Water and Urban Water, to ensure that these environmental policies, even before we have them in paper, we need to implement what they call bylaws by the Juba City Council to ensure, to clean up the rivers to such a way that the river will be clean, because we drink from them, we use it all around. So this is one of the biggest dangers we're facing now, and how to keep the river clean and free from all the waste. And especially waste like deposit from factories, manufacturers, a small one, from hotels, from normal waste is really a very serious case. So Bureau Standard is very important in this area to work together with the other institutions to reinforce the policies. Because if we don't do it, then nobody will do it. At the moment, the Ministry of Environment is overwhelmed with putting the policies in place, ensuring that there are waste management companies that can be contracted or agreed with to manage the waste. So the situation is a bit of a challenge, but we are not disheartened. We are happy to do our best and try what we can do. But really, we need a lot of help, and especially from the EAC point of view, because at the moment in the EAC we are getting a lot of help, but it's not enough to cover what's happening in South Sudan, because we're growing very fast, but we are not managing waste as we should. I just wanted to touch on the area of smuggling and the area of collection from South Sudan. There's a lot of smuggling is happening to South Sudan because we're the so-called the new nation. We're getting dumped on with a lot of waste from other countries. As we speak now, we have a lot of trucks waiting at the borders because the level of aflatoxin in this wheat and sorghum and all the other products is very high. So our case is a bit of a challenge, but we need really, I'll repeat again, we need the EAC and especially our brothers in the EAC countries to help us in the area of standard, because at the moment, product that we are receiving, a lot of the substandard, counterfeit, leftovers, you name it, and it's all coming to South Sudan, including cars. We're having cars as old as 60 years, 70 years coming to South Sudan. And as we try to manage it, the ways our brothers, the Ugandan, they usually come and make use of it, which is a good thing, but we are not benefiting from this. We're actually losing economically because we're buying a lot of a lot of cars and a lot of goods from our neighbors, but a lot of them are substandard or counterfeit. So those are the few things I can talk until tomorrow, but the few things I really want to share here is the fact that I'm happy that this conference is touching all the areas, very important areas, especially in policies and strategies, hazardous waste, because that's one of the biggest problems. Legal framework we need to have, individual policies should be in place so that it will be easier to work together in the EAC if you have your own, to start off your own policies and strategies so that you now join the EAC in a better framework. So having touched this, first of all, let me just say once again, I appreciate the setting and appreciate the conference. And I think this is one of the stepping stones where we need to take it. We take from here. We don't go back. We just move from where we are today to a better waste management and to look at the waste as wealth. Because at the moment in South Sudan, we're not even thinking of wealth. We're thinking of how to get rid of our waste, in short. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comments. Much appreciated. And we'd like to appreciate your time for listening to us. And I appreciate my panelists, beginning from Miriam Bomet, who is the Deputy Head of Policy Research and Advocacy, our very own Mr. Victor Ogala, who is the Deputy CEO of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, Dipesh Pabari, who is the Project Lead at Flip Floppy. We have Beatrice, who is the Director of Legal Affairs, Piper Africa, and we have Falgona, who is the CSR and Sustainability Lead at the Kenya Revenue Authority. And myself, Ebenezer Amadi, see you after the short commercial break. So you head for lunch.
Thank you so much. Let's give Ebenezer and his panelists another warm round of applause. Quite an engaging session. Thank you all so much for making time to be with us. So we will break for lunch now, but just before we go, I'd like to remind you what to expect this afternoon, so you're back here in good time. Our afternoon session will be focusing on financing the circular economy. We do have a really high-level panel, distinguished panelists as well. We've got Mary Njuguna from FSD, Sandeep Main from KPMG East Africa, Judy Mulwa from GSMA, Charlotte Obado, Group Sustainability Manager at KCB. We also have David Ongare, who's the Director of Compliance at NEMA, as well as an incredible panel of discussants. So for now, let's break for lunch. As you do, please pass by the photo booth over there, take a photograph, share it on social media. Remember, the hashtag we're using is waste. Are we that hungry? Our hashtag is waste is wealth. So use it as you share your photos or whatever key outcomes or key highlights or whatever is your take home for the morning discussion. So for now, enjoy your lunch and see you back here at just about 2 o'clock.
Regional approach is important because the challenge as an authority in EMA we are facing is the porous borders. After we ban the plastic carrier bags in a country, there is a lot of plastic coming from across the borders. We needed to engage regional authorities and enforcement actors to ensure that we stop smuggling of these plastics across our borders. The research has also shown that around Lake Victoria, 1 in every 5 fish species has ingested plastic. So I think this is really important that we needed to have a common approach to addressing this, because Lake Victoria is a common resource, is a shared resource, and we have a shared responsibility as East African community to have this stand on plastic pollution in our country.
Si un pays met des lois restrictives en matière d'usage des plastiques à usage unique et les voisins n'en mettent pas, il arrive que des industries s'installent dans des pays voisins et continuent à polluer les pays qui ont fait le plus d'efforts. Et donc pour que les efforts soient les mêmes, il faut soit bannir ces plastiques dans tous les pays et mettre en pratique ces lois de la même manière dans tous les pays de la communauté. Et donc c'est un pays continent.
Just one moment, attention please. Attention please. So if you lost some money, you can just come to me and mention how much you lost. If you lost some money, you can come to me and mention how much you lost. Thank you.
And the good future for the coming generation, because with this single use, as we have been enlightened, some of us were not that aware, some of us were aware. So it's good always to bring the people to the same level so that when they approach it, they know the why and how to tackle this issue. So it's a good step in my view, and I'm so optimistic that it will be a beginning for something bigger in the region.
This event enables all these different legislators from different member states to share ideas and also to collaborate, find points of intersection, and then be able to build a momentum that will enable us to fast track the bill and its eventual implementation.
To bring together these regional authorities, regional bodies together, so that we take a common stand and also ensure that we pass appropriate legislative framework within our East African Assembly to have a common approach of addressing plastic pollution in our country, and also looking at what the UNEA 5.2 has proposed, that we need to have a framework, a binding framework to ensure that we beat plastic pollution in our region.
The time to act is now, and we have to start with legislations, innovative ways of engaging people and influencing, and also sensitizing the masses to adopt to the new modus operandi. Together with stakeholders, I'm sure we will reach the destiny. The destiny is a green world, a green EAC, a green Africa. Together we can make it.
extra course, which is good. So at this moment, I want to request Terry Ann to kindly come and introduce our guest, and then we get started. All right, Terry Ann.
Thank you, Minor. Let's give him a warm round of applause for taking us excellently through the morning session earlier. We are now ready for our afternoon session. As the drill is, I'll ask those of you at the back, please make your way to the front. If there's a chair in front of you, please move forward. It's always nicer when somebody's on stage and they don't have to look so far back because of the empty spaces at the front. So I'd like to kindly and politely request you to come forward. We are now kicking off our next session for this afternoon, which focuses on financing the circular economy. And to set the stage, we've got Mike Foster, who's the Economic Counselor and Head of Prosperity and Climate Team at the British High Commission. On this panel, we'll also have Mary Njuguna, Principal Specialist, Capital Markets Financial Services Deepening, that's FSD, Sandeep Main, Associate Director, Head of Private Enterprise at KPMG East Africa, Eric Wambua, Senior VP, Head of Corporate at SBM, Judy Mulwa, Insights Manager Climate Tech at GSMA, and Charlotte Ludi-Obado, Group Sustainability Manager KCB, and Ignatius Mugabo, who's an entrepreneur in the recycling space from Rwanda. All right, let's put our hands together for Mike Foster as he sets off this afternoon session.
Thank you very much. I'm going to climb up on the stage because a couple of people didn't quite move forward, and I'm quite short, so I need to be able to see my friends at the back. So for those, I recognize a few familiar faces in the audience. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mike Foster. I've been in Nairobi for about 4 years now at the British High Commission. I run all our work on trade and investment, but also on climate change and environment. So we're pretty well set up, we think, as the UK government to see the sort of the trade and the investment potential in this area. Before I came out here, I spent 10 years, done boo, but I spent 10 years as an investment banker in London. And back in 2007, people just like me were taking really very questionable mortgages and packing them up as fantastic assets. So it's really nice to be here talking about a much more constructive way of turning rubbish into wealth. So thank you very much for the opportunity. So it's the post-lunch session. I'm not going to take very long. I'm just going to very quickly do probably two things. Firstly, to cheer everyone up, I'm going to give you 3 pieces of really good news, and then I'm going to give you just one challenge, and that feels like a good ratio to me. And I think the first piece of good news is when it comes to climate finance, when it comes to the need to take action on protecting the environment, on addressing climate change, the world has absolutely got the memo. So we were incredibly proud a couple of years ago at COP26 by the scale and the ambition of commitments from countries from all over the world, right? From Kenya, but also some of the big developed economies as well. And when that conference had finished, 90% of the world's economy was covered by some kind of commitment to net zero emissions. And that's a fantastic level of commitment from governments, but also there was a huge amount of commitment from business as well. So what you also saw back in Glasgow was a whole bunch of the world's biggest financial institutions who control about $170 trillion worth of assets, committing to align those assets behind action on climate and environment. And that is a really positive sign that the world understands that this is pressing, and also that the world understands that it's good business as well. And the second thing I want to say is just to really highlight that we absolutely have the tools and the ideas and the innovations to fix these problems. On the way in, I saw our friends from Taka Taka who are doing some fantastic things in recycling. I haven't seen our friends from Sanergy, but I'll be astonished if they're not in the room somewhere. But these are, innovative, exciting new companies that we've known as the British High Commission from when they were first starting out and bidding for innovation challenge funds, and then we've seen them grow all the way through Sanergy up to the point where it's actually raising quite substantial amounts of money from British International Investment and others. And so there absolutely are tons of exciting companies and projects out there that can put that money to work in really exciting ways. And the third and final piece of good news is that in terms of getting the money, whether it's the $100 billion that Western governments have committed, or it's the £100 trillion that financial institutions have committed, the world absolutely has the financial tools to match those commitments to projects on the ground. So I'll give you 3 very quick examples. I've been in Kenya for like 4 years. One of the first things that I did in my first few months when I got here was help put together Kenya's first green bond. And that was a really exciting step forward, a fantastic, innovative transaction. A company called Acorn Housing raised about $50 million. That bond was listed in Nairobi and in London, went to build 10,000 green affordable homes. Fantastic innovation. Took a lot of work from the Capital Markets Authority, but the point is that financial mechanism exists. It's been proven. In the banking system, you've had banks commit to and be required by the regulator to analyze their investments for climate-related risks, right? And we saw that, we've seen that in countries like the UK, but we've also seen it here in Kenya, where we were really excited that Kenya became the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to mandate that kind of action from its banking system just ahead of COP26. So that sort of, you've got mechanisms in the capital markets, you've got mechanisms in the banking sector, and under the new government here in Kenya, we're seeing a really, really strong push to capture the opportunity of carbon finance markets as well. And it's really fantastic to see that from commitment from government, but also we're really seeing the private sector get behind that push as well. So wherever you look, there are fantastic, exciting ideas, there are fantastic financial mechanisms, and there are fantastic pledges of finance to make this all happen. And yet, despite the amazing ideas, despite the fantastic projects and the big commitments, and despite all those financial mechanisms, we should all be honest with ourselves that we are not yet seeing all those things translate into action at real scale on the ground. Yes, we're seeing exciting pilots, we're seeing something start to kind of scale, but we are not really seeing billions and billions dollars worth in Kenya of action on the ground. We're just not. And so if I have one challenge that I'm going to put out there to people in the room, to the people on the panel, it's how do we really move ourselves beyond being content with the pilot? Because no matter how exciting and fun and innovative the pilot is, and no matter how wonderful it is that we have proven concept and this thing definitely can scale, if we are not actually taking these things to scale, and on a scale that we have not yet seen, then we are not going to be equal to the task. Because only action at really significant scale is going to be equal to the scale of the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike Foster. Let's give him another warm round of applause for setting the stage for us and, of course, challenging us. And I suppose over the next couple of panel discussions, we'll also be asking, what will it take to move the needle to the next step? All right. To help us moderate the session with the panelists, I'd like to call Michael Kalo, who's a consultant at Takataka Nimali and Alliance for Science, who will give us a short presentation and then host our panel discussion. Michael?
Okay, good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Michael Kalo. Let me just jump up. I'm tall enough, and at least we are few. So the whole idea for the afternoon session is to be able to talk about finance, because I think that's where the rubber meets the road. We can have all the ideas. We can be able to have proof of concept, as we've been told. But the most challenging part is, more often than not, when it comes to getting finance. You've heard from the EABC team in the morning, and Phyllis, they were talking about the whole idea of the policies being there, especially in the region. They talked about the shortcomings of the policies. But again, especially when it comes to green financing, the problem comes in terms of who receives that green financing. What green finance mechanisms do we have? Because the financing has been coming basically from the DFIs. We've not had commercial banks really coming into developing green financial products, especially at the local level. And this is something that we need to be able to have a discussion about. Because if it's about scaling and growing, and we are not able to develop green finance mechanisms and product, then we're going nowhere. And it starts from the policy level, right from the central bank. because they have a responsibility of being able to provide pricing mechanisms for financial products, at the same time coming up with policy statements, and really pushing the agenda towards ensuring that the private sector participates in providing finance to the private sector. And for that matter, I would like to introduce our panelists. I think we'll start with Mary Njuguna. She's around, I hope. Okay. Mary Njuguna, she's a principal specialist capital markets, FSD, financial sector deepening. Karibu sana. And then we'll have Sandeep Main come along. He's the head of private enterprise. I know you'll have a very good discussion from the side of the private sector. We must be having somebody from the bank. Is there somebody from SBM, Eric Wambua? No. Then there's Charlotte Obado. Is she around? Thank you. Charlotte, she's a group sustainability manager for KCB Group. I hope you've come with the money, yeah? Yeah. And then we'll have Ignatius Mugabo. He's an entrepreneur from Rwanda in the part of recycling. And it's important to be able to hear the perspective from an entrepreneur who has tried to access financing from the private sector. So karibuni sana. So we'll start with Mary. Tell us what your organization does, especially in the space of sustainability.
Thank you. Thank you, and I hope I can be heard from the back. We are a specialist development agency that is Financial Sector Deepening Africa, FSD Africa. We were set up in 2012, and we are funded by the UK government. We see ourselves as a market enabler. We help make finance work for Africa's sustainable future, and that's why this topic is very relevant to us, because in Africa, as we know, finance or capital doesn't necessarily flow freely from those who have it to those who need it. In this case, we're talking about a sustainable future. So, you know, the topic that we are here for in terms of waste management is really central to that. And so we find that whether it's in the systems, in the enabling environment, market infrastructure, or even just being able to catalyze that and mobilize that capital in the private sector doesn't quite happen as effectively as it should. So what we do is we provide technical assistance to help unlock some of these market failures. And we do that by working, one, on the enabling environment with policymakers, regulators, to unlock some of those hiccups or challenges that make finance not flow as it should. We also provide technical assistance to support demonstration transactions in the capital market. The transaction that Mike mentioned is actually one of those that we've supported, and there are several others we've supported in many other markets. To date, we've supported the capital raising of more than $400 million US in different African markets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Deepak, I know KPMG are big with sustainable future. Tell us about it.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. Hope we have not overeaten. I know afternoon sessions we usually doze, but anyway, as introduced, my name is Sandeep Main and I work with KPMG. I don't need to say how long KPMG has been in the market. I think it's well over 75 years. And KPMG globally embarked on an agenda of the ESG. So we have dedicated about $5 billion 2 years ago, and now we're in the third year of implementation. And we have been, looking into different spheres of the ESG agenda and bringing it home. We have a specific unit within KPMG that deals with funding, looking at green financing, what our entity is doing to then achieve that circular, economy. And I hope you all know that is, zero waste. It's easier said than done, I can assure you that. And I heard Mike talk about it, and maybe I'll speak later or why there's not much traction around that. But KPMG in the space of ESG is big, having invested that amount of money and putting in place a lot of control. So we do ESG strategies. We are involved in assurance, not yet, but something coming up, and ESG reporting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Charlotte, now it's your turn. Tell us about KCB.
Great.
What you do, and do you have money for sustainability?
Okay, so good afternoon all. My name is Charlotte Ludi Obado. I'm the Group Sustainability Manager. And within the bank, this is a space that we are quite passionate about. We have been in this journey for over 12 years now. And I will also say that we are, maybe I am actually one of the oldest brands that is seated in this panel, over 170 years. So sustainability is quite passionate for us as an institution. And one of our focus areas is in responsible lending. When we talk about responsible lending, just making sure that the projects that we are financing as a bank do not pose any environmental and social risks. So that is one of our key areas. We have gone into green financing. This is something that we started in 2020, whereby we determined our baseline in terms of green projects, and now we even put in place a target where we want to be in the next 5 years. Back then it was 2020. So our target is actually 25%, and that's where we need to be by 2025. Currently we are at 12.3%. So that is actually we are actually a proof that green projects are actually within the society, but it is also a matter of, are they coming to us, and are these projects actually bankable projects? So quite excited to be in this space. It is a necessary conversation that we are having, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ignatius. I know you need the money, yeah? So tell us, what would you want KCB to know about you?
Thank you very much. My name is Ignatius Mugabo. As I said earlier, I just landed into the recycling space by accident a few years ago. And I've been in for the last 6-7 years. Dealing with plastics and making new products from plastics. Yeah, we need money, and I will share. I will share 2 attempts. We try. At the moment, we only have one investor from India who is our boss, if you like, the owner of the money that we use. We've invested in that facility, but over time, in the last 6 years, we have made 2 attempts to find money to expand. And one was with GIZ. GIZ came up with a project, which is, I think they called it Invest for Jobs. We went through they invited us, we didn't go there, they invited us. We went through the procedures, and we were selected to, they wanted to part finance our expansion program, and they had given us a condition to create 120 jobs. Of the youth, for the youth. Eventually, we don't really know what happened. The whole idea just evaporated, you know. Having wasted a lot of time and efforts, and the whole idea just evaporated. Secondly, we want to start recycling PET bottles, and we had a market in Thailand. For threads, you know, they make threads out of them, and eventually make the textile and jeans and all kind of stuff. So we did the research, and we found out that in Rwanda, the PET bottles we have are not enough to warrant a private investment. The machine is very expensive, and we thought actually the government, the government agencies that are in charge of environment, REMA, wanted to partner with us, so to part invest, and then we start recycling those bottles. Again, we went through the procedures and processes, and at the end of the day, it also evaporated. So I think people are not ready to put money in rubbish. That's but now we are learning that takataka ni mali. Where do we unlock this finance from? You know, that's the question I've been asking myself. Where can we unlock this finance from? I think the kind of money we need is the money that is patient, you know, is willing to wait, and is risk averse. Is not, you know, it's not I'm worried that the KCBs and, well, they can come on board, but first and foremost, for them, they come on board when things are going well. So if you approach them for the first place and say, oh, I need some money to invest in rubbish, they'll just laugh at you. Yeah? But if we can get the money from the GIZs and FCDOs and, you know, and then kickstart the sector, then the banks will realize when we start generating income, the banks will come on board. So I really think that EBC and the other agencies working with it, they have their work cut out to try to mobilize these kind of collaborative efforts and make sure that the money is unlocked from all these development institutions that talk about policy and climate change and climate crisis that is coming up, but they're not willing to put money where their mouth is. So it's time they should start putting money where their mouth is, and thus, in order to avert that climate crisis that they're talking about all the time. So it's a challenge, but I think it's a challenge that can be overcome with all these collaborative efforts and discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so back to Mary. You've heard of our brother here from Rwanda, you know, because that's a perspective from the side of the private sector. And so from your side, what financial instruments are there? What challenges do financial institutions normally face, especially when developing financial products towards green financing?
Thanks. And I just want to pick up from where he's left off. I think the challenge that he's raising is a real one, and it's good to be alive to that challenge. I think what I pick from that is that, of course, many of these projects that we're talking about are long-term. They need long-term capital. I think what he's saying is that bank financing is not enough. And in a properly functioning economy, bank financing works alongside capital market financing. And I think in this country, there's a lot more we can do to tap into, and region, not just country, because of course I understand that, other markets as well are looking for financing for these kind of solutions. But I think the thing to note is that whereas we look at banks as a solution, they are a solution, but not the only solution. And it's good to think about the whole universe of instruments that are available. Long-term financing is needed to put in place the infrastructure that our brother from Rwanda and others are putting up in this space, because it's a long-term project and capital-intensive and risky at the start. And I think when you think about the kind of business model, the life cycle of some of these projects, one then needs to think about what capital is needed when. So, of course, riskier capital may be needed at the start. And I mean, just to pick on what was said, there's an opportunity to blend different options. I think maybe getting concessional funding may be one of the options, but there are other options. In all our markets, almost all our markets in East Africa, there's a functioning capital market. There's a framework for issuing different kinds of instruments. Some of the instruments, for example, is a green bond, for example, that's one. And that can be used in a blended fashion with other types of capital as well. We've also seen, let me mention Kenya specifically, actually even other markets. We've been having discussions even in Tanzania with municipalities or county governments that are considering how else can they tap the capital market directly without even having to go through the national government. There may be challenges there about sometimes the kind of guarantee mechanisms that they need from government, national government, but we've seen that happening in other markets as well, and that's an opportunity. I think there are also other opportunities where you look at, for example, using a blend of even funds. There are some funds that are set up in specifically just to invest in green investments, green projects. So, and we've been involved in investing in some of those through our investment arm, FSD Africa Investments. So, in fact, let me just mention, there are institutions like our sister company, FSD Africa Investments, that actually looks for those early stage risky investments to invest in for purposes of supporting them to scale. And I mean, it's a discussion, of course, that can be had for some of those entities where, it makes sense for FSD Africa Investments to consider. But I think just to say that there's different capital needed at different points. And I think one of the challenges that I see, one is it's important for financiers or financial institutions to understand the different business models that projects that are operating in the sustainable space are, looking to set up. Because I think that becomes very important. You're able then to think of what kind of solution do they need. Bank financing is not the only solution, and I think there are very many others, and I think it's good to think about it that way. And I think it still goes back to the point on collaboration. I've really enjoyed listening to the discussions in the past day and today as well, because I've been able to understand even better some of the issues, some of the challenges, just the operating environment, risks and opportunities, and that's important for financiers to understand. Thanks.
Okay, so Sandeep, from your level, because I bet you normally provide transactional advisory to firms that want to access funding. So how accessible are they, especially the financial instruments? And how better can we be able to do it, especially towards sustainability?
Yeah, thanks for that, Mike. So I think from where I sit at KPMG, I think she's also raised a very good point. But the challenge that we are seeing is we have all this money, and it is a lot of money, and we have heard about that there is money available for the sustainability agenda. But your pain point in going through that entire process, so KPMG2 would run competitions. We have to go through different criteria, and then we identify a number of companies that would then benefit from that particular grant. And it's normally grant money. But once the grant is given, the question is, how is it actually used? In Kenya, in East Africa, and maybe even in Africa, I think companies are still trying to, dribble between profits and ESG agenda. We were here talking about, are we ready from an environmental perspective? What are the laws and regulations that would support? So one leg is to look through, and then you can do a very good proposal, by the way, say that, look, I have the land, I'm going to do this, I want to have zero waste. But then when you get the money, that money is reused as capital to then grow your business. But now the accountability aspect is where I think we're struggling with. So even banks do have significant amount of money given to them, sitting with them, to fund such initiatives. But then the issue is that the criteria that they have to look through, I think, is where the challenge then arises from. Do you meet the criteria? No. If you do not, then you do not get the funding. What happens to that money? And maybe my colleague, fellow panelists will tell us, maybe they reinvest in government bonds. So that's called greenwash. You are sitting with the money, but you cannot give the money to the person who needs it because you too are not sure, are they going to use it for the right impact or not? The issue that we have, I think, in Africa and in East Africa and Kenya is that we are not regulated. We are not required to report. If you don't have any accountability on how that money is spent, I think that's where things go south. And then when you go for a second round, someone will be like, hang on, I think I saw you before. How did you use that money? And then like, oh, I needed to buy machinery for manufacturing of my plastic or whatever. Nothing to do with, not necessarily, but generally I think that's the experience that we're seeing. There are others who then go and invest in that, equipment. And you must have seen from a Kenyan perspective, in the finance bill, there's a proposal to tax the purchase of that equipment for installation, for plastics, specifically for plastic recyclers, but the conversation is bigger than that. If from a Kenyan perspective, we're already saying that we're going to tax you for recycling, talk about the rest of the taxpayers. Do they really want to invest and pay tax on 16% to import an equipment, duties, levies and whatnot? That funding, 50% could go into tax. What are you left with? So I think it's a bigger conversation than just saying that, can I get the money? It's about, are the laws, regulations supporting me? Do we have ESG standards? I can tell you, no, we don't. But likely we are going to align, and maybe by 2024, 2025 latest, all companies will be required to report on the ESG. That would now be a compliance matrix as opposed to a voluntary scheme. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So, Charlotte, question is, should you really consider ESG as a matrix for providing financing? Then how do you de-risk from just the idea, if you're using ESG as a platform, as a matrix, how do you want it to be de-risked?
Thank you for that question, and quite a good question. So how you would actually approach, just measuring the clients who come to us in matters of ESG. As a bank, we do have something called, if we were looking at a green loan in particular, then we will subject them to what we call a green loan criteria, which we do have within the bank. And if you do meet that particular criteria, then you will be able to get financing for that particular project in terms of green projects. And I just want to mention that, as we do know, KCB got accreditation for GCF, the Green Climate Fund. And this accreditation, what it means is that, yes, we are accredited, but we need to prove that we do have a green project that sits within, matches the green lending criteria, both within the KCB space and also the GCF space. Now, once we have actually managed to showcase that this project can actually meet that particular criteria, then the financing will come to us. So in this particular scenario, GCF funds do not sit within the bank. The GCF funds sit within GCF institution. Once the project has been, we have affirmed that this project is, of course, a green project, then the funds will be released to us. So far, from the time we started this process, the accreditation came, in play in 2020. We have managed to look into 3 main projects: in the infrastructure space, in the agriculture space, and also in the transport space, sustainable transport. So far, it's a rigorous project, and we need to also understand that that is what comes with green projects, to just make sure that they are actually addressing the ESG matrix. So it's quite a rigorous process, just to make sure, again, that that is actually going to benefit both the environment and also the society. So we have gone through the process. We are still going through the process. And this is not just on our end. It's also on GCF's end. Now, that said about GCF, we also have financing within the bank, and this is what has enabled us to reach the 12.32% that I had referred to. And that I would say it's an easier process. It is not just, okay, it is not really easy, but it's an easier process compared to the GCF process. So with that particular financing that we have managed to actually finance various projects within the Kenyan space. And now, even when we went into the Rwandan space, we actually did identify green projects within that particular space that we are financing. So we have a very good story, and I think it's also a challenge that we need to throw back to our business, our business owners. How well are you packaging your businesses to showcase that these are actually green projects? And we need to have data, because that is also a space that we are really struggling in regards to just show if this is actually a green project, what resources are you saving? We need to be very ready to share that particular data in terms of energy efficiency. If you're talking about that this is a green project, what amount of energy are you saving by transitioning into that particular green space? So these are the conversations we need to be very comfortable with, and for sure, if a project is, of course, able to showcase that particular data, then this will be a bankable project and it will receive financing.
Okay, thank you, Ignatius. So you can hear the hurdles they're giving you. Are you able to comply with ESG first? Because I think that's a challenge for small enterprises and medium ones. And what should be done to be able to provide tailor-made tools or goals that can be able to achieve to access the financing?
Thank you very much again. Well, those are the banks for you. Very beautiful jargons. And here they put on very nice faces, but to go to the office looking for money, they are totally different people. I'm not a typical businessman, as I told you. I'm a lawyer by training, and just a businessman by passion, But the kind of people that operate in a recycling space, those kind of people we saw there, they are not even able to come and sit here and listen to these jargons. And they are even scared of going to the banks and their corporate offices, and so it's very, very difficult for them. And those are the people doing the real thing. So how do we get down to them and tell them here is the money, I want you to improve on what you're doing. How do we do that? So I hope before we leave here, we should talk to those people. I had time, I think I went around with CEO Carissa, and we spoke to some of them, and they have great ideas to turn rubbish into products. But they don't have resources to do it. They're on a large scale. They're just struggling on their own. Now, I think the other financing options we need to look at, and probably EBC should look at maybe doing some research on how some of these financing options can be available. I was sharing with him yesterday. A few years back, I visited a friend in Uganda at his farm. And he took me around. He had a big forest. And he told me that he earns $800,000 from carbon trading. So those trees, and we have a lot of trees back home and here, all over but he was earning money from those trees. So carbon trading there's a lot of money locked into it on the global level, but that money does not come down to the people who do the real thing. So how can we help them? And the carbon offsetting, I think they call it. So you offset the bad carbon that other people put up in the air, and then you go and sell the credits to them. You say, okay, for example, I'm recycling 60 tons of waste every month. That's equivalent to how much in terms of carbon something? So give me the money so I can go and do more. That's the kind of things we should be looking at, and bring it to the level those people level which they can understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Mary, as you've said, we have more markets that private sector can be able to seek financing, and one of them is basically the security exchange. How do you see them getting into this space, especially is it possible for them to develop a unique product targeted at providing green financing? Can we have a particular segment in the security market which can be able to provide funding or investment or be listed that are targeted towards sustainability and are able to achieve ESG goals?
Yes, well, yes is probably the short answer, but maybe it's more complicated than that. But I think just to say, first of all, when you talk about the exchange, usually many people, when they think about a capital market, they think about the stock exchange, and that's just one component of what the capital market is. And the capital market, the difference, I'm aware that maybe some of us in the room are not in the financial sector, and so allow me to say that the capital market is different from the banking sector, because the capital market allows or facilitates the raising of long-term capital. Long-term meaning over a long period of time, unlike a bank loan, which you'd pay over a shorter period of time, maybe even up to 5 years, maybe, or 2 years or less. But capital markets allow you to raise long-term capital over a long period of time. And you can do that there are many ways. The stock exchange is one of the market infrastructure that is used to market, it's a market, of course, for trading of that, the securities that allow for that exchange of capital. But allow me to say that in many of the markets in East Africa, they already have the framework, it's already facilitative. There are many, in fact, sometimes I find that they already have certain frameworks that allow for certain instruments on their sustainability space to be listed if issuers want to list. But I think the reality is that very few companies are coming to list. Few companies are using the stock exchange. I want to just distinguish that from the rest of the capital market. Very few companies are using it to raise capital right now, and it's not a East African phenomenon, it's a global phenomenon. Many more companies are delisting. And so that is to really just maybe disabuse the notion that the only place to get capital from the capital market is a stock exchange. But the short answer is yes, the framework is there for, like the bond that was mentioned, the green bond that was mentioned, it's listed on the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Part of it has already been redeemed. They were able to use that money to, build green buildings. But what I'd also say is that it's good to think about capital broadly, because there are funds that invest directly in some of these projects. In their portfolio of projects, maybe some of their criteria is investing in exactly what we are talking about, some of these solutions. And various other blended solutions that include both equity, debt, may also include some level of concessional funding, and even carbon financing. Because, for example, when we talk about waste management, some of these businesses, actually, I'm sure almost all of them have a certain, if they were to be assessed, they would actually be earning certain carbon credits, and therefore that's an income to them. That's another way of generating revenue for some of these entities. So I think for me, I'd say that what may be more important is to consider, as my colleague from KPMG has mentioned, the enabling environment broadly. That policy, tax environment should be conducive. Otherwise, there's no reason why I should think about setting up a recycling plant or setting up I don't know, I was listening earlier in the week to some business, this is in Nigeria though, where this entity is setting up, they call it a waste to energy plant. So they, convert that waste into energy, and they already have off-takers who will be buying that energy. So why would I want to put up such a installation? It's a long-term, capital-intensive investment. If I don't know that the investment climate is conducive, if I'm not sure that the enabling environment, both in terms of fiscal incentives, am I going to get, for example, like as happens in some countries like Bangladesh, I think I was seeing, that gives some kind of tax break for the entities that are operating in this space for a period of years, and tax exemptions for import of some of this equipment. So I think what I'd say in brief is that there are components of the enabling environment that are already there, facilitative, but there's a lot more we can do. And I think just going back to the point that it's a collaborative effort just to make the whole system conducive.
Yeah, so Sandeep, what's the future outlook, especially towards providing green financing?
Yeah, thanks for that. And maybe I'll begin with a short story. How many of you, when you're children, you needed to ask for money from your parents? How hard was it? You had to go and make a business case, right? Why do you need that car, or why do you need that board game? You had to go tell your parents, yeah, but I need it, I don't have it. It's going to help me do 1, 2, 3 things. Is that not right? We all created a business case, right? And that is the reality of financing. Whether you're going to a bank or going to get a grant, wherever you're going to get financing, you must create that business case. But the question that begs is, do we understand what we need to put in place to then access that financing? I think Charlotte talked about that as well. There's a lot of criteria. So education is a critical pillar to the future of getting green financing. We must understand what is our green financing, how do we get it, and then what are we going to use it for? We cannot take green financing, whether it's a grant or a loan, or a debt, through shareholding, and then re-inject that capital into the business to grow the bottom line. That's where we are at currently. Our focus is on growing GP margins, on growing net profits for the business. But if you're to change our mindset and understand that the impact for our businesses to be sustainable into the future, we must then shift gears. If you're in the manufacturing sector, you must try and get to a zero waste. That's what we call the circular economy, right? Circular markets. We need to see how we can make end-to-end, continue with our core business, but then also add value, either through CSR, and in some cases, you can monetize that as well, right? You can create whatever product you want from recycled. So I'm the chair of ACCA in Kenya, and what ACCA has done globally is they've taken notebooks, the waste paper, and they've put seeds in that paper. It's not a new concept, but now our notebooks are Once you are done with the notebook, and you write with pencil, by the way, you don't use ink, you take that paper and you throw it into with some compost and water it every day, it grows. That's where we need to be. We need a change in mindset. We need to understand. Education is going to be critical. And then, as she's mentioned, and I talked about it before, the tax laws. He talked about carbon credits, but how many of us know how that even works? It's not about growing trees and then saying, I have a carbon credit, I've saved the environment. How do we measure that? Globally, there are only, I think, 2 or 3 firms, and it's none of the big 4, KPMG, PwC, EY, or Deloitte, none of those. There are some accredited firms by UN or World Bank, I think 2 or 3, that then come and audit you. They audit you, they see how you have saved the carbon, and then they give you a certificate. I think 1 credit is 1,000 tons of CO2 saved. That's your certificate. We don't even record that. So we do have clients in the agricultural sector do grow trees, but they've never measured that. We take it as a biological asset for accountability, but they're also generating carbon credits, but we never measure that. So do we have standards to measure that and then put it as an intangible asset? And then we must understand that Africa does not have a compliance market. It's voluntary. It's for you to decide. How many saw Kenjan getting some 300 odd million Kenya shillings for carbon credits in the papers? We saw that? You saw that, right? You generated them, but do you know they're going to be taxed at 30%? That's not your core business. That came as secondary revenue that ideally you could have pumped back into your business or done through CSR, but they're going to pay tax on that at 30%. The laws are not enabling enough, and this is where the conversation begins. I want to generate carbon credits. I'll put them up for sale. It's not mandatory that they'll be sold, right? It's willing buyer, willing seller. Europe has a compliance matrix, which means that, and I think someone talked about it here, is that you must attain a net zero by a certain year. So they have to buy year on year if they have not generated it themselves. So I think for me, it's more regulation based, it's more understanding. Education is going to be critical. Talk to experts. Understand how this works so that access to that funding and implementation, she talked about data. We are struggling with data. How do you report? What is measurable? So KPMG take all the waste paper within KPMG, and we have partnered with an MSME to add value to that individual who does recycling. But then the question is, we are reporting that data. I can tell you how much paper I turn out, how much I'm reducing in terms of use of paper, because we are going digital as well. We cannot sustain cutting down trees, right? But I can report that. I know how to report that. Can we report that? So that, I think, for me, education, understanding, and reporting is critical in access to finance into the future. Thank you.
Hey, Charlotte, what do you tell Ignatius? Do you have money for him? Are you willing to develop financial products based on green impact, based on ESG goals and sustainability?
So yes, Ignatius, we do have the money. The money is there, and for us, even it goes beyond just financing the green projects. And we are, because if you look at it as financing green projects, then you are going to end up with the same linear economy model. But you take a step back and you start looking at how this particular green project is actually going into the market. So right now we have this conversation about, e-mobility, sustainable transport. But what will happen in the next 7 years when these batteries actually, they come to their end of life and they actually become now waste? Are we already thinking about that? So as a bank, these are the conversations we are starting, whereby even as we are financing, we're looking into financing that particular space, we are having those conversations with our clients, whereby can we make this battery even live longer than the 7 years that we are talking about? Let us aim for 15 years. What do we need to do for it to get to the 15 years? Another aspect that we also need to look into is, let's say the battery has ended its life cycle. What are some of the objects within that particular battery that can actually be reused? So those are the conversations that we need to have. It's not just about financing the green projects, but then also looking into the entire cycle of that particular green project. So that is one aim. That is one main area. And I like that Sandeep mentioned the aspect of education. Education is is very key. And what we are really trying to advocate within the bank is that even as we do send our relationship managers out there to talk to our clients, because they are the ones who actually talk to these clients, they need to have the proper skill set. But what is the industry doing about the, the other larger client, client base that we have within the market? Because we can do so much to educate our own clients, but then there are those other clients that now Ignatius did mention, they are just out here. They do have the project, but they do not know how to get the financing. How will they get to the point of getting financing? So there's a lot of capacity building that needs to be done. I'm thankful for conferences such as these ones that, we start having those particular conversations, but there's still so much that needs to be done, and that can be done through collaboration. It can be done through the government, so that we are able to unlock those opportunities because they are there. Within the bank, and someone spoke about the net zero ambition. This is a commitment that we also have as a bank. We need to be net zero by 2050. And the only way we are going to be net zero by 2050 is actually by negating the emissions that we already have within our portfolio. The only way we are going to negate these emissions is by financing green projects. So it is something very dear to us, and it's sometimes, a bit challenging when you hear someone saying, like the way Ignatius is saying, that they go to the banks, but they do not get the access to finance. Because the funds are actually there. We keep on looking for clients. So Ignatius, kindly come.
So Ignatius, tell us, are you able to meet the requirements, especially towards disclosures and reporting?
That's the issue.
What's the way forward?
Charlotte, I know the money is there, but getting it is the problem, and getting it into the trash, to turn trash into earth. Let's get to practical. And I think, as I said, those are the people who need the money. Those are the people who do the real thing. And some of you may even live here without buying anything from them. One guy there was telling us the challenges facing. He showed us a document that has been made by a UN agency. They're highlighting his work, and they're not helping him. So we said, did they give you any help? They said, no, I don't even know how they got my work. So those are the challenges. I think probably CEO Chris and Mary should think about this. Creating a taka financing fund, so all these people with very nice jargons, they can drop a coin in that fund, and then the people down there can come to you. They can access you more than they can access them. They can come to you because you're already in the taka business. And if you go out and tell them, oh, I have a taka financing fund, they will definitely come and talk to you. So, you can be able to look around and go to these development institutions and talk to them. And one drops in 100,000, another one drops in 10,000, and and you create that fund. Those people don't need a lot of money. $10,000 can go a long way with them. So another financing model we need to look at, I think, is a PPP model. If some of the big companies, KCB, for example, can look up to a cooperative that is in the finance, in the recycling space, and talk to them and say, look, I want to help you, I want to partner with you. You can develop more products from recycled material, and I'm willing to progressively finance what you're doing, as call it equity or whatever you call it, but that's what they need. Otherwise, if we wait that they will come to your corporate offices looking for money and listening to your jargons and going through the paperwork and the bureaucracy and all that, forget it. Theirs is just to do the thing. What they need is for us to go to them and say, look, I like what you're doing, and I can help you with A, B, C, D. Other than just highlighting their work in our nice documents. And I don't know how that guy even came across that document. He saw it and saw his work in there. He was like, this is a UN agency. They're highlighting my work. They're even using it in their own, space. And I don't know how they got it. And they're not supporting me to do more and to improve. So I think those are the challenges. We need to go down to them rather than waiting for them to come to us. Thank you.
Yeah. So I hope you realize there are so many steps to cover to be able to to basically converge to be able to provide products that are needed by the private sector, and at the same time for the financiers to be able to make some money out of their financial products. So thanks so much, Sandeep. Thanks, Mary. Thanks, Charlotte. Thanks, Ignatius. It was a very good discussion. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Another proper round of applause as they exit the stage. Thank you so much. And thank you for having super candid conversations. That's what we're looking for, to really be able to touch on the problems. We'll take one picture. Okay, great. Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm sure there are a few questions or thoughts that were there. We'll afford you that chance during the coffee break. So we wanted to expedite so that we are able to have a bit more time visiting the booths, but also interacting, okay? So we'll try and just move it faster so that we're able to capture all that back to back. But I think this was very useful in terms of just really asking the question of where is the money and why is it that the money is not getting to the people that need it, who are investing in this space, and hopefully that served to sort of help you change the sort of approach you've been using in trying to get the money. Great. So I'd like to very quickly introduce the next session. This panel will delve a little bit about the intersection of circularity and the environment and what role policies do play in terms of making this work. I mean, the question of the environmental risk assessment is a big one, and I know there's been lots of work that has gone into ensuring that our organization put this in place, not just through enforcement, but also through policies that encourage them to participate in this. And so this afternoon, we'd like to spend a little bit more time to just jump into the question of how do we implement, the extended producer responsibilities in the different countries in the East African space. And not just implementing, but how do we encourage players in this space to participate actively so that it's not just about enforcement, but it's a lot more than that. This session will be moderated by Madam Wambui Mbarire, who's the Chief Executive Officer for the Retail Trade Association of Kenya. Wambui, please join me on stage. Makofi ya Wambui tafadhali. Hey, you guys are mean. Tell them you have money to fund their projects, they'll clap better.
Keep sugar.
Excellent. Wambui will be joined by a panel of speakers representing different spaces that they influence. First on stage, you'll have Nicholas Jackson Ambwene, who's the country coordinator for PetPro Tanzania. Makofi ya Tanzania, jamani. Also joining them is Miss... Thank you. Hey, Tanzanians, you paid people to clap for you, yeah? Also joining them is Miss Joyce Gashuki Waweru, who's the country manager at Petco Kenya. Sonia Orwa is the Chief Executive Officer of Mr. Green Africa. Sonia, welcome on stage. And last but not least, we have Mr. Henry Ocheng. Henry is the CEO of the Kenya Alliance for Resident Association. Welcome, Henry. So we'll try to run for just about under an hour to allow for questions from the audience. And we'll try to take as many questions as possible. Wambui.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. I want to first... yes, there was also James from Kepro.
Actually, my apologies. I have scribbled too many things, James, on this, and we spoke with James earlier on. James Odongo is Chief Administrative Officer from Kepro. Makofi, James.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think I want to start by asking you to give me 2 sentences in under 30 seconds about who you are and what you're doing. We'll start with Sonia, yes.
How many seconds?
2.
So I just say Sonia. And so I'm Sonia from Mr. Green Africa, and I'd say we're the first B Corp certified recycling company in all of Africa, which means that we are the recycling company that has put social impact even above the profits and everything else. So that's really what Mr. Green is about, and obviously we're also one of the largest recyclers of plastic in East Africa.
Joyce?
Joyce Geshugi Waweru, Chief Executive Officer at the Packaging Producer Responsibility Organization, formerly trading as Petco here in Kenya, also of course in Tanzania, South Africa and Ethiopia. Our mandate and originally through establishment was to handle PET packaging, post-consumer packaging, which means we represent the brands and companies that actually package their products in PET. However, since Kenya government is preparing to enact the extended producer responsibility regulations, we have been forced to expand our scope, and hence now we go by PackPro, which then represents a wider portfolio by way of the products that we are representing. So now we have aluminium, glass, all other plastics, rigid and flexibles, as well as aluminium, liquid board packaging, and paper.
That wasn't 2 seconds. For those who don't know, Joyce is Kenya's poster child for PET. That would have been enough. Henry?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Henry Chieng, the CEO of KARA. That's the Kenya Alliance of Resident Associations. We are the umbrella body of neighborhood organizations, and we organize community at the neighborhood level to engage in a structured way on service delivery conversation. So we look at how we can be able to provide platforms of engagement between the resident associations, the government, and other partners in the private sector, so that we can all be part of the solutions that we desire to see in our neighborhoods and in our country. So we do all this to ensure that at the end of the day, we live in dignity where we live and in our neighborhood and in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Nicholas?
Good afternoon. How many have been in Tanzania? All of you? Okay, my name is Nicholas Jackson Ambwene. I'm a coordinator under PetPro. Before we were known as Petco, as Joyce said. So now we're known as PetPro. And I'm here representing what we normally do in Tanzania as a PRO organization. We're implementing EPR and supporting our 7 founding members, whom they come up with an idea of creating this company to help them on implementing EPR in Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you. James?
Okay, so good afternoon. My name is James Odongo. I'm also the Chief Administrative Officer at the Kenya Extended Producer Responsibility Organization. A PRO, we are currently 2 in the country. We also in the non-hazardous packaging, post-consumer waste collection and conversion through implementation of EPR schemes. And essentially, our goal is to accelerate achievement of a circular economy through implementation of proven EPR models and sensitizing members of the public on sustainable waste management practices.
Thank you, and I'm Wamboi Mbarire. I run the Retail Trade Association of Kenya. We say collection is at the center of the retail sector, so unlike everyone who's technical, we are the outsiders on this panel. I think I want to start with Henry, because yours is not, EPR is not core to your business. And I would want you to tell us, do you think it is a thing? We keep saying right now there are 2 buzzwords in many economies, sustainability and food safety. So EPR falls in the sustainability element. What is your thought about it? Is it catching? Is it just a buzzword? What are your thoughts?
I think, yes, it's the in thing now in terms of the conversations. And it is the way to go when we talk about sustainability. Because ultimately what we are all trying to do is to save our environment and make sure that we minimize or eliminate pollution, whether it is pollution from plastic or whatever kind of products I talk about. So it is something that we all must be able to pull through and make sure that we play our role and ensure that at the end of the day, we also get to the level where other countries have gotten to, because it's not a new concept per se. It has been done elsewhere, it has worked, and we have seen the results. So we must be able to also, as a country, start walking that journey and ensure that we bring everybody on board, whether it is the consumers, the producers, and even the waste collectors, and all actors within that particular sector, so that we can speak with one voice and everybody can understand their roles and responsibility. I think from where we sit, what we are saying is that this conversation must take place and will succeed if we mobilize the consumers at the household level and neighborhood level to be part and parcel of the journey. Because if we don't make people understand and appreciate that they have a responsibility to play a role in reducing the pollution impact on our environment, then we might end up having you as PROs playing a role, but then the people who are supposed to be the support system are not with you. So to answer your question directly, I think it's a very valid and very useful conversation, and we support and we want to be part and parcel of the conversation and make sure that we're playing our role. Thank you.
Joyce, your pet project, what do you think about EPR and how it's gaining traction in the country? And if it is gaining traction?
Yes. So I think Kenya has been forced to gain traction and to actually get inward looking, to look for a solution toward managing, post-consumer packaging or products for that matter. And of course, this came after the plastic bag ban. So it was forced. Is it gaining traction? I think it is, because government, after quickly then realizing that we needed a solution, number one. Number two, understanding that a lot of the county governments are not going to prioritize budgetary support to waste management. Then how do we then unlock money to support waste management? And of course, then the burden bearer becomes the private sector. And the only instrument to get private sector to unlock money for waste management is under the polluter pays principle, which is really where we have extended producer responsibility. And then, of course, last year, the government enacted the Sustainable Waste Management Act. And then, of course, now we are doing the draft extended producer responsibility regulations, which will then catalyze EPR to then gain the kind of traction we really require in our market.
So it's more about compliance and not necessarily the heart is in it.
Yes, absolutely. Because look, a lot of businesses, especially in the global south, their financial bottom line is still the most important thing. Environmental and social aspects take a secondary, if at all, outlook, even in terms of their forecasting. So you find that if government doesn't step in to make it mandatory, such that it's a compliance issue, then you'll only have a few willing companies, largely the multinationals, participating in this activity.
So I guess I'll jump to James and ask on the same question, what is the uptake of membership? Because then that would imply whether it's really simply about compliance or people have their heart. If they have the heart, then membership should be very easy. So how are you finding the membership element of EPR schemes?
So I think I'll just piggyback on what Joyce has said. And the idea for us, and over time we are noticing that the whole EPR, and remember the Sustainable Waste Management Act provides that the EPR is now mandatory. And so similar to the experiences with PACPRO, the idea is that our members are only doing it as a premise for compliance with NEMA. Because I mean, we have programs where we are trying to encourage eco-design for packaging materials and the likes, and the turnout would be very poor. But when NEMA sort of flexes its muscles in terms of implementation and trying to ensure that they are complying with the EPR requirements, you'll see some sort of an uptick in terms of communication and just getting a lot of inquiries on, oh, what should I do to comply? What should I do to comply? But in terms of sensitization and the uptake, we rarely get good feedback until NEMA now comes up in terms of enforcement. Yes.
Nicholas, what's the uptake of EPR in Tanzania?
First of all, in Tanzania is something new to us, and we can agree that it needs much effort and a lot of efforts from different producers are needed. And but so far, we've tried our level best to ensure everyone is getting involved. And now we have categorized into 3 ways of engagement, like consumer engagement, government engagement, and private sector engagement, to ensure, first of all, people understand the real context of EPR and how can we join hands together to ensure we reach up what we're supposed to reach. Because the thing that's getting difficult is because we don't have a common ground of understanding how EPR can be implemented and what is EPR exactly and how can we reach the impact of it. So basically, as PetPro, we tried to get involved everyone in the country to ensure we're taking lead to all producers that are available in Tanzania, but starting with those 7 who are our member right now, whom are taking fully responsibility, or can say voluntary responsibilities, to ensure they contribute every month on terms of EPR fee. So we do have EPR fee in Tanzania every month, comparing to what has been recycled, but also what producers have taken to the market. So that's the real situation in Tanzania. But we are working very close to the government, because here we have NEMA, but in Tanzania we have National Environment Management Council, NEMKI, whom are taking the leadership toward ensuring producers are responsible and PetPro are getting full support in the waste management generally. But we've started with PET for now. But we think in the future we might make a step as what Petco Kenya have done, coming up with package generally. But for now we started with PET because that's a great problem that we're having in Tanzania. There's a lot of PET around the environment and going to the landfill. So basically now we're in good position, can say that, and we're still learning from other countries. As we got learning from South Africa, Petco South Africa, whom they're having almost like more than 30 years experience dealing with PET. But also a good learning from Kenya, Petco Kenya, whom they have almost like 4 years experience. But still, we're having various conversations with different countries worldwide. For example, German, they've started implementing EPR since 1991. So, and there's a way they're doing that can be easy for us to adapt and also help us on implementation of EPR.
Thank you very much. Sonia, you're practicing it. So, is it working?
Well, I'd say we just started, right? I think there's been a lot of discussion. Obviously, it's not yet been passed. But one of the things I would say is for scale to happen, of which for this whole waste management issue to be resolved in Africa in general, the EPR scheme must be there. If you look at the best waste management companies, as my colleague said, in Germany, they had it in 1990. And that's why they are still #1 in terms of waste management. And so today, if we just look at Nairobi, we generate 600 tons of plastic every day. Mr. Green, being one of the largest, only does around 60 tons a day, all right? Now, to be able to do it at the scale required, where we're doing 18,000 tons a month, we need an EPR scheme that is very robust, with strong members, and of course, in Kenya, we have 2. So maybe we can even beat Germany, obviously, since now we have 2. And this is from the side of the recycler, right? Because we would benefit, no matter how many they are, whether it's 1 or 2 or 3 or 8. As well. So I would say for the scale required for us to really turn waste into wealth, the EPR scheme is one of the best ways. And as the gentleman from Rwanda had mentioned, you know, there are so many, it's very difficult. Recycling is a very expensive endeavor. And so this is one of the ways that actually helps us, especially making sure there's the collection. You have your raw material to be able to recycle and put it back into some good packaging that can come back again and be recycled. So practically, we are optimistic, but we need to also hurry up.
Okay, great. So maybe at that point is when I ask James to tell us a bit about polluter pays. And the other one is cradle to grave principle, which is what I translate as farm to fork. Tell us a bit about that. Let's speak to a layman on what is polluter pay.
So polluter pay is essentially what our EPR regulations and the whole EPR conversation in Kenya is founded on. Essentially, and from the term extended producer responsibility, the polluter pay is essentially transferring and extending the obligations of the producer of the packaging or product and putting it in the market. So we're extending the responsibility and obligation of the producer to the extent of the post-life cycle of the product. So even after the consumption period, we're ensuring that now the producer is taking charge of where the last or finished product is going to end into, as far as the environmental management aspect is concerned. And then, of course, we need to understand that the current arrangement implies that county governments and generally the national government and various government agencies have to put in a lot of money, as Joyce had mentioned, to ensure that we are managing our waste. But unfortunately, the same will never be enough, and that is why we'll always have problems with landfills and poor waste management practices. So the polluter pay principle is a self-regulating and self-financing mechanism that seeks to ensure that producers are actually putting in place measures to ensure that whatever they're putting out into the market does not sort of have negative consequences to the environment. Yes, there's a conversation on the pricing, but research has shown, and from practical experiences, we can actually spend up to less than 0.05% of the product cost to comply with the EPR scheme. So really, compared to other financing or other obligations for companies, 0.05% to comply to EPR schemes is really, quote unquote, a non-issue. Yes, yeah.
Joyce, how effective, how far can you stretch EPR? And I say this coming out of a week when one of the retail members called and said a Nema County person had arrested them in Westlands because they walked in the street and picked up a receipt. So somebody paid and then dropped off the receipt. So the person picked the receipt, went to the shop and said, EPR. How far can we stretch it, bearing in mind that we are an extremely informal market, so to speak? We are highly indisciplined in matters managing waste, even on a personal level. How far can we stretch EPR?
Sorry. So we have to look at EPR as one of the tools in waste management. It's not the only tool, just like recycling is not the only solution for waste management. So as long as we are very clear that EPR is not going to be the panacea of solutions for waste management, we are okay. And I guess that's a lot of the problem. That's one of the big challenges we're having right now in the global south, because a lot of our policymakers are interpreting EPR as the solution provider for all waste management. And that's where we're getting it wrong, because there's a responsibility on the consumer, there's a responsibility on the government, and then the responsibility for the producer is being taken care of by EPR. But who's handling the responsibility for the consumer and the government? And so that becomes the challenge. I know there's a lot of pushback by both government and consumer to say, you're the ones putting the product in the market, but the reality is you're buying it. So there is a responsibility, and governments have to apportion the relevant resources, infrastructure, financial, etc., in terms of being able to then support EPR. How far can we stretch it? I think that's why we need to make it mandatory, so that every producer is held responsible, so that we don't have a few companies or entities carrying the burden for everybody else, because the power of the collective is such that over a period of time, that environmental cost for the businesses, it will even out. Because then you find that through EPR, we are able to mobilize money that can generate money through our recovery efforts. But if we don't have a collective that is mandated to put money together, then it's limited. Because we have a lot of joyriders, a lot of people are not bearing their fair share, to be honest. And so I feel, how far can we stretch it? As far as the law that is in place will allow.
So there's a limitation. I guess like with everything else, bringing the consumer to the table is what will make the difference. So, Henry, I'll ask a question. How is CARA, as the resident association, looking to plug into the conversation around EPR on a resident level, which means on an individual level? How does CARA look to engage and ensure that even as we get the regulations that say segregation at waste, the infrastructure required to ensure that happens is actually put in place, and hopefully before the law, because then if it comes after the law, we won't have the systems in place to really effectively implement.
Yeah. I think you're right that even before we have all the legal framework in place, we must start preparing the ground for compliance and for people to play their role. And the biggest ingredient to making sure that we are all on board and playing our role is awareness creation. Because granted, as it is right now and as a country, our behavior and our attitude towards waste management is still aligned to the linear approach of waste management. So we still don't have people taking responsibility of waste at the household level. Yesterday, I think somebody asked how many people even in their household level separate waste, like they even have 2 or 3 baskets for different types of waste, and to just a handful of people. So I think we need to start creating this change of mind and change of attitude that we can be able to actually manage our waste differently. Because even the EPR is dependent on the fact that the consumers themselves will be at a level where they can separate this waste, they can do the segregation, and if there's a take-back scheme, for instance, they understand how it works, and they're able to play that particular role of, after using the package or whatever they're using, they can be able to engage the take-back scheme. So awareness creation and making people to change how they perceive and how they manage their waste at that level will be very key and fundamental to the success of this whole process of EPR. So as CARA, we have platforms where we engage our members on passing information and giving them an opportunity to be able to engage with experts and people who can be able to really give them insight on what the law says, what the new way of thinking provides for, and most importantly, the role they have to play to make it work and make it succeed. Of course, we are also looking at organized communities where people already have mechanism of doing whatever activities they engage in. So also preparing them and supporting them to, for instance, even have in place collection points within the estate and within the neighborhoods, so that it makes it easier to engage. When the PROs, for instance, now want to engage in the process of take-back or collection, then it's already a system that involves the communities, and they're already the ones actually supporting that process of putting the segregation and putting the waste where it's supposed to be placed. And ultimately, I think what we are saying is that this has to be something that is owned by various players. I've had the conversation that people are actually doing this to comply, but I think it would be better if we make this something that there's ownership by various players, including the consumers themselves, and they're doing this knowing that they're actually playing a role in sustainability and proper environmental management. So, and that will come by progressive and constant education and awareness creation, and making sure that people are actually engaging this from a point of knowledge and a point of information.
Sonia, how are consumers reacting to it, and what are the challenges that the people you're serving are bringing to the table in terms of being able to live up to APR?
I think first I'd say most consumers are not really aware what EPR is. So we start there. Like if you go on Google today, EPR, you can get like 7 different definitions. Something about treatment of water. You know, it's not known that EPR is actually the extended producer responsibility. However, for the woke consumers, for them, it's also the question is, what value do I get? Okay, we're in an economy right now where, of course, every shilling counts. And from a Mr. Green perspective, how we've managed to connect with consumers is to show that waste has value. That means if you bring your waste, you earn a certain amount of money. And I think to just go along with the CEO of Kara, what he mentioned is, yes, it cannot just be compliance, but I also have to say we also have to make sure people get the wealth from the waste. And that, I think, would be the fastest way to get the uptake of people now segregating their waste and then making sure that they actually could take it, you know, because the logistics part is what the government will struggle with across the board. And so if you even have it, the initiative of the consumer taking it to whether it's a buyback center, different companies as well, because there's a lot of room for many different recyclers as well, then you will see a lot of uptake. But if we think that we can change people's minds by just saying it's a good thing to do, you know, in the ideal world, we have to do it, right? We all know it. Everybody knows that. But then you have to incentivize, unfortunately. And also, fortunately, the EPR scheme can help with that as well.
Nicholas, are you struggling? Are you struggling with Pet Pro in Tanzania to sell the idea of EPR, and how is it working?
Yeah, of course, first of all, I feel proud representing Pet Pro and what we are doing in Tanzania. But basically, we're facing some challenges, as what has been said. Still, people don't really understand the very context of EPR, and that's coming not only from producers. Even producers, some producers don't understand what the real meaning of EPR and what we really want to achieve. So basically, in our level, we are trying the level best, maybe for example, in terms of consumers, to see a value. Because for us, we have a hashtag, we say plastic sio taka, means plastic is not a trash. This is a slogan that we normally trying to make people adapt it and see the value of it and to support the system of EPR. But apart from that, for the producers themselves, there are some of them, we're trying to sell the idea to them and see how we can be supportive toward the EPR ideas generally. And for us, we're also we're trying to come up with various projects. All matter of EPR supposed to come on in terms of behavior. So we're having some behavior change projects to ensure from the ground people really understand or even change their mindset and their behavior first, so EPR can function it well. Because we can talk about EPR in the level of producers only, while in real sense people on the ground, they don't really practice the EPR. So this is a collective action, and it's not only in one level or one hand of producers. So as Pet Pro, we're trying the level best to ensure everyone is engaged, and from those behavior change project is where we are trying to engage youth, women, and people with disabilities to get involved, because it's one of the marginalized group that's left behind in the community. But also from that behavior change project is where now we're trying to make people adapt issue of segregation of waste. But also, if we're having good behavior of segregation of waste, it means can be easy to understand which ways we can support EPR generate from the structure, from the ground, but also from the high level on the producers and even the government levels in general.
Yeah. Thank you. I think this one is going to be a general question. So the feeling generally is that this is about compliance, not goodwill from the individuals. But we've seen internationally, we have Unilever touted as being very passionate about sustainability. Locally, we have Safaricom being touted as being very keen on sustainability. But yet, we are all looking to push for regulation. Why is self-regulation so difficult? Is it because, as Joyce said, in this greater South, we are all still driven by the profitability? Have we not internalized that our businesses are only sustainable if we look into saving resources now? Why is self-regulation so difficult? And why must there be regulation to force this?
Maybe I can start. There must be regulation, because in order to achieve something, there must be a formal ways of achievement, means like objective or vision or even a goal. So regulation is like a goal, or it's like a formal ways to ensure something can be achieved. So without regulation or without policies, can be very difficult to achieve, and even the burden might be on a few people toward what is available. For example, in the issue of EPR, there are some companies, as you've already mentioned, they have a very good sustainable plan as internal policy. And the good example we can say, for example, Coca-Cola is one of the company, is one of our member in Tanzania, and also one of member in Kenya and other countries, South Africa. They have a global sustainable ways to deal on issue of EPR, or voluntary way of solving what they're taking to the market. So having regulation is a very important on my side, because it will ensure everyone is taking responsibility toward what they are producing or toward what they're taking to the environment. But still, we'll be having a common ground of solving the problem that we're having in terms of waste management.
So we can't, and again, just adding on to that question, so we cannot expect human beings to discipline themselves enough not to throw a bottle of carrying get water through the window, is what we're saying. So we have to force the behavioral change to be able to, and that can only be done through law.
So I think this is both across the global north and the global south. Everyone has regulated this. So if you go to countries even like, so in, why we talk about Europe, you know, is because they're very good at recovering their waste, segregating at source, but it's actually in their law. So there's no human being on their own volition who will willingly want to manage their waste for themselves. It really has to, you have to use that bakora, yes, and the only bakora we know is the law. Yeah.
And I think for our case in Kenya, why we have to use, I think we call it carrot and stick, is because all of us growing up, we were not internalized to handle waste in a certain way. So it will be difficult at this point to start and say that now you have to change. And that's why I'm happy that one of the recommendations that is coming through, even through this conversation, is that we have to start this conversation in the primary school, so that our children grow up knowing that you have a responsibility to take care of waste in a certain way. Why those powers succeed is because this is something that they grow up being told that this is how to do it, so they can't depart from it. In our case, I think I want to believe that everybody in this room was never told about how you're supposed to deal with your waste. You are told that if it's a waste, just throw it away. So it will be so difficult just to voluntarily change at this point without anybody carrying a stick behind you. So that's why we really need this kind of regulation at this point. Yeah.
Maybe just to add on to that, I think there's also, we'd want to call it deliberate ignorance. We've had scenarios where you are talking to a sustainability manager. They're not even aware of sustainable waste, making API schemes mandatory. We've also had scenarios where companies are generating and producing their ESG reports in very colorful ceremonies, but conveniently forget to include the aspect of post-consumer. I mean, you've generated, you've made your profits, but then you're speaking about sustainability inward looking, but you don't want to look at outward looking. I mean, you say you planted trees. That in itself is would call it deliberate ignorance. Then internally and consumer level, there's also, at consumer level, there's also the aspect of lack of awareness, as been mentioned. And I think, worryingly, and let us put it in black and white, the genesis of what we are doing is a cultural issue and a behavioral issue. And then what we are finding out, and even if the EPR scheme is going to be sustainable, and surprisingly so, it's even in the law, that we'll have to incentivize to encourage segregation of our waste at source. But we've tried that model. How sustainable is it? I mean, I don't know whether Sonia will agree, but paying people to bring waste to you will eventually now make it a business, and that means certain waste fractions that are not necessarily quote-unquote valuable will be left into the environment. So that also begs the question, is the EPR really a solution to everything as we'd want to imagine? So yeah, the bit of deliberate ignorance and then the bit of ethics, if I may put it, yeah.
Boy, let me be the devil's advocate here, because I'd have to ask, how many dump sites did you see in the village? Very few. And because at least reuse has actually worked. And the African community is very good at reusing. So I would actually say this is one of the circular economy I've always believed was in Africa way before it was in Europe and before the buzzword came. So for me, I'd actually say, so urbanization has brought this issue. And I think, again, when you're talking about urbanization, maybe to go on what James questioned, that if we incentivize people. But the reason is that people want to earn more money, and we can't remove the two together. So law is important, but I also have to say, when it comes to certain parts of the circular economy, which is now the reuse, not recycling, we're very good at it, right? And so now, why don't we have more products than one that only have products that can be either recycled or reused? And then we solve James's issue that now there won't just be anything left on the ground. Because the situation we have is that we can only recycle perhaps only 30% of what is actually dumped in the dump sites. And that's where the EPR, to be honest, needs to push the producer responsibility, even more than the extra 10 shillings or 20 shillings. It's really design the plastic in a way that it can live 50 times more. And that's how we'll solve this issue, according to me.
You actually took my words. I was going to say in the village, so we always have this double conversation. If you went to a group of schools, they perhaps told you, don't drop, don't litter. So you grow up with that. But in the village, there's also the element that, you know, this can be fed to the cow, this will light the fire, and this, so it was there before. So it's actually, that's what I was asking, is it really a master of law? And yes, it has a lot to do with urbanization and not knowing, well, you don't have a cow, so that becomes waste automatically. And then the plastic, I guess the infrastructure in the urban area is the challenge, but it worked even without the law, so it could work. It did in the village, Joyce. Yeah, so it could work if maybe we had the infrastructure in town. So I want to finish by asking, but I think it was kind of answered that EPR is not the answer to all. What else can we encourage? How do we bring the consumer? Because I keep saying until the user is on the table, then that really creates the challenge. How do we do a really good concerted campaign that sensitizes everyone about segregation at source? And moving from that, how does Henry and the people he works with then start having, because I say if I segregate at source in my house, but I put it at my gate and the guy who comes to pick puts everything together, it is a wasted effort. So how do we start talking to the consumers that, because then I guess if we actually separated, the collector sees that we need to actually move into this separation and work with it. How do we bring the consumer onto the table? Because that's where the change will really happen. Yes, kids in school, and they grow up with it, but those of you who are no longer kids in school, how do we get you to do the right thing, as Simon said in the morning?
Okay, maybe I can go first and use this as an opportunity to also create a bit of awareness. So moving forward, and I think Joyce will agree, the EPR regulations put in place measures that will actually force you to separate waste at source, to the extent that waste managers won't be allowed to transport mixed waste. So the arrangement is that you bring mixed waste outside and nobody will collect it, because the fines that would be placed on them by NEMA and the EPR regulations are quite enormous, and that would discourage actual transportation of mixed waste. So that is in itself the law addressing that aspect. But I think the bit on sensitization, we have to appreciate that this is not something that would take 1 minute to change. There are a lot of dynamics that affect it. I mean, look at the ban of the single-use plastic. First, it was a reactionary approach where we banned single-use plastic and then introduced a more complicated, the so-called non-woven packaging bags, which are more complicated and difficult to recycle, according to the recyclers. So we actually added a bit more challenge. But besides that, there's the issue of the porous borders, where we are having single-use plastic coming into the environment. So even as you're trying to do a lot of awareness, but the same material that you're trying to ban is still available in the market. So I think it's a multi-stakeholder approach that might not take a minute or so to bring on board consumers. So it's a continuous conversation, and I think you have the benefit of sitting on the KEPRO board, and you see that we allocate quite a number of, or rather a substantial amount of our EPR fees towards consumer awareness and creating awareness and really practically demonstrating how you need to separate your waste and handle the waste outside the household.
So I'll give everyone an opportunity for one word in English terms to close that, and then we'll open it up to the floor. Sonia, we can start with you.
Okay, so for me, what I'd say is whatever solution we come up with, even with EPR, it has to be practical. And I say look at the main person who's going to struggle. So I'd say if you are in Kibera, for example, you want to give me 2 bins, okay? First look at the size of the bins, because you know the size of my house, all right? Then how are you going to incentivize? I'll always say this, you're going to have to incentivize them to put that plastic aside, and then hopefully they get something from it. If they don't, we see it on the roads, we see matatus, we see how unruly it can be. You can have as many laws as you want, but the people who you need to change won't change until it works to their benefit. So let's be practical with the solutions, and also let's stop having conversations, right? And just do it.
Well, I am a firm proponent for the laws. I feel like behaviorally we were too far gone. We had bad manners. And so we really needed the law to kind of take a reset, you know, to have that reset. And I feel like in that moment where we have this reset, then now we'll be able to then begin to shift behavior. That being said, I do feel that a lot of responsibility needs to be taken by consumers. Agitate for better products. Stop buying products with 10 covers of packaging. Small, simple steps. I keep saying, take small, simple steps. What you do when you go to your supermarket or your kiosk or your duka actually has an impact on the environment. So choose better products.
I think the biggest incentive for me is not necessarily maybe financial incentive, but the biggest incentive will be to make people start making the connection between their action or inaction and the impact on environment and how that ultimately affects them at individual level, whether it is in terms of health or any other aspect. Because until an individual or a human being start appreciating that if I do this, then it comes back to bite me, then it will still be a push and pull kind of thing. So education and awareness, making people to start appreciating that these actually have an impact on them directly. Because I think they normally say that is it nature or environment is very, very unforgiving. If you don't treat it right, it comes back to bite you. So if we start making people to appreciate that, then we'll see change coming gradually. And then I think it boils down to individual responsibility. We can talk about the producers, the companies, the country, but if we don't start it at individual level, at the household level, then it's going to be an uphill task. So we have to take responsibility at individual and start doing the small steps. You start doing it the small way and it builds up to something that is bigger. So we all, even seated here, we must go back and start doing something about what we are talking about here. Thank you.
Okay, on my side, first I would like to say we need to understand we don't have another planet. We have only one planet right now, so everyone should be ambassador of change from where you live. And for example, I'm a good example at my house with my neighbors. I put it like a good conditions to ensure them they're not throwing away or even burning plastic. So I normally support those collectors. When the bin is full, I take them where those collectors are available, and then even supporting them to reduce some steps going to find this plastic in the street. But another thing is as I've already been said, like awareness. For us as PetPol, we have online awareness, so I can say social media campaigns, but also we have one-on-one. We say it mtaa darasa, so like a street class, to ensure that every consumer understand what does PET mean and how responsible they are and what is important of it, because from Mtadarasa, it means they now understand that PET is potential to them. They can even get money to buy sugar, to buy salt and things like that. So now there's some people started to adapt, and even others are even sharing with us and tagging us in our social media to see how they've managed to change behaviors. So everyone should be an ambassador of change from where you live, not only in this conference, because we might be having a lot of conference, but no any changes to be taken into account. But another thing to say is, as East Africa community, we have to join our hands on the issue of EPR. It's not only like what Tanzania doing by themselves and what Kenya doing by themselves, but as I'm very happy how PETCO Kenya invited us to attend, but also for those who organized this event and EABC, how they thought it's very important to engage other countries to see how we can come up with good solution toward waste management and how we can implement EPR. So this can be a take home, or it's a way EABC can see how can engage East Africa countries to come together and having a common ways of handling waste, but also common ways of implementing EPR. And also how to encourage or emphasize producers to come up with some packages that can be easy being recycled and not only single-use material and things like that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll also be brief. I think my colleagues have sort of summarized it in wholesomeness, but mine would be waste is wealth. So we're in the formative stages of our project in Kakuma, and we noticed that certain waste fractions actually imported to as far as Somalia and Ethiopia. That is how much waste has value. In terms of operations, we've paid over 80 million to recyclers in the form of subsidy to encourage recycling and collection of waste. So the key takeaway for home, or rather the key takeaway for us today would be waste is wealth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will open it to the floor if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, our able panelists, for the exciting and insightful discussions. I'm Onyango Lang. I come from Kisumu. Now, there's this issue of policy. Even as we discuss these very good ideas, I see our governments as lacking or lagging behind in putting up the structures. And I think the private sector looks like it's going ahead in this matter of waste management. So how do we provoke? For me, that's a concern. How can we now provoke them? Because even from the point of sorting, our own governments are collecting all the waste from markets in one truck, taking them to the landfills. Yet, no, they are the very people taking hii mali yote wapi kujaza huko. How do we come in? Probably I may not have an answer, but probably something you could help highlight. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Abetha Kokach. I want to say something that as a child I treasured. I treasured the lake. I don't want to call that lake the other name. We call it Namlolwe. I treasured it. My mother would send me, I would get water and I would go there, swim, do all those things. We have been to this conference. I've not heard so much said about this resource that we share as Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and by extension, Sudan and Egypt through River Nile. What is it that we should do? One day in my sitting room in the evening, I was able to see a lady from UK who had such passion for the lake. And she could dip herself and chew and remove plastic bag. Chew, remove that. We also know that it's not a secret that we have companies that is pouring all those waste that they produce in the lake. So I can as well say, I cry my beloved lake. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Victor and I'm from Coca-Cola Privilege Africa, Tanzania. I just want to ask this question, I think, to all panelists. As we understand now, East Africa, we are particularly actually promoting free trade. I mean, that means free movement of goods and services. In other definition, that's a free movement of waste to other countries. And when we actually realize, you guys as a panelist, when you are discussing, it seems as if every country within East Africa has got their own plans. While we are promoting issues regarding free movement of goods and services. Do we think that we can reach to what we are trying to discuss now? That's my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So my name is Benson Abila, and I'm from Kisumu, the western region of Kenya. And currently we are working on an innovation to help increase something that we talked about called recycling. Now I want to start first by appreciating a comment that Joyce made, that we can't look at EPR as the only solution to this problem. So there are several approaches that we can take. And I know from our end, we recently launched an application that, similar to all other innovations, is just part of what we're trying to do on a community level to be able to push this forward. But I have an open question, and for me, probably I know the answer based on the research I've done, but I'd like to invite the panelists to really see, is it something that is valuable? Because I'm trying to understand what is the value of data, because we are in an informal sector, right? And I know if you're talking about EPR, James has talked about over 80 million. How do you even know who to give that to? We are innovating in the sector, and in Kisumu, over the last 1 year, we realized that the sector is so informal that you really need to get so many meetings, so many engagements to even understand what metrics are being moved, right? And I know that from the level of, let's say, Mr. Green operations, they're able to understand what they're doing because they're already recovering as much plastics from the environment. So my question is just general. Do you think data can help probably in attracting more investments to this sector? And if so, how then do we amplify? How do we get data from this informal sector? And how do we leverage, let's say, in an innovation like ours, MTACA, that wants to collect data real time on the ground? So yeah, that's my bit. Thank you.
I think we'll take the last of the first five. Oh.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Rose Harriet from the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture. So I do not work in waste, but I am here as a courtesy invite from the Alliance for Science. Just a commentary, but not a question. I had the panelists talk about what can we do to shift to waste reduction. And because we are all here as experts in one level or another on waste management. And in the morning session, I had Phyllis Wakiega talking about organic waste accounting for 64% of the waste in this country. Behavior change, in my opinion, is the key aspect to reducing waste waste in our ecosystem. Today at lunch, how many people clear their plates? And that's organic waste. So I think we need to walk the talk from our own little cocoons. Because I remember as a little girl, we were taught if you want to have a clean city, we have to sweep our doors. So how many of us are sweeping our doors? How many of us are actually clearing our plates at lunch? Because we are in this conference to reduce waste, to look at waste as well, but we are, myself included, not clearing our plates at lunch. Thank you.
Can we do those five? Yes. Today people think like me. So I'll react to you instantly. As you're asking your question before you said the last bit about the plate, I was going to ask, how many people had lunch today? During this, how many people went for lunch? By show of hand. How many people served themselves? By show of hand. How many people cleared their plate? By show of hand. If you know you left anything on your plate, do not put up your hand. See, that's less than half the room. In that 64%, we are told from research done, every human being, Kenyan, wastes 99 kilos per year. 99 kilos as an individual of food you served and didn't finish, of food you served and threw out. And I keep saying, if you sit next to me during lunch, you're in problems, and people know themselves. The food on your plate, you served yourself. Why is there food on your plate when you're done? It's one thing if somebody served you, it's a totally different thing when you served yourself. And as my father used to say, it's called self-service. And it is not going away. Serve, feel I want a bit more, go back. Don't fill your plate of I think I like this and you don't know what it tastes like. So to answer your question, as you've seen by show of hand, the problem begins with me. The problem begins with me. I'll ask Joyce and James to take the question about the gentleman at the corner of governments lagging behind in terms of that waste collection and being part of the biggest problem to the dam site. Then Nicholas, you can tell us about the lake pollution and what we think we should do. Value of data, Sonia, and Henry, you can jump in where you can. So James and Joyce on governments.
Okay, I'll be...
Yeah, okay. I said lake.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll be the weird one and defend the government on this one. I feel, or rather, it would be a multifaceted answer. There's the aspect of the government taking lead, and there's an aspect of them being slow. So two things. The Sustainable Waste Management Act was ratified, but we still have the gazettement of the EPR regulations awaiting. In terms of putting in place measures to try and address the whole conversation on waste management, I think the government was really forward-looking, and of course, thanks to the input of the various stakeholders, the regulations and the act will now sort of shut the landfills in the respective counties, because now each county is required to have a material recovery facility, where only waste that is not recyclable will be going to the landfill. So I think it's a yes and no. The government is doing some good work, but yes, at some point it's also slacking. Yeah.
So I'll just add to what James has said. And I think you said private sector seems to be running ahead of government. And how do we then provoke government to act? So the reason private sector is running ahead of government is because they feel like their businesses are being threatened. So you have a plastic bag ban today, tomorrow it's another threat. So they'll run to government and say, give us a policy, just so that it's predictable. What packaging or what products can we put into the environment? And then government says, okay, we'll give you a policy. And then they develop the Sustainable Waste Management Act, which then has more, it's broader than just EPR, for instance, or what packaging you're using. But then it speaks to what are the different roles that government is supposed to play, different organizations and institutions, civil society, and of course business. But I think the reality is that in our context, private sector, yes, has run ahead of government with respect to implementation, but government has given us a policy environment that then allows that kind of running ahead to happen. And I think the reality is the ask from private sector to government is that set up the infrastructure, you know, give us an environment beyond just policy, because waste management is a devolved function, for instance, here in Kenya, which means 47 counties, and James will tell you it's not easy to engage 47 governors. I want to tell you it's very difficult. And it's on record on YouTube, I can tell. So it's very difficult because the context and the situations are very different. Nairobi is a very evolved county. And in fact, some say its GDP is nearly equivalent at part some African countries. And the complexities in Nairobi are not similar to, for instance, my home county of Nyeri, which means the solutions that private sector might want to adopt cannot be uniform. And that's why we are saying the county governments also have to do their bit, provide land, say for the material recovery facilities that James has mentioned, identify and register even the informal waste collectors, so that by the time private sector is coming in, it's an easy environment for us to be able to actually operate. And this actually blends in with the conversation that was had earlier by the panel. How do you make your projects attractive to investment? Because really this is about private sector bringing in money to our county. So it means county governments or governments at all have to be ready. They have to create an environment that says we are ready to do business. So I would say private sector is definitely running ahead, but government has given us an environment to be able to do that.
Nicholas, on the lake and rivers, while you're at it.
Okay, maybe I will say generally, but also I had one of the question about, as East Africa, we have free movement of people and also the product in general. Basically, on my idea, I'm thinking we might be having policies and regulation, but if we don't have a good engagement between countries, this won't be possible to be taken into account. And implementation of EPR might be very difficult because you can find there's a company in Tanzania importing a product in Kenya. And Kenya, they have their own EPR ways of implementing, but you can find that company not responsible to what they're producing. Still the same as Kenya company might import a product in Tanzania. So I think here it's more of engagement, it can be policymakers, producers, but also the recyclers and everyone who is involved in the circular economy thematic, but also recycling value chain, to see on how we can come up with a sustainable solution. For example, what I'm thinking, you might find these producers can come up with an idea. For example, this glass of water is 50 Kenya shilling. So it might be 55 Kenya shilling or 52, for example. So 2 can be taken back to the consumer after buying a product. So instead of buying the product by 50, might be buy by 52, but it will automatically influence the consumer to go back and request for that too, because might be thinking like, this is my money, I can't throw away my money. So what should I do? I should be responsible toward it. I will buy for 52, but I will go to request my 2 back because it's a way of me being responsible and ensuring I'm supporting to reduce pollution in my environment. So I think that's an idea to see how we can come up with other extra ideas out of policy and regulation, but to influence consumers' behavior in one way or another.
Joyce, that is the discussion about the deposit. Sonia and I think Joyce, over the last 4 years, you've also had a lot of data you've collected. So you could both speak to the data question and how it will help the implementation.
Okay, great. So I think for me, data is very key, especially because even where to get the plastic requires data. The big Unilevers, Coca-Cola require data to understand who is using their plastic, where is their plastic normally dumped, and how we can get it. So to answer the question, is data very valuable? It is, and I think the app that you mentioned could be a very big gold mine for you. I think if you just sell it the right way, because it is really hard in the informal sector to get that data. So if you put yourself, and if your niche is getting that data across the different waste fractions, I do believe you can also make a lot of money in that. So I think well done, and we do need more of that as well.
So I second what Sonia has said. So I'll tell you, from where we sit for the last 4.5 years, we've had a lot of investors interested in investing in the recycling sector in Kenya. Whenever they come to talk to us, they are always asking, where can we get data on the amount of waste that's being generated in the country? Where can we get data on the players in the country? and it's just not there. Okay? So we have a challenge that in that our region is really reliant on informal sector players to recover our waste. And because of that, a lot of these players are not actually registered on any platform or in any regulatory authority body. So like Sonia says, your solution is definitely needed, because for us to attract the kind of capital to increase the level of recycling in this country, high value recycling, where we are making polyester fabric, where we are making new bottles or other products, without data it's not possible. Simply because companies and businesses and investors are not able to determine what their return on investment is. So I would say, please see me after this.
Henry?
Maybe I'll speak to the issue of the lake, because I can see she's trying to signal that we are not addressing that. Yeah, but you're right. I think for a long time we've neglected our resource, that is the lake, the water bodies. And I'm aware that there's a big conversation going right now on the Go Blue economy and trying to harness the marine ecosystem to ensure that we protect it and also gain from it. And I know that the UN Habitat, UNEP, and the EU have already joined hands to come up with an extensive program specifically focusing on connecting the sea, the oceans, and the lakes to people, and of course to the planning aspect. So there's the land sea planning and management conversation going on, and of course as CARA we are part of that conversation to mobilize communities to be at the center of it and create ownership by the communities to protect this kind of resource that we have. Because a number of times why people do some of the things they do, like dumping in the lake for instance, is because nobody feels that it is their responsibility to even raise an alarm when that happens. And nobody feels that they have enough ownership to protect this resource. So we are trying to cultivate that kind of psyche that you actually have a responsibility, because ultimately when we have our lakes polluted, then it has a direct bearing on you as an individual. So it's already happening. It's started at the coast, but I know that it's something that's going to have a national scale, and the plans to now move to Homa Bay and ultimately to Kisumu and other places. So maybe you could be able to get into that conversation. I can give you more data on that or more information, because activities are already being rolled out, being implemented, and it's going to have a real impact on how we view and how we protect our resource, the water bodies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think I'll end by just saying that maybe the message we need to be pushing out is sustainability is actually about the future of your business and ensuring that we are using less raw resource material and using more of what is already out and making that last as long as we can. Because if we're going to constantly use new resource every time we go into manufacturing, as Henry said, we only have one earth, and that will sooner or later be exhausted. So sustainability is actually about making sure that your business has a future, and that is the gospel we should be spreading out there. So I want to thank my panelists. I think we've had a very engaging session. Remember, 99 kilos of food is wasted on your own plate. 99. If you're serving yourself, pinch yourself every time you don't finish that food. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate our panelists. Very insightful sessions. And I think we're going to pose for a quick picture right here before we leave. We have the photographer right here, so I would ask you to kindly be upstanding for that session as we take this picture. Yeah, please come to the front, just somewhere here. There you go. There you go. Just that picture is not complete. There's some people missing. Oh, they're right there. Okay, good. There you go. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate them one more time with a round of applause. Asanteni sana for those insights. And as you've heard it, I think there's a lot of lessons to learn. I think the closing by our moderator is that there's a lot of people who are not responsible. And I could tell from the lunch we had today, people leaving something off. So I think you should only serve what you can. Yeah, what you can? Oh yeah, absolutely, yes. In fact, they say if you are here, can I see by show of hands, how many of us here are above 30 years? I know there's some who don't even have to show up their hands, but I know. But how many of us here, actually the best thing is below 30 years. Let me see by show of hands, below. I can see. The entire room is below. But anyway, the point is this. They say that if you are above 35 years and above, you need to redefine your relationship with food in terms of quantities. Yeah, some of you are thinking, what are you saying? And I saw you at lunch hour. But tomorrow we still have a session. So it's a teaser about tomorrow. So tomorrow we actually expect to have the CS here. So I'm expecting to see everybody here and have an interaction with Moses Kuria, who's the CS of MITI. Yeah, Terian is very close to him. MITI stands for Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. Absolutely, very amazing. So you don't want to miss tomorrow. So it's going to be a great day. But for now, we have some great session of coffee and networking. And of course, not only that, we have our booths, and we are calling it, it's not just a coffee break, it's a booth break, okay? So go there, grab something. I actually went there around, look at me, I'm looking like a serious Kenyan, African, things are popping up here. I just passed there. They have amazing goods for you. You know, sometimes it's good to go home and say, where were you? And when you answer, you even say, I came with a gift. They're there. So please interact with that. And so we're looking forward to tomorrow, having great sessions as well, and finalize with a bang. So thank you so much. Please send to the person sitting next to you and tell them it's been nice sitting next to you. And I hope tomorrow you'll come early. Yeah, that's the conversation. Because we want to start early and end early. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I think without much to say, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for your time. See you tomorrow. Enjoy your coffee and network. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm being reminded, please drop your tags on your way out at the registration desk. They'll keep them safe for you for tomorrow. Drop your tags there.